His path to promotion is legendary. At 19, he became a deputy section chief after singing a classic revolutionary song, and before anyone could react, he became a full section chief a month later. His name had become known throughout the country through the radio, and 6 months later he was suddenly promoted to deputy factory director, which shocked all the leaders in the factory. He became the deputy director of a key factory at the age of 20, and as a division-level coder, people asked him who else could do that. Standing outside and mentioning the steel rolling mill, there are plenty of people who don't know Yang Zhenhua, and very few who don't know Zhang Jianzhen. Zhang Jianzhen arrived at the restaurant with a smile on his face and scanned the area with his divine sense. Among them, Director Wang from the finance department next door, Director Tao from the purchasing department, and Deputy Director Zhao from the Revolutionary Committee were chatting happily at the same table. Upon hearing footsteps, Comrade Zhao Jianxi looked up and his eyes narrowed, his heart skipped a beat. For some reason, Fatty Zhao felt a little uneasy every time he saw this young man. Although he had clashed with this young man and was completely defeated, it was half a year ago, and he still couldn't let it go. Old Zhao could only smile and nod when he met Zhang Jianzhen's eyes, the slanted scar on his face twitching unnaturally. Director Wang, with a broad smile, said, "Deputy Factory Director John, why are you only arriving now? Why don't you squeeze in with the three of us and have a meal together?" Director John smiled and said, "Deputy Factory Director John is truly young and promising. Since you took office, the factory has started to thrive again. You've brought good luck to our steel rolling mill." The two directors are now genuinely starting to admire the young man before them. Those within the factory naturally knew that the advanced machines they had brought were brought by him. Zhang Jianzhen smiled and said, "Everyone, you can eat your food and don't worry about me. I'll just have a bite." As for the steel rolling mill, it has made some progress now, thanks to everyone's concerted efforts. My personal abilities are limited, and I will need the help of my seniors in the future. After saying that, he ordered a dish of shredded pork with dried tofu and a bowl of egg drop soup from the menu and sat down next to them. When the kitchen helpers in the canteen saw that it was the deputy factory director who was taking the order, they became serious. A small canteen is naturally incomparable to communal dining. Seeing Zhang Jianzhen sitting next to them, the two stopped trying to persuade him. However, Comrade Zhao felt a chill down his spine, as if the deputy factory director was watching him intently. He started to have some doubts. After all, he was the deputy director of the Revolutionary Committee, and according to administrative rank, this kid should have to listen to him. Does being hit by an electric fan make you a coward? Coincidences are the norm. Yang Zhenhua also came up from downstairs and greeted everyone. When he saw Zhang Jianzhen, his smile was particularly bright. Amidst the envious glances of the crowd, he sat down opposite Zhang Jianzhen. Now, Lao Yang has completely changed from his previous tired appearance. He looks radiant and full of vigor. Since the factory took on the order, all his worries have disappeared. Zhang Jianzhen said with a smile, "Uncle Yang, if I'm not mistaken, you must have had something happy happen to you recently, right?" After sitting down, Yang Zhenhua smiled and said, "Little Zhang, you're starting to tease me now, but we really have to thank you for the machinery and equipment you brought us." After about 20 days of practice, the workers are now basically able to operate the equipment, and the production capacity brought by the advanced equipment is several times that of before. The engineers and technicians in the factory are treated like royalty. They spend all their free time wandering around the various workshops. As soon as the machine stops, we immediately begin inspection and maintenance, which not only increases production efficiency but also greatly improves the workers' enthusiasm. Zhang Jianzhen smiled modestly and said, "It is also due to the organization's connections and care that this batch of equipment was able to be replaced and accepted in a timely manner. I only played an introducing role in the middle, but I have one more favor to ask of you. I'm still getting used to my job as deputy factory director, so please don't mention me when other companies inquire about the source of the machinery and equipment. After all, I am still very young and not good at dealing with people. Every time someone comes, they ask me all sorts of questions, which takes up a bit of my time. Personally, I think that the performance of the equipment should be explained by professionals. After all, they are the experts." After hearing this, Yang Zhenhua thought to himself, "This isn't a brother unit asking you to introduce equipment, they have ulterior motives. Most people just want to find out where the equipment came from." Since Zhang Jianzhen had said it, he really couldn't refute it. After all, Lao Yang wasn't stupid, and he didn't want to offend Zhang Jianzhen at this time. Xiao Zhang's power was beyond his comprehension. So he smiled and said, "Little Zhang, don't worry, it's just a passing phase. Since you've brought it up, I'll handle it properly for you." The three people at the next table had been listening intently to the conversation between the two ever since Yang Zhenhua sat down. The more he listened, the more alarmed he became. Unexpectedly, Director Yang, the real head of the factory, is now treating this kid with such humility, with a hint of ingratiation in his attitude. This only fueled my curiosity about Zhang Jianzhen's background. The mysterious aura surrounding Comrade Xiao Zhang, even more perplexing. The conversation between Zhang Jianzhan and Lao Yang sounded casual, but as seasoned veterans, they could all sense that Yang Zhenhua had placed Zhang Jianzhan on an equal footing. Judging from old Yang's warm and welcoming attitude, this kid must have a huge backer. You have to know that Yang Zhenhua is now the director of the Revolutionary Committee and the factory director. Comrade Xiao Zhang never expected that his conversation with Lao Yang would lead to such a wild speculation from the three of them. They were all experts at reading people's expressions and moods. People who spend a lot of time in the office are very perceptive. Deputy Director Zhao, however, felt uneasy, as if he had a thorn in his side. My heart was pounding. I knew I couldn't stay here any longer. Ever since Lao Zhao was disfigured, he has become very cautious. Sometimes, a person's sixth sense is very mysterious and inexplicable. It possesses a unique property that strongly attracts and avoids. He had a feeling that this young deputy factory director had ulterior motives towards him, but he couldn't guess exactly what they were. Comrade Zhao wolfed down his lunch, said goodbye to the others, and hurriedly left. The four people looked at Zhao Jianshi's fat back with some surprise. I never expected that fatty Zhao, with his obese figure, would walk so nimbly. Factory director Yang glanced at old Zhao as he left, then looked thoughtfully at Zhang Jianzhan without making a sound. With a smile on his face, he said, "Xiao Zhang, there are 3 deputy directors of the Revolutionary Committee of the Steel Rolling Mill, and one of them hasn't been assigned by the higher UPS. What do you think about this matter?" Zhang Jianzhan, holding a half-eaten steamed bun, smiled and said, "Uncle Yang, I never speculate about or ask about matters of the organization. Let the clouds rise and fall, I remain unmoved. Mental and physical strain should not be something I'm at this age to bear. In my eyes, my dear colleagues at the steel rolling mill have food to eat and work to do. This is much better than constantly speculating about job changes. After all, we are a key steel enterprise. This order is hard one for our factory. It is both a trust and a responsibility, and it has also changed the decline of the steel rolling mill. You can tell where they are going from these parts. Keep the Great Wall in mind and be prepared for danger in times of peace, dedicate ourselves to national defense and keep pace with the times. I want to devote all my energy to the construction of our motherland. Being able to dedicate myself to the cause of our motherland is my true wish. As for the position of deputy director, I have no time to care about who goes or stays, nor am I interested in it." Yang Zhenhua, Director Wang, Director Zhang. Yang Zhenhua suppressed the twitching at the corner of his mouth. Good heavens, asking about personnel scheduling issues made him seem like he was completely out of touch. It affected the enthusiasm and passion of the 4 good youths. Shouldn't you apologize? This guy's 6 months as head of the propaganda department wasn't for nothing. Yang Zhenhua laughed and said, "Comrade Zhang's words are insightful and thought-provoking. Indeed, the primary task of steel companies should be to focus on production. Next week, we will hold a general meeting at the steel rolling mill on the topic of improving efficiency through safe production, to boost the employees' production enthusiasm and safety awareness. There are only 2 months left until the year-end summary. Our steel rolling mill now has a large number of production tasks, so we can't afford any mistakes in safety. What do you think, Xiao Zhang?" Zhang Jianzhan, "Damn, I was just saying it casually and you really took it seriously. It's so boring that I get sleepy during meetings these days." What could he say? Safety has always been a slogan used by steel mills. Zhang Jianzhan smiled and nodded. "Uncle Yang, you're right. Accidents are caused by complacency, and safety comes from vigilance. My personal suggestion is that we should not only focus on production safety, but also pay attention to the actions of unknown people in the surrounding area. I received some information when I was reporting to the organization, and since it wasn't confidential, I'll just reveal a little bit of it. Enemy agents from certain countries are now starting to stir up trouble and take advantage of the chaos. Moreover, the situation of collusion between traitors and outsiders is serious. When the situation is unclear, the security department of the steel rolling mill needs to start operating. You know what kind of products this order is, and our steel rolling mill has also replaced its equipment with a batch of advanced equipment. If it is sabotaged by enemy agents, you know what the consequences will be." Yang Zhenhua, along with the 2 who were eavesdropping, was greatly alarmed and broke out in a cold sweat. If we accept Comrade Zhang's assessment of the enemy and spies, then the steel rolling mill's current security environment does indeed present security risks. The machines, bought with huge debts, have just become proficient. If they are sabotaged by criminals, the consequences would be unimaginable. If military products are leaked to enemy agents by someone with ulterior motives. Yang Zhenhua touched his forehead and his eating speed noticeably increased. He wasn't stupid. Although Zhang Jianzhan's words were ambiguous, this potential danger had to be prevented. Zhang Jianzhan lowered his head and a smile appeared on his lips. A security meeting on preventing enemy agents was held in the administration building. Yang Zhenhua personally presided over the meeting, and the head of the security department, Lao Chen, as well as the captains of each squad, were all present. The meeting lasted for 3 hours before it finally ended. The entire security department, numbering over 100 people, was mobilized by various squad leaders and divided into 3 groups to patrol in shifts day and night. This change also made some of the restless people in the factory much more obedient. You can't be dishonest, or you might get labeled an enemy spy and get yourself kicked out. Jang Jianjun never expected that his reminder would have so many chain reactions. This has made the working atmosphere in the steel rolling mill more harmonious. Another month passed uneventfully. Jang Jianjun went about his daily routine, going back and forth between 2 points, and gradually the controversy he had caused in the past began to fade. It's like becoming one with the masses and starting to be simple and unpretentious. His cultivation progress seems to have encountered a bug recently. I feel like I'm getting a little bit of growth every day, but there's no sign of a breakthrough. He felt a fullness in his dantian and began to compress it, repeating the process until he was used to the rhythm. After more than a month, the vortex in the space grew to a diameter of more than 2 meters. Jang Jianjun no longer looked forward to time travel every day like he used to, but there was one thing that satisfied him after more than a month of intensive study of alchemy. His skill level and proficiency have greatly improved. The potions in the space also began to come in all shapes and sizes. The most impressive thing was that, through his tireless efforts, he could control 10 crucibles to refine potions at the same time. That's right, Jang Jianjun replicated 9 more alchemical crucibles made of pure steel. Although the effect was not as good as the first one, I often made mistakes and ruined some medicinal materials in the early stages. As his control became more and more proficient, he mastered the art of manipulating pure steel crucibles. Jang Jianjun stood among the concocted potions, basic healing potion, secondary invisibility potion, and magic detection potion. Since there was invisibility, there was naturally also detection. Its effect can detect all invisible units within a 30-yard range. Basic agility potion, you can tell what it does just by the name. Drinking it is like having a cheat code for ordinary people, increasing their reaction speed by 1/3. The time is about 10 minutes, which means that you can do everything very quickly within those 10 minutes. I wonder if that has improved the speed. Basic strength potion increases strength by 1/3 within 10 minutes of drinking it. Of course, this is based on data from an average adult. For a high-level cultivator like Jang Jianjun, it's better than nothing. Underwater breathing agent, even if you can't swim, you can breathe freely for up to an hour after sinking to the bottom. With this, you no longer need oxygen tubes to go underwater. With Jang Jianjun's continuous practice, the number of strange alchemical potions in the space gradually increased, and the amazing alchemy was eye-opening. Many of the potions also had very magical effects. Water walking potion, anyone who has played World of Warcraft knows how amazing it is. Jang Jianjun used it when he was farming crocodiles in Zul'Gurub. In reality, this potion is even more magical. After using it, a person can walk on water for half an hour, and even their shoes won't get wet if there are no waves. If an ordinary person had him, they would instantly become a great magician. Enlargement potion, don't overthink it, this is a comprehensive enlargement product, including physique and strength. However, applying it appropriately to specific areas can also produce amazing results. Antiviral agent, drinking 1 cup can eliminate 4 types of viruses at once, and it may even kill cancer cell viruses. At the same time, it makes one immune to all poisons for 10 minutes, and even herbicide can be drunk like mineral water and arsenic like cola within the medicinal effect. That's theoretically true, after all, it's from a high magic world. Sleeping potion, sprint potion, hypnotic potion, Arthas's gift, frost protection potion, basic defense potion, special enlargement potion. Well, I won't show them all. Some medicines have names that tell you their meaning, while others have cool names but are actually quite sinister after you drink them. For example, Arthas's gift, if you drink it, will cause you to get a virus when someone attacks you. In December, the north wind was already howling in Beijing, and the weather had become very cold with the arrival of winter. Even Jang Jianjun felt a bit frustrated every morning when he woke up because his Jeep wouldn't start for half a day and he had to scald the engine with boiling water. Experienced drivers in the north should have gone through these procedures. The Jeep can also be started with a long crank handle. There's a small hole at the front of the Jeep leading to the engine. It can be started by hand, just like the old Liberation engine. A major event occurred in the compound on the afternoon of December 9th. When Jang Jianjun drove back to the compound after get off work in the evening, he found that there was no one in the front yard. A commotion arose from the courtyard. Jang Jianjun, somewhat curious, scanned the courtyard with his divine sense and saw all the old women and young wives gathered at the door of Shezhu's house. Since the men hadn't returned yet and it was just women and children at home, Jang Jianjun immediately understood what was going on when he glanced at Qin Huiru on the heated brick bed, in Shezhu's house and the baby next to her. Qin Huiru gave birth, and it was a boy. This caused a sensation throughout the compound. In their eyes, the unreliable Shezhu had an heir. Regardless of the ridicule some people drew for Shezhu marrying a widow, all the gossip subsided the moment his son was born. Even the deaf old lady, whom they hadn't seen in a long time, came to Shezhu's house, but judging from her physical condition, she didn't seem to be very agile. After all, he is around 80 years old, which is definitely considered long-lived in this era. Zhang Jianjun smiled when he saw the baby. Although the painless surgery performed on Qin Huiru was partly a prank, the birth of a new life brought joy and excitement to this cold season. Zhang Jianjun took out 2 cans of milk powder from his spatial storage and walked into the yard. He couldn't be biased towards Su Daimao's child, so he gave him 2 cans. Shaju's family also only had 2 cans. Talking about money at this time is too vulgar. Giving baby formula as a gift won't get you gossiped about behind your back. When they arrived at the intermediate people's court, Shazhu was chatting with everyone. He was so happy to have a son that he was grinning from ear to ear. Just as Zhang Jianjun was about to step forward to greet them, a clear voice came from the crowd. "Brother Jianjun, you're back. It's been so long." Zhang Jianjun looked in the direction of the sound and a warm smile appeared on his face. "Rain, when did you get back today? It's been so long since I last saw you. I never imagined you'd become an ant by now." Zhang Jianjun only glanced at the crowd briefly with his divine sense and didn't actually notice He Yushui in the crowd. He Yushui had become much fuller by this time, and her figure was no longer that of the skinny girl she used to be. Although she was wearing a thick floral cotton padded jacket, you could still tell from the outline of her upper body that Yushui had started to develop again after getting married, and her breasts were bulging. Her face has become smooth and delicate, unlike its previous dull and yellowish appearance. It seems that He Yushui is doing quite well in her husband's family. He Yushui's big, watery eyes were carefully scrutinizing Zhang Jianjun. It seems like Jianjun hasn't changed much since half a year ago. Her skin was still so beautiful. She thought of the big radishes she used to ask Jianjun for at his house, and her face started to flush. It must be the effect of the radish. He Yushui smoothed her sideburns and smiled. "Brother Jianjun, I heard you've become the deputy factory director. Congratulations. I heard it from Aunt Wang at the neighborhood office, so I came back to visit." Everyone lowered their voices considerably when they saw Zhang Jianjun speaking, and they all looked on with envy when they saw the 2 jars in his hands. This is what the milk powder Zhang Jianjun gave to Su Daimao looked like back then. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, "It's right to come back and visit. After all, you grew up here. The gates of the happiness compound will always be open for you." I actually refused to become the deputy factory director, but I couldn't betray the trust the organization placed in me, so I had no choice but to reluctantly accept the position. He Yushui. She seemed to see that familiar scene. When Jianjun was comforting her that day, he talked so eloquently that she felt warm whenever she thought of it after leaving the compound. At that time, only Jianjun helped me. He even lent her 5 yuan, and secretly glanced at Zhang Jianjun. His heart skipped a beat. I was momentarily stunned. Just then, her silly brother's voice came. "Jianjun, don't leave tonight, come to my house for a drink. Qin Ji and I owe everything we have today to you." Zhang Jianjun, He Yushui, everyone. Shazhu was in a good mood today, so he set up 2 tables as a small token of appreciation. One person from each household in the compound came and brought a small gift. At Qin Huiru's house, a table was set up and Yan Bagui, Yi Zonghai, the deaf old lady, Li the cripple, and others were seated. The person accompanying the guests was a dejected, languid man. Lu Haizhong was sitting at Shazhu's table, while Zhang Jianjun, He Yushui, Su Daimao, and Shazhu were naturally helping to pour drinks. Yi Zonghai was a little uncomfortable. He had originally wanted to have an older woman come over to express her feelings. When I got home and heard that Qin Huiru had given birth to a boy, I felt terrible. My head was spinning and I felt a pang of sadness. As a result, an older woman persuaded him to come and keep the deaf old lady company, and also to take this opportunity to ease the tension with Shazhu. Yi Zonghai thought about it and agreed. After all, he had put a lot of thought into Shazhu. Although he knew that the current Zhu Ziyi was no longer the foolish Zhu Ziyi that he could control back then. But people are always persistent. What if Shazhu has a change of heart and turns back? The third uncle took a small amount of brown sugar as a token gesture and then buried himself in it, eating it voraciously. It's worth noting that brown sugar isn't easy to come by these days. Since we've already bleed money, we need to recoup our losses. The deaf old woman glanced at Yi Zonghai, then at the somewhat dull and silent Bang Gang, and sighed inwardly. Being an old and shrewd person, she naturally knew what Lao Yi was thinking. When Yi Zonghai was in power, he was quite filial to her. But ever since he broke up with Shazhu, they have had little contact. She, an old woman with bound feet, knew that her days were numbered. She was still hoping that one day when she passed away, Shazhu would take her up the mountain. However, Shazhu had always treated her fairly well, so the deaf old lady lost her affection for Yi Zonghai. She didn't want to get too close to Yi Zonghai, lest Shazhu also dislike her, which would be a loss. Apart from Li the cripple, everyone at the table had their own agenda. With too many thoughts swirling around, no one spoke, and everyone drank in silence, creating a very dull atmosphere. Comrade Yan Bagui didn't care about any of that. He had finally managed to get a meal with him, so he was too lazy to try and get close to him. Old Yi's position as an elder was already dead in name only, so what was there to talk about? He simply took the Sanlian Jai liquor from Bangan's hand and poured it himself. This kid has no sense of propriety at all, he just stands there staring blankly at the wine bottle without saying a word. Meanwhile, at Shaju's table, there was laughter and chatter, as all the people present were quite talkative. Since he had reconciled with Shazhu at Zhang Jianzhen's house, Su Daimao had forgotten that unpleasant time. He raised his cup and smiled at Shazhu. Shazhu, what name are you planning to give your son? My son Ziohei is 2 years older than yours. When they're older, they'll have to call each other brother when they play together. From now on, the two of them will be brothers, continuing the friendship of the compound. For the sake of generations of friendship, let's go together. Lu Haizhong, who was listening nearby, twitched at the corner of his mouth and felt an urge to curse. The name sounded a bit awkward. Zhang Jianzhen almost burst out laughing. This Su Daimao is quite a character. He named his child Su Hainan as his formal name and Haizi as his nickname, basically sticking to the ocean. He Yushui secretly glanced at Zhang Jianzhen and saw a smile on his lips. Her heart skipped a beat and she felt inexplicably happy. Shazhu was indeed happy today, firstly because Qin Huiru gave birth to a chubby baby boy, and secondly because her sister came back. When the siblings were together every day, they always overlooked the rain. After more than half a year of rain, he still hadn't come back to see him. At first, Shazhu was very angry, but later he became very frustrated. I often think back to the days after my father passed away, when we depended on each other for survival. My nose felt a little sore when I came back from the rain today. Shazhu raised his glass and clinked it against Su Daimao's, laughing. You and I have been fighting since we were kids, true childhood friends. Our next generation can't fight like we did. After all, my son is 2 years younger than your Hai Zi, so he definitely can't beat him and will suffer a loss. Lu Haizhong rolled his eyes and said seriously, Zuzit, Damao, this is supposed to be a joyous occasion for our compound, so don't just start fighting all the time. Now we all have to listen to Jianzhen. The whole compound must be united. Let bygones be bygones about the unpleasant things of the past. Jianzhen, you agree, right? Everyone. Zhang Jianzhen smiled and said, Second uncle, what you said makes some sense, but we shouldn't be too serious in this compound. As long as we don't fight, it's more lively with laughter and conversation at the dinner table. Life is like a long journey, a constant walking, where you will see all kinds of scenery and experience many hardships along the way. If you keep everything you see in your heart, you will add a lot of extra burden to yourself. The more experience you have, the greater the pressure will be. It is better to forget as you go. Therefore, there are no eternal enemies in a compound. Learning to forget is being kind to yourself. Getting angry is like taking someone else's stupidity out on yourself. Everyone. Su Daimao savored the moment for a while before giving a thumbs up. Brother Jianzhen, you are indeed worthy of your background in propaganda. You can casually utter a few words that are classic philosophy. The more you savor them, the more profound and mysterious they become. Lu Haizhong nodded in agreement. Jianzhen's knowledge is indeed top-notch in our compound, and it is worth our study and research. Otherwise, how could he have become the deputy factory director? Silly Zhu, I can only nod. So can I. He Yushui laughed and said, Brother Jianzhen is really amazing. I only found out that Brother Jianzhen is very famous when I was outside. I even heard the songs you wrote on the radio at my mother-in-law's house. When I told them, they didn't believe me. They never imagined that a national celebrity would come from our compound. Zhang Jianzhen felt great being praised by everyone, but he was also a little overwhelmed. People in this era are too honest, they just speak the truth. He quickly changed the subject with a smile, saying, These are just luck, nothing to worry about. Brother Zhu, have you thought of a name for your newborn son? Shazhu smiled happily and spoke. Jianzhen, I was in such a good mood today that I didn't think of this at all. You're an educated man, why don't you help me think of something? Zhang Jianzhen quickly waved his hand and laughed, That won't do. Children's names are given by their parents or elders. It's not a matter of culture or not. If I were to give them names, wouldn't that be going against the proper etiquette? Lu Haizhong took a sip of wine, nodded, and said, Jianzhen makes a good point. Zuzi, you've also studied for a few years, and Yushui graduated from high school. It should be easy for you to come up with a name. Shazhu looked at He Yushui with a gentle expression in his eyes. He Yushui felt a little awkward when she saw that Shi was looking at her. Actually, she didn't want to come back, but for some inexplicable reason, she wanted to see an old friend, so she came. She gets angry every time she thinks about how the vegetables her brother brought back were given to the Jia family, but after meeting him this time and having her nephew, she feels much better. After all, Qin Huiru left behind a bloodline for the He family. Rain rolled his eyes and said, Brother, don't expect me to make a big deal out of naming you. You're not some high-ranking official's son, so why are you making such a fuss? Shazhu was secretly delighted. Although his sister had come, this was the first time he had spoken to her. At the beginning of the conversation, he could only manage a few perfunctory ahs. It's just a child's name, it's a small matter. Bangang, or Husey, haven't we been calling them that for so many years? So he smiled foolishly and said, Rain is right. Since it's a small matter, let's call it He Xiao. Everyone. Zhang Jianjun. Comrade Xiao Zhang was almost shocked. Goodness. Is there really a fate line? The atmosphere at the dinner table gradually became lively. Everyone was also taken aback by Shazhu's casual naming. Su Daimao raised his wine glass to Zhang Jianjun and laughed. Brother Jianjun, your supply channels for the warehouse have disappeared. I was thinking of buying some vegetables from you during the spring festival. It would be more convenient if we were all in the same compound. The people at the table looked over after hearing this. Only he Yushui didn't know about Zhang Jianjun's warehouse, and they were all a little curious about how the supply channels could just disappear like that. Zhang Jianjun raised his hand and said with a smile, Brother Damao, there is a saying that goes, the tallest tree in the forest will be felled by the wind. In the early stages, I saw that the factory canteen was having some difficulties, so I helped to make some contact. Although the supplier has connections in the higher UPS, this kind of thing might break taboos over time, and with more envious people, trouble will follow. Furthermore, I am now a deputy factory director with many people watching me, so it is no longer appropriate for me to get involved in the supply chain. After listening, Lu Haizhong and the others finally understood. At first, they thought there had been a problem on Zhang Jianjun's side. Su Daimao's face began to flush after he finished his drink. At that moment, Lu Haizhong raised his glass to toast him again. Jianjun, what's going on with the factory activities being much less lately? I can only go back to the workshop to help out now. I can't just sit idle when there's nothing to do. Second uncle, it's best not to get involved in anything recently. The factory and the city are cracking down on espionage and enemy activities. Our compound should also be wary of strangers in the vicinity. Recently, a number of hidden traitors in Beijing have been arrested. Now, as long as an enemy agent is caught, he's as good as dead. If you find any suspicious persons, you can also report them to the security department. A successful report might even bring credit and a reward, which would be good for my future career. The group was taken aback when they heard this. No wonder there are more security guards patrolling the factory now. Lu Haizhong quickly assured him, so that's how it is. I was wondering why fewer people are coming to visit these days. Don't worry, I'll report any suspicious people I encounter immediately. Shazhu asked, Jianjun, what are the benefits of catching enemy agents now? I'll pay attention to that in the future, since we have a large family to support and we're short of money and cash. Everyone. Zhang Jianjun said speechlessly, Brother Zhu, even if you're short of money, you can't go and catch them yourself. What I mean is, if you see any suspicious-looking strangers, report them. If it's an enemy agent, they have real weapons. Do you think your kitchen knife is faster than their gun? Even if you report the wrong person, you won't suffer any loss. The chances of a cash reward are slim, and even if there is, it won't be much, but the honor is undeniable. If you report enemy agents and they catch important figures, you might be able to get some kind of merit award, and not only you but your descendants will benefit from it. Not only are your career advancement opportunities and those of your children easier than those of ordinary people, but you will also be given priority in terms of political background checks and assessments. Therefore, some things should not be viewed solely in terms of immediate benefits. In the long run, honor is more important than money these days. Everyone's eyes lit up after hearing this, and upon reflection, they realized it made perfect sense. This is truly the case in an era where honor is paramount. After a few drinks, Su Daimao became more talkative. Jianjun, the movie screenings in the countryside have been cancelled. For the past 6 months, I've only been doing odd jobs in the propaganda department. If I keep going like this, I can't see any way to get ahead. Do you know Section Chief Chien, the new head of the publicity department? Zhang Jianjun took a sip of wine and said, Brother Damao, no two people in the world are exactly the same. No matter how ordinary someone is, they are still unique. No matter how many obstacles lie ahead, as long as you find the right direction and stick to your original intention, you are closer to success than if you stand still. So don't worry, at least you still have a job. You should know that many businesses in Beijing are shut down, and the increase in unemployment brings a lot of uncertainty. It is estimated that these unemployed people will gradually disappear from Beijing in the next few years. Think about how fortunate you are compared to them. When things are calm, you'll be a long-time employee of the state-owned enterprise, and you can get a good future based on seniority. Of course, don't go around spreading what I'm saying. It's fine for everyone at the table to chat, but it's a bit troublesome if someone with ulterior motives interprets it all wrong. I don't care if I can hold on, but you might want to flatter me. So during this period, you should do whatever work you have, and if you don't have work, you should find something to do so that others can see that you are not slacking off. At the very least, you should do a good job and appearance to keep your job. Those of you who are unemployed will understand next year. I'm leaving many things unsaid for your own good." After hearing this, the group, who had been slightly tipsy, suddenly sobered up considerably and felt a chill run down their spines. They certainly believed what Jang Jianjun said. "Upon learning that many unemployed people will disappear in the next few years, my heart skipped a beat. This is absolutely first-hand information, and the use of the word disappearance is very insightful." They also knew what disappearing meant. Lu Haizhong touched his forehead, feeling a wave of fear wash over him. Luckily, Guangtian and Guangfu both had jobs now. Zhang Jianjun wasn't making this up. Bang Gang did go to the countryside to work during the Cultural Revolution, but now that Bang Gang is lame, it's not his turn anymore. At the current rate, it seems inevitable that the unemployed members of the Yan family will be sent to the countryside for work in the next few years. Su Daimao felt a chill run down his spine after hearing this. He was also glad that he had aligned himself with Zhang Jianjun earlier, otherwise, he might have lost his job if he had continued to fight with him. Now that he's become the deputy factory director, it's easy for him to make things difficult for himself. Zhang Jianjun glanced at the group and laughed, "But as long as you have classes and work to do, these policies have nothing to do with you, so there's no need to worry too much. As for Section Chief Chien of the Publicity Department, I do have the information, but I can't disclose it. Brother Damao, I can only tell you that this path is not feasible. Right now, the only way is to honestly endure for a few years and be cautious in your words and actions. Opportunities will surely come. Furthermore, you are now a father yourself, and your every move will affect your child's future development. I won't use my connections to help you with anything, but I won't stand idly by if you encounter difficulties that I can't resolve, provided that you didn't actively provoke them." After hearing this, the group felt relieved, and the atmosphere at the table became lively again. Zhang Jianjun never refused anyone's toast, and he would down a drink in one gulp with anyone who toasted him. Even He Yushui joined in by offering him a toast. The bodies of superhumans are largely immune to alcohol. As the event was about to end, Su Daimao, Lu Haizhong, and He Yushui were all taken down by Zhang Jianjun. Although he could cheat using the cultivation system, what's the point of drinking if it doesn't make him feel tipsy? So, he ended up feeling a little dizzy. To live in this world, one must integrate into its customs. It's no fun if everything is done by cheating. All good things must come to an end. After glancing at the few people who had passed out from drinking, Zhang Jianjun got up and left the scene. Just as I was about to reach the backyard, a crisp sound rang out. "Brother Jianjun, do you still have any big radishes at home?" Zhang Jianjun. Like a fleeting spring dream, it comes and goes like morning clouds, leaving no trace. The most valuable thing in the world is time, because no amount of money can stop it or bring back the years that have been lost. Time is the least valuable thing. In the long river of history, a person's life is just a blink of an eye. 3 p.m. on December 28, in the Deputy Factory Director's office. After finishing organizing the recent procurement plan, Zhang Jianjun leaned back in his chair, took out an orange, and started peeling it. With January approaching, there would be more and more things to do at the factory. Zhang Jianjun recalled that at this time last year, he was still rehearsing songs to prepare for the cultural performance, and was working hard to copy the lyrics in order to get a bicycle ticket. As a result, I got the bicycle ticket in advance from Li Huade. Time has passed, and now the office I'm sitting in is old Li's. The cultural performances held at the same time under different circumstances are now a thing of the past. No organization dares to perform together during this period. There are only 3 days left until January 1st, which means the arrival of 1967. Although the workers' much anticipated performance was cancelled, the annual year-end summary report is underway. The newly appointed deputy director of the Revolutionary Committee arrived late today. It is extremely rare for such an important position to be delayed for more than 3 months. The deputy director who was transferred came from the Shaogang Publicity Department. Perhaps this deputy director position is an ominous sign. Of the 2 deputy directors transferred earlier, one went missing and the other was killed by his own subordinates, which is why it has been so long. Therefore, at 9 a.m., Yang Zhenhua chaired a meeting to welcome the new colleague transferred from Shaogang. Zhang Jianjun also attended the meeting. Given his current position, he couldn't afford not to attend, which gave him another headache. The meeting ended hastily after only an hour. After introductions, we learned that the newly transferred deputy director was named Sun Mingja, who was around 45 years old and had a very refined appearance. Zhang Jianjun could clearly sense at the meeting that deputy director Sun was somewhat dissatisfied with this transfer. Considering that he was a leader of a leading enterprise, being transferred to the 3rd steel plant seemed like a demotion. When Director Sun spoke, his face was very serious. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought that Comrade Sun was a serious and responsible leader who never smiled. However, Zhang Jianjun's divine sense could detect Deputy Director Sun's arrogance, which gave him a cold and aloof demeanor, as if he were someone to be avoided. After introducing himself, Deputy Director Sun simply nodded slightly to everyone present. Zhang Jianjun finds it somewhat amusing now that he recalls it, the sense of superiority he developed in his large public institution had nowhere to go, and coming to the steel rolling mill felt like an insult to him. It seems that Sun Mingja is not an easy person to get along with, but it's none of his business as long as he doesn't cause trouble. He's not a member of the Revolutionary Committee, so there's no conflict of interest between them. I spend the rest of my time reading newspapers in the office. When the bell rang to signal the end of the workday at the steel rolling mill, the mill was bustling with people. When Zhang Jianjun finished tidying up his desk and went downstairs, he saw Zhao Jianxi and Sun Mingja walking ahead of him, chatting. He was somewhat surprised, not expecting that the two deputy directors could actually chat together. Wasn't this deputy director Sun very arrogant when he first arrived? Zhang Jianjun was just curious and didn't think too much about it. When they got downstairs, the two of them saw the young man behind them. When Deputy Director Sun saw the young Deputy Factory Director, he ignored them and got into a jeep, which sped away with a roar of the engine. Old comrade Sun was a little surprised. I've worked in a state-owned enterprise for so many years and still haven't gotten a jeep, but I never expected that a young Deputy Factory Director would have one. His facial expression began to shift and change. Old Zhao, which compound does this Deputy Factory Director Zhang belong to? Zhao Jianxi laughed awkwardly. Old Sun, Comrade Zhang is a celebrity in our factory. Although he's not from a military compound, you should have heard of My People, My Country, right? He wrote it. Deputy Director Sun was surprised again after hearing this. This song is so well known that it would be strange if he hadn't heard it. But with most songs, people only remember who sang them, and easily overlook who wrote them. No wonder this young man looked familiar during today's meeting. Zhao Jianxi's reminder brought to mind the Beijing Daily. Old Sun was starting to feel a bit sour. This young Zhang must have gotten incredibly lucky. In winter, the north wind howls through Beijing, and there are even fewer pedestrians on the streets. About 10 minutes later, Zhang Jianjun drove back to his doorstep, where Yin Bagui was wiping his bicycle in the courtyard. Last week was a good week for Yin Bagui. The organization considered that primary school should not be closed no matter how many classes were suspended, so the sound of reading could be heard from the primary school again. Since Yuli now works at a steel rolling mill, he took back ownership of the bicycle. Old Yin resumed his work and started maintaining the bicycle again. After all, his daughter-in-law had been riding it for more than 2 months, and he was very worried about it. Zhang Jianjun saw Yan Bagui and laughed. Third uncle, isn't it cold outside in the dead of winter? Be careful not to get frostbite while you're wiping yourself down. Yan Bagui put down the rag and sighed. Jianjun, my bicycle is old and will be ruined if I don't maintain it. Plus, Yuli has ridden it for so long and doesn't take good care of it. Several steel balls in the chain and gears are missing. There are no repair shops now, so I have to do the maintenance myself. Oh, right, speaking of bicycles, I just remembered, did you give yours to Erhuzi or sell it to him? After Yan Bagui finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Jianjun with shining eyes. Zhang Jianjun laughed and said, bicycles are meant to be ridden. I think this kid is easy to get along with, so I'll let him ride it for fun. Anyway, I don't need it now, and it's just taking up space at home. Yan Bagui's lips twitched as he listened. You see, Zhang Jianjun's bicycle was only about a year old and still looked very new. If you see someone you like, you can just give them your bike to ride for fun. That sounds a bit extreme. This kid is way too wasteful. With a glint in his eye, he smiled and said, Jianjun, why don't I switch rides with Erhuzi? My bike is a bit old, but it doesn't have any major problems. A young boy like me doesn't know how to take care of it, or it'll be ruined in a while. With me, it's much more reliable. At least we maintain it every day. If you need the bicycle again someday, we can just replace it. I guarantee we'll keep it sparkling clean every day, okay? Zhang Jianjun, what kind of people are these? Any sympathy I had for Yan Bagui has vanished. No wonder he had no one to support him in his old age. In this day and age, being a little stingy isn't a big deal. If you're not stingy, it's really hard to support a large family. Zhang Jianjun could tolerate taking advantage of small things, but if you treat others like fools and are too greedy, you'll never get a penny from them again. Without turning his head, Zhang Jianjun said, Third uncle, everyone understands that it's not easy to make a living, but if it comes to scheming and plotting, then it's meaningless. That's all I have to say. Take care of yourself. Yan Bagui was shocked when he heard this, feeling as if he had lost a lot. A gust of north wind blew and I shivered. This damn weather is so cold. After returning home, Zhang Jianjun bolted the door and slipped into the space. Looking up at the 4 vortexes in the sky, each vortex was 2.5 meters or 6 meters in diameter, and its edges glowed with a blue light, as dazzling as runic gems. This made him feel disoriented. It seemed he would be time traveling again in less than a week. Since Zhang Jianjun has become more low-key, his personality has also become much more easygoing. For the 3 months since he returned, he has basically lived a simple life between home and work, so he hasn't had much to worry about. With a wave of my hand, a steel barbecue grill appeared before my eyes. I'm going to make a roasted lamb leg today to tide me over. The lamb leg was hanging on a steel barbecue grill. With a flick of his wrist, a mithril sword appeared in his hand. He twirled the sword and evenly sliced several holes in the lamb leg. If the old master knew that Zhang Jianjun had obtained mithril and turned it into a meat-cutting knife, he would probably be heartbroken. First, sprinkle on various spices, then sprinkle on cumin powder and cinnamon. When it turns golden brown, brush on honey, then turn it evenly over the charcoal fire several times until the oil drips onto the charcoal. After more than a year of grilling, Zhang Jianjun has developed his own set of skills in grilling, and the taste has definitely improved several levels since he first started. The rich and enticing aroma filled the air, and several meows came from the direction of the wooden house in the distance. Xiao He and Xiao Bai quickly ran to Zhang Jianjun's side and snuggled up to him. It even rubbed its fluffy little head against his trouser leg. A smile appeared on Zhang Jianjun's face. Since the two leopard cats started to rekindle their bond, they would come over every few days to freeload. He also enjoys having his two pets with him, since the space is now too big and it feels a bit unreal to be alone in it. After enjoying a feast with his two cats, Zhang Jianjun petted the cats for a while before stopping and heading to the ancient well to begin his daily ritual. As the feeling of fullness returned with the circulation of the small heavenly circuit, the vortex in his danshan spun rapidly, and Zhang Jianjun quickly used his mental power to compress the spiritual energy. As the spiritual energy from the well water flowed in, the spiritual sea within the mind was like a spiritual storm, instantly breaking free of its shackles under the guidance of divine consciousness. A cracking sound came from his mind, and his mental energy surged forth from his body. Centered on Zhang Jianjun, all plants within a 500-meter radius moved volcanically without wind, and the 9 rings in his mind's eye transformed into white mist-like discs. The mental disc, like the vast Milky Way, begins to rotate, and all the cells in the body seem to be jumping, making the whole mind incredibly clear. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, and the free-floating particles of spiritual energy in the air were clearly visible. The magic matrix previously carved in the mental sea rotates clockwise within the disk without interfering with each other, much like stars in the Milky Way revolving around the core. Starry Sky Mage? That's right, he made a breakthrough. It wasn't a breakthrough in cultivation, but rather a breakthrough in his spiritual power, or what we would call a breakthrough in his soul. This proves the saying, the flowers you plant with care may not bloom, but the willows you plant without intention may thrive. While the foundation establishment stage seemed far off, his spiritual power broke through first. Perhaps because this body is incorporating 2 souls, it possesses a unique advantage in spiritual power, which surprised and delighted him greatly. Zhang Jianjun carefully sensed the mental disc in his mind, and then realized that this was not the mark of a starry sky mage. In the corresponding high magic plane, it should be called a legendary mage. His mental strength reached the level of Medivh in World of Warcraft, but not yet the level of a star mage. In other words, he had theoretically reached the legendary level, but lacked the support of magic. Not quite a legendary mage yet, the kind who has a gun barrel but no bullets. Leaving aside the legendary forbidden spells, he couldn't even cast large-scale spells. This world lacks the support of the 4 elemental planes, so it cannot generate magical elements. At most, it can only simulate some low-level spells using mental power. His divine sense range reached a terrifying 500 meters, which is similar to that of a foundation establishment cultivator. At the Golden Core stage, it should be within a radius of 10 kilometers, while a nascent soul cultivator can only travel 1,000 miles in an instant. The nascent soul stage cultivators can walk through the void, meaning they can traverse thousands of miles in an instant. Each cultivation civilization is unimaginably vast. Well, I'm still in the chi refining stage, so it's a bit too far ahead for me to think about. The breakthrough in his mental strength also brought about a dramatic change in his ability to gather power. Zhang Jianjun sensed that it had increased by at least 6 times. That is, the collection capacity increased directly from more than 25 tons to more than 150 tons. This change thrilled Zhang Jianjun, as he could now easily capture even heavy fighter jets and large passenger planes. Missiles and rockets are naturally no problem either. This made Comrade Zhang very optimistic about the future of the moving company. At the same time, the confidence that comes with the breakthrough begins to explode. If you took a sip of invisibility potion and walked around the US base, it would definitely make those soldiers start to question their existence. Zhang Jianjun couldn't help but laugh at this thought. He developed the idea that the world was so vast that he couldn't go anywhere, and the benefits of this breakthrough are self-evident. Zhang Jianjun originally planned to finish practicing his alchemy today, but now that he's broken through to the legendary level, why bother with alchemy? His long-dormant arcane magic can finally be unleashed. Since I can't practice elemental magic, I'll have to put arcane magic on the agenda. Teleportation and portal techniques can definitely be learned. He could have cultivated arcane magic once he reached the archmage level, but he was always a little afraid that he would die if he wasn't careful. He thought that if he was teleported to the Earth's core, he would be crushed instantly. Zhang Jianjun picked up the High Elf magic book that Aurelia had given him and began to read it carefully. he decided to learn single-point teleportation first. The teleportation spell, once the magic matrix is carved and the coordinate nodes are set, can instantly traverse thousands of miles, which is the greatest temptation for Zhang Jianjun. In the future, when I go to Hong Kong, I will be able to leave early and return late. Although single-person teleportation is the most practical option for his current situation, he wouldn't dare to have anyone test it even if he opened a portal. So Comrade Xiao Zhan fell into a frenzy of studying. Magic nodes are similar to latitude and longitude on Earth, which isn't difficult to learn. The most difficult part is the magic patterns in the six-pointed star. The thousands upon thousands of magic runes are like a complex circuit board. The slightest mistake will render all the work futile. Fortunately, Zhang Jianjun broke through to the legendary mage level, which greatly enhanced his brain's computing power, and the improvement in his mental strength also made his mind more flexible. Through repeated simulations within the mental disk, much like drawing on a computer using software, Zhang Jianjun finally sketched out a complete six-pointed star matrix. This excited Zhang Jianjun so much that he quickly left the space, eager to conduct an experiment. 10 p.m., the deputy director's office at the steel rolling mill. A faint light illuminated the dark office, and an intricate six-pointed star pattern appeared on the cement floor. 3 seconds later, a figure suddenly appeared in the center of the six-pointed star. After the figure appeared, the six-pointed star pattern dimmed rapidly and disappeared in less than a second, plunging the entire office back into darkness. Zhang Jianjun looked out the window with a smile on his lips. The steel rolling mill was quiet in the dead of night, with only the flashlights of security guards patrolling in the distance. The feeling at this moment is so wonderful. All the movements and disturbances within a mile radius are within my divine sense. Some were smoking, some were chatting, and some were dozing off against the wall. Zhang Jianjun sensed the person dozing off wrapped in a military overcoat. She should be around 24 or 25 years old. Driven by a mischievous impulse, Zhang Jianjun conjured a large apple that instantly floated above the young man's head. Then it crashed down. Screams came from afar. For his first teleportation experiment, Zhang Jianjun naturally chose his most familiar office. For the past 3 months, he has basically been going back and forth between 2 points every day, so he knows the location of his office better than anyone else. He can never be too careful with his magical experiments. There's no room for trial and error when it comes to teleportation. This allowed him to experience the wonder of magic. Sure enough, high magic planes have their unique features. Such instantaneous crossing is not possible without special spells during cultivation. It can only be achieved after reaching the golden core stage. Although there is the legendary ability to shrink the earth to an inch in cultivation, that is supported by one's cultivation level. A flash of light appeared in the office and Zhang Jianjun disappeared from the spot. Immediately afterwards, a six-pointed star array appeared on the marble floor of the Zhang family's old house. He simply walked away, giving the security team quite a fright. The screams of the dozing staff members sent chills down the spines of the nearby team members. Thinking their own people had been killed by enemy agents, a group of people rushed over with guns. When Zhang Jianjun returned home, a smile appeared on his face. This teleportation technique was simply amazing. Even if he encountered danger and ran away in advance, the ghosts wouldn't be able to find him. If you were caught on camera going to a hotel in the future, and suddenly found yourself in Los Angeles, wouldn't you be completely bewildered? Zhang Jianjun looked at the dissipating light beneath his feet. This was probably the only drawback of the teleportation technique. The six-pointed star pattern was quite eye-catching. In the future, you must be familiar with the local hiding places when you teleport, otherwise you will have to be killed if you are seen. Zhang Jianjun glanced at his watch. It was only a little past 10. He then went back into the space to study arcane magic. The game features many amazing spells, such as the sheep transformation spell, which, as the name suggests, can turn an enemy who is unable to resist or whose energy level is lower than your own into a lamb. The duration of magic's expiration differs from that in games. Theoretically, turning a person into a sheep can extend the spell's duration indefinitely as long as the mental energy can keep up with the spell's consumption. Imagine someone finding themselves turned into a lamb, their entire worldview would collapse instantly, and someone with poor mental fortitude would probably go crazy. Bleeding damage will break the polymorph effect of the spell. Slow down. This is easier to understand. It is an instant cast spell that reduces the movement speed of an enemy target by 70%. Essential for catching thieves. Slow fall spell makes your body as light as a feather for 1 minute, so you won't get hurt even if you fall from a great height, provided it's within the spell's duration. It can be used by others. Arcane wisdom increases intelligence by 31 points after casting for 30 minutes. Can be used on others, instantly turning a slacker into a top student within 30 minutes. Water creation, bread, arcane blast, arcane explosion, mana shield, arcane missile. The spellbook contains mostly support spells, but unfortunately it only covers up to the advanced level, with no further information on spells above the archmage level. Arcane magic is not as powerful as elemental magic in the early game, but it has many control spells that are very annoying. The most awesome thing about it is that it can open teleportation portals. Zhang Jianjun then learned Polymorph, Mana Shield, Arcane Explosion, and also Water Creation and Dispel. Learning dispelling spells is to prevent being transported to strange dimensions. Having a dispelling spell also provides an extra layer of protection if one is cursed. Zhang Jianjun practiced frantically until 3 a.m. before finally leaving the space for a short rest. Sleep has now become a symbol for Zhang Jianjun. When he reaches the foundation establishment stage, he will practice bigu, a form of fasting, which literally means not eating grains. Therefore, the period from the foundation establishment stage to the core formation stage can also be called the bigu, abstaining from grains, stage. Nourished by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, they will not die even if they do not eat or drink. Therefore, the fasting period is also a true manifestation of transcending the mortal body. The body can autonomously absorb the spiritual energy that wanders in heaven and earth, so ordinary food has no nutritional value for them. The food he ate was transformed into spiritual fruits and pills. Of course, Zhang Jianjun couldn't eat them even if he wanted to, and there was no spiritual energy in the main plane for him to absorb. Unless one spends their entire life in a secluded primeval forest, there is no way to escape the mundane world. Zhang Jianjun also did not want to become a cold, ruthless, and indifferent ascetic. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the arrival of January 1st marked the beginning of 1967. The factory only gave workers half a day off because they had taken on a task. They still worked as usual in the morning and rested for half a day in the afternoon. Most workers in that era wished they could go to work every day. First of all, lunch was free. Zhang Jianjun remembered that he hadn't been to his father-in-law's house in a long time, so he drove out of the steel rolling mill in the afternoon. Driving through the streets and alleys of Beijing, I noticed many young people riding bicycles back and forth in the hutongs, all wearing the same military overcoats. Zhang Jianjun already knew who these people were. The era of dividing up the military compound's tough guys into designated areas had arrived. When we drove to Suanhuaman Street, we saw two groups of second-generation rich kids making a ruckus, and each of them seemed to be holding a short steel bar. Zhang Jianjun didn't stop the car, but used his divine sense to scan the area from a distance. There were about 20 people in total from the two groups, with the leader on the left wearing a blue cotton-padded coat. He was wearing a Lei Feng hat and was about 1.76 meters tall. Zhang Jianjun recognized him immediately from the group on the right. Goodness! He is Zhang Yang, Zhou Xiaobai's future husband in the story. A smile played on Zhang Jianjun's lips. He didn't see Zhong Yuemin, but he saw Zhang Yang first. He also recognized the young man in the blue cotton-padded jacket opposite him. He was Li Kuiyong, a character with some unique traits in the story. He's a true Beijing native, and logically speaking, he didn't come from a military compound. The fact that he started hanging around so early is probably due to the influence of some rascal. In other words, the bloody romance is about to begin, but the absence of Zhou Xiaobai, the female lead, has already disrupted the development of this plot line. Zhang Jianjun drove his jeep around by a side road. He wasn't curious about these troublemakers anymore, since he was now a cultivator. We have already lost all respect for these so-called childish attempts to seize territory. If Zhong Yuemin were there, he might have gone over to take a look. It had already affected the plot, so I was too lazy to go and change anything. Their fighting was much better than those hot-blooded youths who committed robbery and vandalism. With their presence, the number of hot-blooded youths decreased significantly within 2 years. This was also a turning point in the contradictions of this era. Zhong Yuemin and others went to the countryside to receive re-education from poor and lower-middle peasants, and the phenomenon of vandalism and destruction would be greatly reduced after 1968, because many unemployed youths were sent down to the countryside. Zhang Yang's family background must be incredibly powerful. I don't know who his father is or which compound he belongs to, but he was sent to the army to become a deputy battalion level officer from the very beginning. After being demobilized, he became a criminal police officer. In less than a few years, he was promoted to the position of bureau chief, and his career progressed smoothly. He's considered a very impressive figure among the children of military personnel. Even the lowest-ranking bureau chief in Beijing is a department-level official. Li Kuiyong was in a terrible situation. Not only was he sent to the countryside, but he also lost his job when he returned to the city in the 1980s. In the late 1980s and early 1990s, he finally became a taxi driver, but then he died of cancer, leaving behind an orphan and a widow. He was only in his early 40s when he died. At this point, they were still fighting over the area. So who can truly predict the course of a person's life? When Zhang Jianjun arrived at the Zhou family's house, he noticed that there was also a jeep parked nearby. There were 4 armed guards at a street corner a little further away. Zhang Jianjun glanced at the jeep and knew it wasn't Zhou Jinyi's vehicle. It seems my father-in-law has guests at his house today. A staff member on duty stood at the entrance of the Zhou family courtyard and saluted when he saw Zhang Jianzhen get out of the jeep. "Comrade, who are you? Who are you looking for?" Zhang Jianzhen glanced at the young guard, then casually pulled out an ID from his pocket and handed it over. It was the certification given to him by his superiors as a scientific and technological worker. After all, this thing was much more useful than a deputy factory director. At this moment, Zhou Xiaobai came out of the living room and saw Zhang Jianzhen. A look of joy appeared on his face, and he said something. "Jianzhen, I knew you were coming today. Uncle Ya also happened to be here today." When the guard saw that the eldest daughter of the Zhou family knew him, he only glanced at the ID and returned it to him. Zhang Jianzhen nodded to the guard and said as he walked, "Xiaobai, I've noticed you've gained a lot of weight in the past few days?" Zhou Xiaobai rolled her eyes. "I just wear more clothes in winter, I haven't gained weight." "Zhang Jianzhen, why are you saying that out of the blue?" Zhang Jianzhen said in a serious tone. "Then it's strange that you haven't gained weight, so why do you seem to hold a heavier and heavier place in my heart?" Zhou Xiaobai. Two blushes immediately appeared on her pretty face. How could she possibly respond to those words? The guard behind him twitched at the corner of his mouth and quickly memorized those words, thinking they might come in handy when he was looking for a partner. The guard was left with a look of lingering satisfaction. The two walked into the living room in hushed tones. The sound of the door opening made old Ya and Zhou Zhenyi's look up. When they saw Zhang Jianzhen, who was full of vigor, their eyes showed admiration. Old Ya said with a smile, "Young Zhang, it's been more than 3 months since I last saw you. Haven't you thought of coming to visit me lately?" Zhang Jianzhen smiled, but in his heart he was thinking, "Is that place of yours that I can just go to whenever I want now? Uncle Ya, you are very busy these days. As a junior, how could I dare to bother you? Besides, if you need anything, just let me know. I am ready to follow your instructions." Seeing that the three of them must have something to talk about, Zhou Xiaobai slipped into the kitchen to help. Old Ya laughed and said, "Young Zhang, we have all witnessed your growth. Don't be too formal, we're all family here. I heard you made a fortune at the steel rolling mill recently." After sitting down, Zhang Jianzhen heard this and said with a wry smile, "Uncle Ya, I've only been in this position for 2 or 3 months, and my salary is only a few hundred yuan. How can I make any money? Now that we are in a period of economic planning, I dare not do business. I only think about contributing to the organization and engaging in positive work." Old Master Ya and Zhou Zhenyi exchanged a smile. This kid was indeed a sly fellow. He kept the secret very well. Old Ya spoke gently, "Xiao Zhang, actually, the comrades in the Ministry of Metallurgy have also reported to their superiors that various units are very envious of your batch of machines. Everyone suspects you have hidden supply channels, and some people have even tried to get in touch with me through connections. But I heard that you've stopped causing trouble lately, which is a good thing. But don't hesitate. If you can still get your hands on some advanced equipment, the organization won't treat you unfairly." After hearing this, Zhang Jianzhen felt as if a series of pie-in-the-sky offers were flying towards him, but there were only 7 or 8 Japanese machines left in the space, which was just a drop in the bucket for the current situation. The rest are advanced equipment from another world and are not suitable for display. So he nodded and said, "Uncle Ya, we really don't have any products available recently. It's almost the end of the year, and suppliers can't produce anything at all." The Ministry of Metallurgical Industry also spoke with me several times by phone, and explained the actual situation to the higher authorities. However, it might be available after the new year. Of course, I can't guarantee when it will be available. Once we have a source of equipment, we will definitely report to the organization. Upon hearing this, Elder Ya and Zhou Zhenyi were intrigued. It seemed that this young man was about to cause trouble again after the new year. Old Master Ya naturally knew about what happened in the island nation 3 months ago, and those 2 Cobra helicopters might even be in his possession. But this kid doesn't play by the rules, so they can't guess where the plane is going, and they can't just confront him directly, because it would be a huge loss if things fall apart. The helicopter had been completely dismantled by the technology department. After dismantling it, a very embarrassing thing was discovered. Although the dismantling was difficult, it could still be completed with difficulty. However, it is extremely difficult to assemble the aircraft back together completely. The 6-barrel Gatling gun has been moved to the research base. Although the aircraft is advanced, it is not equipped with a missile launcher. This means that research on missile miniaturization did not draw on the experience gained from helicopters. The engine is precisely sealed and cannot be disassembled. Even if it were forcibly removed, it would be rendered unusable. The most valuable dynamical systems research has become a mere formality, though it's not without its merits. Experts deciphered the material coating of the propeller and fuselage, and with the steel blueprints Zhang Jianzhen had given them earlier, they were able to find matching materials from more than 40 kinds of alloy steel. The helicopter's avionics system gave them a new perspective. This means that the military industry has already acquired the capability to replicate the architecture of a helicopter. However, this helicopter is too large. Even if it could be copied, there is no matching engine available with the current level of industrial technology. Therefore, it would have to be miniaturized according to the proportions. Once miniaturized, this helicopter loses its original advanced advantages. Miniaturized helicopters can already be manufactured in northeast China, but copying a helicopter that is only superficially similar to it results in a hybrid that is neither fish nor fowl. The engine problem cannot be solved in a short time. However, the Cobra series helicopters are different. They don't have the massive size of the A-56, making them a truly suitable model for mainland China. Whether it's high-altitude reconnaissance or combat in complex environments, the Cobra series performs admirably. Every country has its own intelligence organization, and naturally they know that many Cobra models are equipped with anti-tank missiles, and that the cost and expense of manufacturing them are relatively lower. This is a good example to learn from in missile miniaturization. After all, the missile experts in mainland China are world-class talents. Although the industrial base is weak, the development of missiles in mainland China is still very fast. With additional samples, the process would be much faster. So, taking advantage of the New Year's Day holiday, Mr. Ye came to visit in person. The purpose was not so much to inspect the machinery and equipment, but to sound out his intentions. The three of them then went from the living room into the study. Zhou Jinyi smiled and said, "Jianjun, the old commander came here this time to express his concern and encouragement for your help in replacing the steel rolling mill with advanced equipment. The organization highly appreciates your outstanding contributions. If you need any reward, just let us know. The old leader is here to take care of it as well." Old Master Ye nodded with a smile. The organization will spare no effort to protect anyone who is beneficial to the country. Just tell me what conditions you need. Zhang Jianjun. They didn't say anything. It's like I've said everything. Old Ye took a sip of tea and smiled. "Little Zhang, your factory's 10,000-ton hydraulic press is famous. Right now, the only one that can be compared to it is the one at Baosteel. Military enterprises are also interested in purchasing that equipment. I have seen the data for your factory's equipment, and those generator sets are very good. If you can think of another way, you could help get some generators over. The locations of many military industrial units cannot be disclosed, so water and electricity facilities are a major weakness. However, we are currently facing some financial difficulties with foreign exchange reserves. Just tell me what conditions you want." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianjun had a sudden thought. What would be the most valuable thing in Beijing in the future would naturally be land. Once the late 1990s are over, the era of extremely valuable land in 2000 will soon arrive. The equipment such as the precision rolling mill in their own space is gone, but there are still quite a few generator sets. The 32 brand new generator sets that were brought from the island nation's warehouse are still in their space and have not been taken out. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, "Uncle Ye, I won't talk about the debt from the Ministry of Metallurgy for now. I believe they will keep their word and won't shortchange the suppliers. I'll ask about the large hydraulic press after the new year. As for the generator set, I can get 30 unopened units the day after tomorrow. Since I am facing financial difficulties, I cannot ask the organization for money. The Hongguang printing factory, which used to be a warehouse, is now closed down. I calculated that the factory area covers only about 40 acres. I just hope the organization can approve more than 26,000 square meters. I don't need any of the equipment inside, just a small, closed-down factory that can be used as a warehouse in the future." Both Ye Lao and Zhou Jinyi were astonished when they heard this. They were already pleasantly surprised to learn that they could get 30 generator sets. "I thought this kid would ask for a few courtyard houses or something, but it's the first time he's asked for a long-closed, run-down factory. Although the area is not small, the old factory buildings are no different from wasteland." Zhang Jianjun was naturally interested in the land, which was over 26,000 square meters and located within the Third Ring Road. Its economic value in the future was self-evident. If I want to develop a pharmaceutical company in the future, this location would be the most prestigious for the headquarters. The headquarters building within the Third Ring Road of Beijing is definitely significant enough. Old Ye was stunned for a moment and didn't speak. He wasn't frightened, he was completely bewildered by Zhang Jianjun's unpredictable actions. Was this kid crazy to exchange advanced equipment for a piece of wasteland? Zhou Jinyi wished he could give Zhang Jianjun a meaningful look. Damn it, my son-in-law is such a smart guy, why does he want a piece of wasteland? Even if he wants to contribute, this is the way to do it. Gaining some honor and political capital is better than barren land. People of this era have never experienced the real estate economy of later generations. A small courtyard house can be bought for around 3,000. Moreover, these are old and dilapidated factory buildings. At this moment, Old Ye laughed and said, "Young Zhang, you really have a pure heart and a strong sense of national responsibility. You know that the organization is short of funds, so you give your all without asking for anything in return. But is it really appropriate to only grant you a piece of wasteland and a rudimentary factory? Wouldn't that make others feel disheartened?" Zhang Jianjun spoke sincerely. Uncle, yeah, the country is currently in a period of extreme poverty and backwardness. As a young person with some ability, how can we sit idly by? Money is an external thing, you can't take it with you when you're born or when you die. After 100 years, you'll just be a handful of dust. A true man should serve his country without expecting anything in return. Personal interests are insignificant compared to national interests. Old Master, yeah. Zhou Jianese. What can they say? If they say this kid isn't greedy, he probably has tens of tons of gold. But they have indeed shown great sincerity in this matter, and with the prior donation of technical blueprints and aircraft, can you still say that others are not patriotic? Old Ye nodded with satisfaction, his smile becoming even warmer. You're quite good, kid. I have high hopes for you. So, as you wish, Hongguang Printing Factory will be handed over to you. However, you still have a chance to back out before the property certificate is issued. Don't say that I, an old man, am bullying you, a junior. This was all your own choice. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, Uncle, yeah, how could what you're saying be false? If it benefits the country, I will risk my life. How could I avoid it because of personal gain or loss? To overthrow the three mountains weighing down on the people, countless brave and fearless soldiers sacrificed their lives without fear of death. Living in such a peaceful and great country makes me feel proud and honored. Compared with them, what is my little contribution? Moreover, so many outstanding scientists were able to abandon the superior living conditions abroad and devote themselves to the most difficult places in their motherland, working silently and anonymously to protect the country from imperialist oppression. Compared to them, my ideological level still needs improvement, so how could I bear to make demands on the organization when I provide these generator sets to them? Just a token gesture will suffice. After Zhang Jianjun finished speaking, he looked at the two of them without blushing or skipping a beat. Zhou Jianese was deeply moved after hearing this. Compared to those who sacrificed their lives, he and his fellow villagers were indeed fortunate. This kid has a rare level of awareness. Old Master Ye clapped his hands a few times and laughed. Very good, very well said. You young people are the seeds of this country. Take root, sprout, and grow strong. As long as you don't make mistakes in the face of major issues, your future will be bright. Hey John, don't you have anything to say to the organization? Think about it carefully, maybe you should be a little bolder. The situation in the north is not very stable right now, so military-industrial units are under a lot of pressure. Otherwise, they wouldn't have given the last batch of orders to non-military industrial units to bid on. Well, the key weakness has always been the lack of reconnaissance of the surrounding situation. Xiao Zhang, what are your thoughts on this? Zhang Jianjun. Zhou Jianese glanced at his father-in-law, then looked out the window, as if contemplating life. Goodness. This time, old Ye's hint was exactly the same as that of his father-in-law. One is to prevent him from revealing it, and the other is to let him take it out and study it. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, Uncle, yeah, then allow me to offer my theoretical advice and show off my limited skills before an expert. They wouldn't dare to actually release nuclear weapons from the north. First of all, our secrecy work is very thorough. They don't know how far our missile research has progressed or whether we have long-range delivery capabilities. Under nuclear weapons, all beings are equal and there are no winners. Secondly, when two tigers fight, one will surely be injured. I'm afraid someone will reap the benefits. The United States has always been eyeing this opportunity. Once the door to nuclear weapons is opened, it's like opening Pandora's box. Since they dare to bomb us, it means that one day they will also dare to attack them. Thirdly, the contradictions between them are no less than those between us, and an arms race between the two countries has already begun. It would be unwise to initiate a large-scale war with a major power at this time. Therefore, they will only target some small countries to practice their skills. First, to demonstrate their military strength and serve as a deterrent. Second, they can take down the small countries around us to form an encirclement and contain us. Therefore, our backs are their target. Hiss, Zhou Jianese gasped. Old Master Ye was also somewhat surprised. This is also one of the forms that the staff came up with. Is it really possible to be born with knowledge? Xiao Zhang, how about changing your career? Your theoretical knowledge is truly astounding. I never expected someone so young to have such unique insights. Since you have such a thorough understanding of military and international affairs, what do you think about the deployment of 1 million troops on both sides of the border? Such a large-scale gathering of intelligence is particularly important. How can we quickly grasp the opponent's every move? After finishing his speech, Old Ye looked at Zhang Jianjun with great interest. Zhou Jianese also looked over. He had indeed been amazed by his son-in-law's explanation, which was so insightful for someone his age. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe him as almost supernaturally intelligent. Zhang Jianjun's lips twitched slightly. He really thinks he's an expert. He can recall all the history in the past with his current brain, but when it comes to breaking down tactics and troop deployment, he knows absolutely nothing. So he smiled wryly and said, "Uncle, yeah, you overestimate me. I might have some insights into analyzing the situation. In this era of heroes and brilliant generals, how dare I interfere in military affairs? We have founding fathers like you above us and veterans who have been through the baptism of gunfire below us. Aren't you making fun of the younger generation?" After hearing this, the two looked at each other and burst into laughter. Oldya nodded in satisfaction and smiled, "Very good. Not arrogant or impatient, knowing one's limits, knowing when to advance and retreat truly rare. Alas, our aerial reconnaissance unit has it tough. Zhang Jianjun, since you're not afraid of leaking the helicopter's secrets, then what's there for him to be afraid of? He was planning to hand it over anyway, keeping this thing is useless to him. Even if you want to change your ride later to show off, you don't need to fly a military plane. Mr. Yeah, it seems my friend is planning to donate 2 helicopters. Do you think this is a suitable time? Will it affect the mood of our friends and neighbors? Oldya was overjoyed upon hearing this. Good heavens, it really was him. He laughed and said, "Little John, thank you very much for your support and understanding of the organization. As for the aftermath, that's not a problem at all. When Big Brother withdrew, experts said that my country would not be able to manufacture an atomic bomb within 20 years. As a result, the atomic bomb exploded in less than 3 years. Kennedy once arrogantly said that he would never let us successfully develop nuclear weapons unless he died, but he succeeded just a few months after he was assassinated. Everything should follow a logic, but we have no logic at all. It's not an exaggeration to say that we can make an atomic bomb and 2 helicopters in 3 years. What else can Zhang Jianjun say? It's really not an exaggeration. Both superpowers paid the price for their arrogance with their predictions. Thus, the handover of the Cobra and its crew was settled in a friendly atmosphere between the two sides. The location was originally intended to be the military headquarters, as suggested by Elder Ya, which would be safer. Zhang Jianjun politely declined, but arranged for the goods to be stored in the warehouse of the Meishan textile factory, citing the need to ensure the confidentiality and security of the supply channels. Zhang Jianjun received organizational support in a dilapidated 26,000 square meter factory, while the organization got what they wanted most, a win-win situation. He kept praising Comrade Zhang Jianjun, saying he was a model youth who regarded money as dirt and made great contributions to the organization's military industry construction. In this friendly and harmonious atmosphere, lunchtime arrived at the Zhou family's house. Everyone had achieved their goals and naturally enjoyed the drinks to the fullest. Zhang Jianjun arrived at the Zhou family's house around 12 p.m. After discussing business and drinking, it was already past 2 p.m. Oldya left in a hurry, his face beaming. This time, he not only succeeded in his test but also took over 2 helicopters. Only Zhang Jianjun and his father-in-law were left staring at each other at the table. Zhou Jinyi's feelings were complicated at this moment. He was happy but also a little worried. He had finally stopped causing trouble, but then the kid came up with 2 more helicopters. The arrival of the advanced aircraft is naturally a cause for celebration, as it may change the embarrassing situation where the military has no advanced helicopters available. After all, converting a Mi-4 into a Z-5 helicopter is no longer keeping up with the pace of technological development. If we consider personal reasons, Zhang Jianjun is his son-in-law, so of course he doesn't want this kid to show his face too much. Even if the higher UPS can protect him, he'll still get into trouble if someone with ulterior motives targets him. But as a general, he naturally had to prioritize the overall situation, so how could his feelings not be complicated? "Xiao Zhang, are you really serious about changing to that factory? Now it's just the 2 of us, so you can talk about what's on your mind. What's your motivation for wanting that rundown factory? According to your logic, you wouldn't accept a bankrupt factory for no reason. I'm rather curious that you could make such an unreliable request. Don't try to fool me with those grand theories. This shouldn't be a secret, right?" Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, "Uncle Joe, you really have a keen eye and saw through the trick at a glance. Let me briefly explain the reason. Every country needs to develop. From an economic perspective, whether it is abroad or at home, whether it is capital or feudal dynasties, the exchange of goods and services is indispensable. The world is bustling with people coming for profit. Our era is called the era of economic planning, a product of food scarcity, weak industry, and special circumstances. The advantage of this is that it allows us to concentrate our resources on accomplishing major tasks. But as times change, our great nation is vast and rich in resources. It is impossible to remain confined to the planned economy era forever. As we transition from agriculture to industrialization, domestic resources will gradually become more abundant. As the urban population increases, the situation will gradually transform once the turmoil subsides. Once most people have solved their basic needs for food and clothing, they will pursue a better material life and they will need to consume. This is an undeniable fact that no one can change. Even primitive societies would engage in trade with each other once they reached a certain stage of development. This turning point will take time. Higher authorities will gradually open up the integration of urban and rural economies. Once trade is established, taxes will naturally follow, and the country will use taxes to quickly address the problems caused by insufficient finances. Since the urban population will increase rapidly and exponentially in 10 or even several decades, the biggest problem facing ordinary people will be this. That's a house. In the hearts of Chinese people, having a home means having a true place to settle down and make a living. Since building a house requires land, and the land in Beijing will undoubtedly be. As Zhang Jianjun was talking, he suddenly realized that he had never been able to shake his habit of boasting and showing off. He almost spilled his heart. Zhou Jinyi's heart trembled as he listened. This kid really dared to say such things. If outsiders heard these words at this time, it would be absolutely shocking. However, after Zhang Jianjun's explanation, one has to look at this kid in a new light. If what her son-in-law said is true, this is a plan for economic benefits decades in the future. While others think 3 steps ahead for every 1 step they take, he seems to be able to see the future directly. Recalling the kid's various amazing methods in the early stages, Zhou Jinyi muttered to himself that he was truly a prodigy. This person is too smart. Zhou Xiaobai came out wearing a military overcoat. Take me out for some fun. 3 p.m. Zhang Jianjun and Zhou Xiaobai got out of the jeep. Although there are many places to visit in Beijing during winter, it's still too cold to go to a park and suffer from the cold wind. Neither of them is interested in the Shishaha ice rink right now. Perhaps because of the cold weather, the front yard was quiet. Yan Bagui's bicycle was parked in front of the house, but no one was seen. Zhou Xiaobai hadn't been here for over 4 months, and her big, watery eyes were curiously looking around. When they arrived at the intermediate court, Shazhu was outside killing a chicken. Ever since Qin Huiru started her postpartum confinement, Yuzhu had been trying to find good things to help her produce more breast milk. After all, Qin Huiru was already a woman in her 30s, and considered an older mother. She had suffered a lot in her life. After Jie Dongxu was killed by a machine and gave birth to Weiwa, she went to work at the steel rolling mill to take over. Regardless of whether they were lazy or not, they were doing the work of male workers. It's already quite an achievement to be able to express milk. Xiao Dang and Huiwa, wearing floral cotton-padded jackets, watched excitedly as Shazhu killed the chicken, their eyes sparkling. Since their mentally challenged father came along, the two of them have benefited a lot, unlike their grandmother who never even got to drink the soup when there was meat. The 2 little girls are now very dependent on Shazhu. Even if they can't eat meat tonight, they can at least have some chicken soup. When Shazhu saw Zhang Jianjun and Zhou Xiaobai, he quickly smiled and said, "Jianjun, I just bought an old hen today. We're free this afternoon and the weather is so cold. Why don't you and your sister-in-law come to my house for a drink tonight?" Sister Qin is currently experiencing a shortage of breast milk, and it's all thanks to the 2 cans of formula you sent that I've been able to wean my little Erden. Zhang Jianjun's lips twitched when he heard this. In this day and age, people are too casual about giving nicknames. Gozheng, Erden, Area, or Huzi, Bangang. Zhou Xiaobai blushed after hearing this. This was a conversation between a younger brother and sister-in-law and a breastfeeding mother. She, a newbie in a military compound, had never seen such a way of chatting before. Zhang Jianjun felt a small hand in the pocket of his wool coat twist the back of his hand, then turned it over and grasped it, a smile spreading across his face. "Brother Zhu, your old hen is a very nourishing thing. Since Sister Qin is short of milk, how can we go and join in the fun? We can have a good drink together after the baby turns 1 month old." The 2 little girls looked at Zhou Xiaobai's military overcoat with envy. Although Shazhu treated them quite well, they probably wouldn't get new clothes until the new year. Shazhu nodded and smiled. "That's fine then. I won't keep you 2 any longer. I'll come and call you when the baby is a month old." Zhang Jianjun flipped his hand and pulled out 2 white rabbit milk candies from his pocket, tossing them to the 2 little girls amidst their delighted gazes. Then he turned around and pulled Zhou Xiaobai toward the backyard. Zhou Xiaobai asked softly, "Jianjun, isn't he usually the chef from before? How come he has a child now? Am I mistaken? If you remember correctly, he was with Qin Huiru when you came last time. She's the Jie family's daughter-in-law that I talked to you about before." Zhou Xiaobai immediately became gossipy and asked, "With Chef He's culinary skills, how could he have married a widow? Besides, her mother-in-law, Madame Jiazhang, is like a great demon in your eyes. How could she have agreed to this marriage?" Zhang Jianjun opened the door and said, "The weather is unpredictable, and fortune can change in an instant. Jie Xinqi passed away more than 3 months ago. If I remember correctly, the day was September 17th. They've been dead for about 3.5 months. Zhou Xiaobai, how did he die?" Zhang Jianjun was speechless for a moment. Women of any era love to gossip about their neighbors. "I'm not entirely sure how she died, but Jie Xinqi had a fall before and suffered a stroke afterward. If I'm not mistaken, the stroke caused the gradual failure of her various organs. Death was inevitable for her." I just didn't expect the time from stroke to death to be so fast, so no one knows whether an accident or tomorrow will come first. Jang Jian-jun pulled Zhou Xiaobai into his arms and sat her down. Zhou Xiaobai only struggled symbolically for a moment. Zhou Xiaobai leaned against Jang Jian-jun's chest and asked softly, Jian-jun, a person's life is but a fleeting 100 years. If that day comes, will you be afraid? Jang Jian-jun hesitated for a moment before saying, I'm not afraid, because I believe my life will be wonderful enough on that day. First of all, I found a lover in this world with whom I share a deep and lasting bond, and my relationship has found its home, giving me a sense of security when I'm out there striving for success. Time is the fairest thing in the world. It doesn't care whether you are poor or rich. Everyone will grow old one day. As long as we live a fulfilling life, we will have no regrets. All the best years are just fleeting memories, and when we are old and gray, that will be the most beautiful time. Life is like a blank sheet of paper, and as time goes by, it is filled with stories of our youth. As Zhou Xiaobai listened, a sweet smile appeared on her lips. Then, with a playful glint in her eyes, she said, Since you describe death so lightly, if that day were to come, who would you rather go first, you or me? And why? Jang Jian-jun, I hope you will go before me. Zhou Xiaobai immediately pouted her red lips and reached out to touch Jang Jian-jun's waist. Why? Xiaobai, of all the words in the world, the word love is the most heart-wrenching. I don't want to die before you because I'm afraid you'll suffer the pain of widowhood when you're old, and that an old woman will spend her days in tears and be all alone. I want to bear this pain myself so that you won't be sad. Zhou Xiaobai's hand, which was on Jang Jian-jun's waist, slipped down, and her eyes welled up with tears. Xiaobai, such heavy topics as life and death are not something we can talk about clearly at our age. We are still very young and have a lot of years ahead of us. Discussing this issue too early can be depressing. Let's look forward and enjoy our youth to the fullest. When we can't keep going, we'll rely on each other and find a quiet place to live out our old age. Let our children continue to strive and carry on the family line, so the issue of our children is the most important problem we should be studying right now, don't you think? Zhou Xiaobai's face flushed red instantly. Jang Jian-jun continued, when we have 7 or 8 kids, we'll be too busy to think about anything else, don't you think? Zhou Xiaobai was both shy and speechless. Having 7 or 8 children is like giving birth to piglets, it's not a good idea. So, do you hope your first child will be a boy or a girl? Girl. Why? Don't you men all prefer boys to carry on the family line? Xiaobai, actually, family ties are very realistic. Each generation can only take care of the next. By the time our children grow up, we'll be around 40 or 50. If we still have to worry about our grandchildren, then how much of a failure would our parenting be? Girls are so wonderful, obedient, and cute. I don't have many taboos and I'm very open-minded. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. I just need to accompany my own children as they grow up. But there's no need to worry about the children. My marksmanship is pretty good. Zhou Xiaobai felt like she was being argumentative. Jang Jian-jun emerged from the bathroom with a radiant face. Feeling completely relaxed and happy, all the months of accumulated joy vanished. Zhou Xiaobai shook her sore wrists and blushed like a big apple. She followed behind with her head down like a submissive wife, secretly spitting at Jang Jian-jun's back as she watched him go. I never expected Comrade Jang Jian-jun to be this kind of person. I risked my life to protect the last line of defense, and I could only relieve his pain by massaging him with my hands for half an hour. Ugh, that's terrifying. Xiaobai's heart is still pounding wildly from the fright. Xiaobai, it's so hot today. What do you want to eat tonight? We can't just come home and be busy all day without eating. Zhou Xiaobai shyly pinched Jang Jian-jun's waist with her small hand, skillfully squeezing and twisting it. Jang Jian-jun, where did you learn these despicable tricks? I never expected you to speak so eloquently yet be such a scoundrel. You're so disgusting. If you do this again, I'll. Jang Jian-jun gave an awkward smile and said, Xiaobai, you're wronging me. These technical skills are like instinct, they don't need to be learned. Just think about it, I became the deputy factory director at such a young age. The work pressure must be enormous. It would be very difficult to endure if I didn't have any skills. Zhou Xiaobai. This craft is really too unorthodox. After calming down her excited emotions, she mustered up her courage and said, There's still more than a month until the new year, can't you just bear with it a little longer? But I have to go home early the night before the wedding. You know my mom's personality, she'll interrogate me for ages if I come home even a little late. Zhou Xiaobai blushed again as if she had just thought of something. Jian-jun, do you still have that stuff? The one you gave me last time is almost gone. Jang Jian-jun blinked and smiled, Of course I have it for you, madam. Please wait a moment and I'll get it for you right away. After saying that, she turned around and went into the inner room, leaving Zhou Xiaobai with a shy expression. Jang Jian-jun took out a leather backpack from his spatial storage. It had a rather feminine design and looked quite nice. He put the perfume and the little wings he had taken out of his spatial storage into it. After thinking about it, I packed 2 more packs of toilet paper. I must take good care of my woman. Then he came out carrying his backpack. Jang Jianjun proudly showed off his snow-white, soft toilet paper. Zio Bai, this thing is specially for use in the toilet. It's very gentle and can protect your skin well without making it stiff. It's very comfortable to use. I specially prepared 2 packs for you. Do you like it? I've put what you mentioned inside, it'll definitely be enough for you until our wedding. Zhou Xiaobai was stunned. Good heavens, is going to the toilet this complicated now? But she was secretly delighted, wondering where her partner had gotten this strange gadget from. Zhou Xiaobai straightened his military overcoat and glanced at his watch. It's already past 5 o'clock. He looked up and said, Jianjun, let's go. It's getting late, and my mom will start nagging again if we stay any longer. Zhang Jianjun nodded, picked up his bag, and the two walked out of the room. When I arrived at the Intermediate People's Court, I happened to see Uncle Er carrying 2 ounces of meat into the courtyard. Jianjun, you brought your girlfriend over for a visit, why don't you stay for dinner? Why don't you come over for a drink tonight? After saying that, he picked up the 2 ounces of pork and shook it. Zhang Jianjun laughed and said, Second uncle, thank you. My girlfriend's family has already prepared dinner, and it wouldn't be good to go back too late. There will be other opportunities in the future. See you later. The second uncle watched the 2 figures leave with envy in his eyes. Their eldest son doesn't know when he'll be able to return to the city, and it seems unlikely he'll be able to return anytime soon. It would be great if Guangtian and Guangqiu could find a girl from a wealthy family. Both sons are of marriageable age, and now that this commotion has caused a lot of trouble, it seems like there are far fewer matchmakers around. The 2 got into the jeep outside the courtyard. Zhou Xiaobai settled into the passenger seat and said softly, Jianjun, I've noticed that your neighbors are all quite nice to you, aren't they? You used to describe this compound as some kind of den of dragons and tigers. I see you're quite popular. Someone treated you to lunch this afternoon, and now someone else is treating you when you leave. Xiaobai, everything is judged by ability. A year ago, they were still pointing fingers at me because I was just a junior staff member and had no say. Of course, no one takes me seriously. In addition, many neighbors are being used and morally blackmailed, which is why the whole compound is full of intrigue and chaos. When I became the section chief, the noise in the compound was halved. After my patient persuasion and guidance, many neighbors began to realize the truth. If I were still a junior staff member, no one would listen to a young person rambling on. Now that I've become the deputy factory director, my status is very different from before. A large part of the workforce in our compound works at the steel rolling mill. Do you think they won't treat me well? This is what they mean by being poor in the city and no one cares, but being rich in the mountains and having distant relatives. Besides, you live in a big compound. Besides, I've treated them pretty well, so who would be foolish enough to come looking for trouble? After Zhang Jianjun finished speaking, he started the car and sped off. Zhou Xiaobai looked at Zhang Jianjun with bright, sparkling eyes. Jianjun, I never thought you could make a name for yourself in this compound. You really have some talent. That's right. Don't you even know who your partner is? Even in Beijing, a young man with ambition like me is one of a kind. Xiaobai, you've really hit the jackpot by choosing me. In the city of Beijing, someone like me is hard to find even with a lantern. Hey, you're getting all worked up over me for being fat. You think you're so great? What's wrong, Xiaobai? Don't you know how good I am? Isn't your wrist sore anymore? Zhang Jianjun, you're going to die. The 2 chatted and joked as they walked through the streets and alleys. We arrived at the Zhou family compound at exactly 6 o'clock. As Zhou Xiaobai had expected, his mother was looking out from the gate of the compound. Zhou Xiaobai got out of the passenger seat carrying a handbag. She said in a coquettish tone, Mom, isn't it cold outside? I always come home on time every time I go out. Zhou's mother glanced at Zhang Jianjun and thought to herself that this boy was too good at coaxing young girls. He always had a whole set of words to say. He was terrified that his daughter would fall for his tricks before marriage and end up getting a death. He smiled and said, Xiaobai, I wasn't watching you too. The kitchen was too smoky, so I came out for some fresh air. Where did you get this little leather bag? Is it Jianjun's or yours? Zhou Xiaobai blushed and stammered, Mom, this is a gift from Jianjun, so please don't ask. Zhou's mother rolled her eyes at her daughter, then looked at Zhang Jianjun and smiled as she spoke. Xiao Zhang, I've spoiled this girl rotten. Don't always waste money on her in the future. But the color of this bag is quite nice. Zhou Xiaobai. Zhang Jianjun laughed and said, How could that be, Auntie? Under your guidance, Xiaobai is well-mannered and knows how to behave properly. Even in ancient times, she would definitely be considered a lady from a scholarly family. Zhou Xiaobai got goosebumps listening to this. Was it really okay to praise someone so blatantly? But somehow, he felt a little giddy. The smile on Joe's mother's face was impossible to hide. Very nice. Good eye. Jang Jianjun originally planned to drop Zhou Xiaobai off at home and then head back. Perhaps his praise pleased his mother-in-law, because Zhou's mother warmly invited him to stay for dinner. Unable to refuse their hospitality, I ended up having dinner with them before hurriedly returning home. During dinner, I suddenly told my father-in-law that we should prepare to pick up the goods at the usual time the day after tomorrow. After returning home, Zhang Jianjun bolted the door and slipped into the space. He went to the ancient well and began circulating the 36 small cycles of energy. By holding his breath and calming his mind, he quickly entered a state of selflessness. Although he has felt full every time he has cultivated for the past few months, he still cannot reach the level of breakthrough. This is the biggest bottleneck he has encountered since he started cultivating. Every time I want to break through, I just can't find that spark. Zhang Jianjun dared not force a breakthrough for fear of damaging his meridians and lowering his cultivation level. No one knows what a failed breakthrough will mean. Zhang Jianjun used to be a fan of fantasy novels, and many of them described the consequences of failing to break through to the next level as extremely serious, such as damage to the meridians or destruction of the danshan. If handled poorly, it could even be life-threatening, preventing any further progress. Therefore, one can never be too cautious about making breakthroughs. Zhang Jianjun simply stopped thinking about it and focused on compressing the spiritual energy vortex in his danshan every day during his practice, hoping that one day he would easily achieve foundation building. This state of cultivation has been maintained for more than 3 months. An hour later, he could only stop practicing and look at the vortex in the sky. Zhang Jianjun is now out of options and can only pin his hopes on this time travel. Judging from the fact that the vortex has only expanded in the last few days, the blue mirror surface has already covered 2/3 of it. Zhang Jianjun regained his composure, stood up, and glanced at the lush green world around him. Sensing the plants and animals in the space with my divine sense, I found that since the supply from the small warehouse was stopped, rabbits have started to proliferate again, with burrows dug by rabbits everywhere in the woods and bamboo groves. It's astonishing how rabbits probably reproduce the fastest in the animal kingdom. Whether on plains, hills, barren mountains, or wild fields, they can be found all over the world. The second most common animals in the space are chickens and ducks. Zhang Jianjun can only collect large quantities of chicken and duck eggs every day for storage. This can significantly reduce their hatching rate. After all, this is a planting space, not a breeding space. The number of wild roe deer has grown from just over a dozen to more than 200, even after selling off a significant portion in the early stages. After more than a year of breeding, the flock has grown to more than 300 sheep. The animal with the fewest numbers in the space is probably the wild boar. When the steel mill was short of meat, they sold off a lot of them, and now only about 60 remain. After sensing for a while, Zhang Jianjun began to harvest, sort, and store the mature herbs in the space. With a wave of his hand, 10 alchemical crucibles lined up in a row, each crucible being the same size and identical. This is a product that Zhang Jianjun created in a 1:1 scale and replicated using the power of rules. There are just too many herbs to list, so I'll treat it as practice to improve my skills. If I were still using the same alchemy cauldron, I don't know how many years it would take to refine them. Once you have a large quantity of alchemical products, you can simply dilute the alchemical potion and sell it whenever you need it. Zhang Jianjun believes his pharmaceutical company is unique. He already owns a plot of land in Beijing to build a medium-sized factory. Even if he doesn't lack money, he wants to try his best to see how far he can go in the future based on his abilities. Even if they retire behind the scenes in the future and hand over the reins to the next generation, that would be a good thing. Perhaps with time, his branch of the family could build a powerful Zhang family. After all, these herbs all come from a high magic plane, which Earth scientists cannot decipher. The top secret formula means a monopoly, and becoming a unicorn company is only a matter of time. The primary treatment medicine has the most ingredients, which can be packaged into the most powerful hemostatic medicine in later generations. They've even come up with advertising slogans, apply it wherever you're injured. Needless to say, penis enlargement drugs will definitely be loved by the vast majority of men. The effects of the dispelling potion are somewhat mystical. If it can dispel the cancerous viruses in the body, this medicine will become a miracle drug in the world, the only one that can completely cure cancer. While controlling the 10 crucibles with his mind, Zhang Jianjun fantasized about his unicorn company plan. 4 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Looking at the various bottles and jars on the platform, I nodded in satisfaction. Zhang Jianjun is preparing a new approach. He looked at the 5 empty oil tanks. His wine jars and bottles were starting to run out, and over time he decided to use oil cans to store the wine instead, since cleaning them in the space would be easy given his cheating abilities. Through years of continuous alchemy, future generations will never lack medicinal ingredients. Anyway, he's like a master in this space, so he can collect more large jars without worrying about mixing up the potions. Zhang Jianjun glanced at his watch and saw it was already 2 a.m. He quickly washed up, cast a cleansing spell, and left the space. Nothing was said that night. 7 a.m. on January 2nd. The sky over Beijing was a hazy gray, and the north wind was like a piercing steel knife. Workers on the street were all wearing Lei Feng hats or scarves. Inside the jeep, Zhang Jianzhun glanced at the sky and concluded that it was likely to snow today. Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu were sitting in the back row. I happened to run into them on my way out and gave the two brothers a ride. As Zhang Jianzhun drove, he asked, Guangtian, Guangfu, are you two settling in well in the propaganda department? Lu Guangtian quickly smiled and said, Brother Jianzhun, it's been almost a year, I'm used to it. But there's not much work for the propaganda department now, so we just help put up slogans on the factory wall every now and then. Brother Ma and Brother Zhang have always taken good care of my brother and me. Zhang Jianzhun asked curiously, have you met that section chief Qian? Is he easy to deal with? Jianzhun, you're overestimating us. We haven't been officially hired yet, so how could we possibly meet with the section chief? But I heard that section chief Qian is only in his early 30s, which is quite young. Zhang Jianzhun drove the car into the steel rolling mill compound and stopped it. He smiled and said, you two brothers shouldn't underestimate yourselves. After a few years of training in the propaganda department and learning some culture, you'll have your day to shine. After getting off the bus, the two brothers thought back and their faces lit up with joy. It seemed that Brother Jianzhun might still need their help someday. Watching the two of them scurry away, Zhang Jianzhun withdrew his gaze. They moved the jeep to a different spot and parked it below the administration building. His car, which was a reward from the organization less than 6 months ago, was so new that it immediately attracted attention when it entered the factory. Over the past 3 months, the factory workers had come to realize that this was the car driven by their deputy factory director, Zhang. He was handsome and had a promising future, so naturally he became the object of the secret crushes of the chubby girls in the factory. Zhang Jianzhun, the youngest deputy director of the steel rolling mill, has become a popular topic of conversation among the workers. Given his status as a composer, it's impossible for him not to become famous. Amidst envious glances from the crowd, Zhang Jianzhun pushed open the car door, got out, and headed upstairs to his office, feeling a little smug along the way. In my past life, I was just a loser and a programmer. If I keep working like this, I'll definitely go bald on top. In addition, prolonged sitting at a computer desk leads to a lack of exercise. The abdominal muscles have long since become uniform. He traveled back to the 1960s and became a rich, handsome, and successful man. Who can I complain to about this? For days passed in the blink of an eye. Minor cold on January 6th. 3 p.m. After finishing his work, Zhang Jianzhun leaned back in his office chair and read the newspaper. Since handing over the 2 helicopters a couple of days ago, he has returned to his routine of going back and forth between 2 points, as if the storms and rains outside have nothing to do with him. What he didn't know was that the handover of the 2 Cobra helicopters caused a sensation among the expert group. Early in the morning, Ye Lao and the military region led a scientific and technological team to the state-owned cotton mill. When they saw the 2 Cobra helicopters in the warehouse, the scene fell silent for a long time, everyone focused on appreciating the technology before them. It wasn't that they hadn't seen much of the world, it was indeed incredibly advanced. A small missile pod under the sleek fuselage was particularly eye-catching, with 4 BGM-71 rockets mounted on either side. In addition, the 3-barreled M197 Gatling gun is equipped with 750 rounds of ammunition, and the missile launcher is capable of launching 8 Hydra 70 rockets in succession. Such a stylish and even bizarre design maximizes the firepower of this attack helicopter, with 2 advanced multi-purpose helicopters right in front of them. This also made the experts at the scene realize that the gap between the mainland and advanced countries can only be bridged by acknowledging the scientific and technological achievements of other countries. Blind self-confidence leads to stagnation. Indeed, without comparison, one cannot know where the gap lies. There is a reason why the United States was able to frantically trade arms during World War I and World War II. The streets surrounding Coal Hill were filled with guards, which attracted many curious glances, but no one dared to approach and investigate at this time. 5 minutes later, with a serious expression, Professor Ye gave orders to the researchers on site. Pack all the parts away before dark, leaving not a single screw on the ground. This mission is classified as top secret. Everyone present must sign a confidentiality agreement. As soon as Elder Ye gave the order, all the experts began to take action, and everyone was excited to personally participate in the work. This is a rare opportunity for them to experience and understand the structure of an aircraft. Everyone knows about these 2 Cobra helicopters, and the scientific research and reference value they bring is immeasurable. They could very well directly drive the helicopter manufacturing industry to leapfrog development. The process of missile miniaturization also provided valuable insights, so every researcher put in their best effort to begin disassembling the missiles. Meanwhile, soldiers, covered in green tarpaulins, began loading 30 brand new generator sets from warehouse number 3 onto military vehicles in preparation for transporting them to the research base. This mysterious operation lasted for most of the day before it finally ended, and it also made this somewhat dilapidated cotton mill a topic of gossip for many people in the future. But this secret has remained sealed in the archives of history. The organization also secretly held a seminar regarding Comrade Zhang Jianzhun's repeated use of clandestine means to obtain advanced technology. Analyzing Comrade Xiao Zhang's mysterious methods, the attendees at this meeting were a diverse group, even including a Qigong master from the Republican era. Although the organization does not interrogate, it does not mean it does not conduct research. Just like last time, these 2 helicopters appeared out of nowhere, making it impossible to know which method they were transported in. Moreover, it also involved 30 generator sets, which forced the organization to pay close attention to the matter once again. There was absolutely no discernible pattern to the 2 large-scale transport operations. That's really weird. This made them start to doubt whether Taoist supernatural powers really existed. They were simply too incredible and frightening. A new research group on mysterious events was established within the organization. They almost tore the files of Zhang Jianzhun's relatives for 3 generations to shreds. The result was very disappointing. Besides, Zhang Jianzhun's father was a veteran who participated in the Korean War. Other deceased relatives, whether from his mother's or his father's lineage, were all ordinary farmers, according to several generations of investigations. In today's terms, he was absolutely from a very good family and had impeccable political background. Comrade Xiao Zhang's personal file was even simpler. In the first half of 1965, he was quite dull and spent his time in school until he was 17. The organization began to analyze his personality step by step, which helped to understand where his bottom line was, whether he had violent tendencies, whether they were within a controllable range, and his loyalty to the organization, all of which could not be ignored. I only had 3 short years after starting work. So how did he learn all those amazing skills? So the Mysterious Events Research Group began to screen the archives of the Courtyard and the entire Luogu Lane, including the teachers of the 5th middle school he had attended. At this moment, Zhang Jianzhun was looking out the window. He knew beforehand that the organization would definitely investigate him secretly, but he did not expect that they would hold a discussion about his mysterious actions. A special department for mysterious events was established. Even if I knew Zhang Jianzhun, it wouldn't matter. There's a saying, if you're good, I'm good, and everyone's good. As long as his freedom isn't restricted, everything is fine. Anyway, no one can crack this secret unless he reveals it himself. If anyone wants to break away, he wouldn't mind turning his back on everything here and going overseas to develop, given his ability to break through his mental strength once again. Unless a missile strikes him while he's asleep at night. The light snow outside was falling intermittently, and the sky remained a hazy gray. Zhang Jianzhun had a premonition that he might be going to time travel today, so he headed to Yang Zhenhua's office before the end of the workday. Yang Zhenhua was organizing a task list at his desk. Ever since the steel mill received a large order from the military, Comrade Yang had regained his former confidence. Once the machines start humming, meetings and infighting decrease by more than half. After all, these are military products, and no one dares to stop production or cause trouble. On the contrary, the steel rolling mill flourished for 3 months. 3 soft sounds came from outside the door, and Zhang Jianzhun pushed the door open and entered. Yang Zhenhua's face lit up with a smile when he saw Zhang Jianzhun enter. "Xiao Zhang, it's almost time to get off work. What brings you here?" Zhang Jianzhun smiled and said, "Uncle Yang, I think I need to go out and take care of some things in the next 2 days, so I'm asking for leave. Otherwise, if I'm not at the factory for 2 days, people might gossip." A thought flashed through Yang Zhenhua's mind. Could it be another secret mission from the organization? Since Zhang Jianzhun mysteriously secured 2 supply channels, Yang Zhenhua has gained a new understanding of the young man's mysterious power. This is an overestimation of Comrade Xiao Zhang's level. Then he laughed and said, "Little Zhang, go ahead and do your work, don't be so polite. Don't worry, I'll take care of all the big and small things at the factory for you. Your contributions to the steel rolling mill are evident to all. If it weren't for you bringing in the new equipment, this order from the military might have fallen through. Anyone who dares to gossip behind someone's back is truly heartless, proving that their ideological awareness is not high enough. The Revolutionary Committee will give them a political and ideological education." Zhang Jianzhun smiled and said, "Uncle Yang, you're exaggerating. As a cotter in a steel rolling mill, one should set an example. How can one disregard factory rules by taking advantage of a small achievement? The necessary procedures still need to be followed. We cannot give special treatment, bureaucracy is unacceptable." Yang Zhenhua's lips twitched slightly, the kid's words left him speechless. With bureaucracy on display, what else can he say? Then, in a pleased tone, he said, "Xiao Zhang, you truly deserve to be called a promising young man entrusted with important responsibilities by the organization. Your level of awareness is admirable. In that case, you can go ahead with peace of mind. I've approved this leave. Zhang Jianjun smiled and nodded. Then thank you very much, Uncle Yang. It's almost time, so I won't take up any more of your time. You go ahead and do your work. After speaking, he stood up and walked out of the office under Yang Zhenhua's gaze. Zhang Jianjun returned to his office and tidied his desk. About 10 minutes later, the bell rang to signal the end of the workday. The entire steel rolling mill was like a flood that had been released. Crowds began to surge outside the windows as workers braved the wind and snow to head outside. Zhang Jianjun came downstairs and glanced at the snow and ice covering the jeep. I found a bamboo broom and cleaned it up. At that moment, the swirling tattoo on his left arm began to move. It lit up. This signifies the arrival of time travel. Zhang Jianjun noticed the unusual vortex movement on his arm, a smile spreading across his face as he secretly felt excited. Although this wasn't his first time traveling through time, each time he traveled to a different dimension, and none of them had been repeated so far. Therefore, each journey to another world always maintains a sense of novelty and a desire for exploration. In fact, he still has a connection to another dimension in his heart. Unfortunately, since returning from that trip, I have never encountered the passage to that dimension again. With anticipation in his heart, Zhang Jianjun drove his jeep out of the factory area. Although it was snowing, the snow was not falling in large, scattered flakes, so the snow on the ground was not thick enough to accumulate. The water on the road had turned into frozen soil and ice, making driving a little difficult, but these problems were no big deal for Zhang Jianjun. The jeep stopped in Nanlua Guxiang in about 10 minutes. Because of the cold weather, everyone in the courtyard was huddled around the heater at home, and the courtyard seemed a bit deserted with no one outside. Zhang Jianjun walked into the compound and found that all the neighbors' gates were tightly closed, so he went home without stopping. He used his mental power to hang a large lock on the outside of the gate, creating the illusion that he was not home. He didn't know how long he would stay there this time, so he was just in case. After taking protective measures, Zhang Jianjun slipped into the space and eagerly looked up at the 4 vortexes above his head. When he saw the 2 blue mirrors in front of him, he felt a chill run down his spine. The reflections on the 2 blue mirrors are exactly the same as the images from 3 months ago. That Thulhuesque style, brimming with malice, is unforgettable. Zhang Jianjun had a bad feeling and quickly looked at the 3rd mirror. Just as he expected, the 3rd mirror still had a European style, with the towering clock tower standing out prominently. This made him think of a less than friendly possibility. If he never entered the spatial vortex after it was refreshed, it might just exist indefinitely without being refreshed again. Until then, there will be no other choice but to take risks to eliminate it. This made Zhang Jianjun feel like he had swallowed a fly. He thought it would have been better to just set up a portal and cut off his hopes since he had no other choice. If he felt something was wrong after teleporting, he would simply exit. He wasn't willing to risk wasting a teleportation opportunity. Zhang Jianjun could only pin his hopes on the last whirlpool. A vast ancient city appeared on the last blue mirror. The city was filled with bustling markets and towering buildings, crisscrossed by roads and towering city walls. From the hazy image, one can vaguely discern colors reminiscent of ancient Chinese cities, but judging from the height of the city walls, no trace of any particular dynasty can be found. The city walls are so high that, compared to the buildings and shops below, they must be over 100 meters tall. Zhang Jianjun's heart skipped a beat and his eyes began to light up. Could it be that the system knew he had no hope of breaking through and gave him a cultivation world? This made Comrade Xiao Zhang more and more excited. He quickly changed into the black magic robe and slipped the jade ring that Aurelia had given him onto his ring finger. The 10 cubic meter jade space ring was very antique. This was the first time Zhang Jianjun had worn a space ring. He then put the mithril short sword inside as a precaution. To match the ancient style of dress, she changed into a pair of cloth shoes with multi-layered solace. Zhang Jianjun straightened his robes, took a deep breath, and created a spiritual energy shield around himself. He then floated up and plunged into the vortex. After 3 seconds of darkness, his vision was suddenly illuminated, accompanied by a gasp of surprise. Zhang Jianjun then found himself in the queue. The people in front and behind were all dressed in ancient costumes, each with their mouths wide open and their eyes showing fear. The young man who suddenly appeared before them was a shock to them. The brief gasps of surprise quickly subsided as the people in front and behind lowered their heads, no longer daring to look at the mysteriously appearing young man. It's as if they harbor some kind of taboo in their hearts. Zhang Jianjun, dressed in a black robe with unusual short hair, had eyes like stars and a face like jade, clearly not from an ordinary family. Coupled with their sudden, ghost-like appearance, it would be considered brave if they didn't scare several people into fainting. Zhang Jianjun, somewhat embarrassed, wiped the smile off his face and quickly glanced around at his surroundings. 100 meters directly in front of him was a city wall that was 100 meters high, constructed of alternating layers of blue bricks and huge stones. There are obvious mottled marks on the city wall, as if it were the result of a large flying animal impact. The stains on the wall have turned black over time, and if I'm not mistaken, they are the residue of dried blood. In the very center is a massive city gate, large enough, according to ancient accounts, to allow 8 horse-drawn carriages to pass side by side. Above the city gate are 3 powerful characters in clerical script that read King Yin City. Zhang Jianjun followed the 2 long lines forward. Secretly releasing his divine sense to observe the surrounding environment, he saw that these ancient people were carrying various crops and fruits, and it seemed that they were heading to the vegetable market in King Yin City to sell them. Although their clothes were carefully dressed, it was still clear that the fabric was quite rough and likely made of hemp. Most farmers did not own a mandarin jacket, let alone a fine long robe. The short-sleeved clothing was obviously for ease of walking, but the average height of each person should be slightly above earth. Because the people around Zhang Jianjun were about the same height as him, and there were even a few farmers in the crowd who were about 1.9 meters tall. 3 horse-drawn carriages about 50 meters behind caught his attention. Each carriage was led by a large chestnut horse, and in addition to the driver, each of the 3 carriages was followed by a dozen or so burly men. The uniformly dressed black outfits with wrist guards clearly indicated they weren't escorting goods, but rather bodyguards protecting a wealthy household. Zhang Jianjun discovered a kind of blood energy in them. This energy did not come from absorbing external energy, but seemed to come from stimulating the body's potential through exercise. This gave him a thought. It was very similar to the martial arts masters described in books, such as those with manifest strength and hidden strength. This energy might be what is known as internal force, but compared to his own surging magical power, it is clearly not on the same level. The dozen or so burly men each carried a short-handled knife at their waists. Their arms, exposed by their tight-fitting clothes, showed bulging muscles. Several of them glanced at Zhang Jianjun's location from time to time. Some people were whispering among themselves. Zhang Jianjun quickly focused his divine sense and scanned the area. Wan Hu, guess who this black-clad man who suddenly appeared ahead is? His speed is unheard of. Could he be some kind of humanoid monster? It shouldn't be anything strange. They wouldn't dare come out in broad daylight. Besides, there are rumors of cultivators in this city, which is not something we martial artists can discuss. Lu Er, do you think that young man in front might be a cultivator? Hee, Wan Hu, you're thinking too much. We've been to the city so many times, have you ever seen a cultivator? If they were cultivators, would they be queuing up obediently like us? Perhaps some young gigolo has learned some special martial arts technique and wants to show it off as soon as he arrives in the city to attract the attention of the city's noble ladies? Ha ha, Zhang Jianjun. Unexpectedly, he was considered a show-off as soon as he arrived in the other world, but this was not without its benefits. Zhang Jianjun first learned that there were martial artists, strange beings or demons in this world, and most importantly, there were cultivators. This left him both happy and speechless. What's encouraging is that there might be cultivators in this world, but what's frustrating is the word weird, since the worlds he's traveled to, apart from the Tang dynasty, are either weird or full of zombies. A sun slowly peeked out from behind, revealing half of its head. This amazed Zhang Jianjun. It's so damn big, it feels like it's right in front of me. This also made Zhang Jianjun aware of the situation. It should be early morning now. Before I knew it, we had arrived at the city gate. When Zhang Jianjun arrived at the gate of King Yin City, he noticed that many people handed over 2 copper coins. The soldiers guarding the city gate entrances on both sides did not obstruct them much. After taking the money, they moved on to watching the next passerby. Zhang Jianjun, holding 2 copper coins in his hand, stepped forward. The guards looked at Zhang Jianjun with surprise in their eyes, because how could the young man be huddled with the common people? This outfit clearly indicates wealth and status. The magical robe's visual effect is no joke, as ordinary people can't afford such a garment. In fact, King Yin City has a city gate in each of the 4 directions: east, west, south, and north. Most prominent nobles use the south gate. The side they were guarding belonged to the east gate, which was the entrance to the city with the most people from all walks of life, including merchants and laborers. Could it be that some young master from a wealthy family is experiencing life? The 2 soldiers who collected the entrance fee didn't ask any questions. After taking the money, they nodded slightly to Zhang Jianjun, who smiled and followed the flow of people into King Yin City. Inside his spatial ring lay a small cloth bag containing over 300 copper coins and a few pieces of broken silver. This was taken from the group of martial artists behind him. It's not an exaggeration to say that a cultivator is a gigolo who gets a little money from you. According to the laws of the cultivation world, if a mortal insults a cultivator, allowing him to live is already considered an act of great mercy. Upon entering King Yin City, Zhang Jianjun was amazed by what he saw. Although there were no skyscrapers, the city was densely packed with shops and pavilions. The road paved with blue bricks was bustling with pedestrians, and the shouts of vendors could be heard from time to time. The area included all sorts of people: soldiers, commoners, merchants, peddlers, and laborers. In every street corner and alley, you could see soldiers in iron armor patrolling back and forth. Zhang Jianjun only dared to probe a small area with his divine sense. After all, he had just arrived and did not know how deep the waters in the city really were. Is there really a cultivator or some kind of forbidden formation? If so, what level they have reached is unknown to Zhang Jianjun. The most taboo thing among cultivators is divine sense probing. If they accidentally skin a powerful figure and are locked onto, then they have no choice but to turn back. It is considered extremely impolite for monks to pry into each other's secrets. The best place to learn about this city is in tea houses and restaurants. You can't just grab anyone on the street and ask them anything. Zhang Jianjun began searching, looking at each shop along the street. Forget about going to a restaurant early in the morning, since restaurants are usually open at noon and in the evening. So, the only option left is to look for a tea house or something similar. As you walk deeper into the city streets, you'll find a 3-story octagonal pavilion at a crossroads in the distance, with a plaque hanging between the eaves of the first and second floors. King Yun Pavilion. Judging from the elegant name and the occasional people entering the building, it must be a tea house. Without hesitation, Zhang Jianjun headed towards King Yun Pavilion. As soon as he entered the gate, he saw 4 beautiful women standing on both sides of the corridor. They were all dressed in light blue silk, their faces lightly made up, their eyes sparkling with a charming and coquettish look, and their waists were tied with silk belts, making their waists appear incredibly slender. The 4 beautiful women's eyes lit up when they saw Zhang Jianjun enter. At the same time, they bowed and made a crisp, orderly sound. "Welcome to King Yun Pavilion, sir. Would you prefer a private room upstairs or a place downstairs to listen to music?" Zhang Jianjun glanced at it casually, and his lips twitched. Goodness, are all other worlds this open? It seems that business competition is fierce no matter where you are, even the service is so attentive when you're having tea in another world. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, "You ladies are too kind. I'm new here, so I'd appreciate it if one of you could show me the way so I can take a look around before making a decision." The girl at the head of the left quickly straightened up, took Zhang Jianjun's arm, and pulled him inside. She said with a coquettish smile, "Then let me lead the way for you, young master." Zhang Jianjun, is this tea house legitimate? Or is it some kind of shady establishment? As you enter the attic, the sound of string and bamboo instruments drifts through the screen, and the first floor hall suddenly appears before your eyes. The dozen or so antique-style square tables were already half full. Around the table sat guests of all kinds, some dressed as scholars in blue robes and others as middle-aged men who looked like pot-bellied merchants. Everyone looked towards the center of the hall above. On the central platform, a woman in red was dancing gracefully, while 2 girls in green were beside her, one playing the pipa and the other plucking the gun. The crisp and melodious accompaniment, coupled with the exquisite dance, captivated the surrounding guests, who swayed their heads and stared intently. Zhang Jianjun couldn't help but sigh. These otherworldly people are really something else. People come to the tea house early in the morning to listen to folk songs. Their pace of life seems even more leisurely than that of people on Earth. Several guests at the tables in the hall were taken aback when they saw a young man walk in through the swaying beaded curtain. Then, they were filled with envy as a young man in a black robe was being escorted in by a beautiful woman who was greeting guests. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss over a pretty boy? How can there be such a huge difference in character? The group paused for a moment, then began whispering amongst themselves, creating a hushed murmur. The world is going to the dogs, even monks are coming to brothels to listen to songs. Who says otherwise? He's neither a monk nor a Taoist, and his robes are of unknown origin. His attire is so mismatched that it's an insult to civility. Young Master Jin, please keep your voice down. Judging from his clothes and appearance, he is probably a noble young master from some family in the city. It's not something we can talk about without permission. TCH, Li Xuanyan, you're such a coward. Just because you're wearing a black robe doesn't make you a noble young master. We have official titles and our status is no worse than his. Exactly, he's just a pretty boy, but he might be a silver-headed pro. The voices of the group were almost inaudible due to the instruments, but they did not escape Zhang Jianjun's ears, leaving him speechless. Damn, there are trolls and angry young people in other worlds too. The most speechless thing is that such an elegant name is actually a brothel. This is very similar to the famous Red Romance from my past life. We can just listen to music and have fun downstairs. If you want any special services, please go to the private room on the 2nd floor. No wonder the beautiful woman immediately put her arm around his arm. At first, he thought he was incredibly charming. This is like treating oneself as a spendthrift. Zhang Jianjun looked at the tables at the far end of the 1st floor, near the window, and said with a smile that there was no one there. "Miss, I think the empty seat over there is just fine. Just bring me a pot of your best tea." The beautiful woman who was holding Zhang Jianjun's arm quietly withdrew her right hand. Her large, watery eyes couldn't hide her disappointment. At first glance, judging from the young man's clothes and appearance, she thought he was a wealthy patron. It's a shame that such a beautiful face is all show and no substance. Those sitting on the 1st floor were either impoverished scholars or greasy merchants. These people were all cunning and opportunistic, and none of them were willing to spend a penny. As the female greeter turned to leave, feeling regretful, she suddenly noticed a gleaming gold bar in the hand of the young man opposite her. My gaze was immediately fixed on it. This is my first time in Kingyun City, and I'd like to find someone to tell me the story of Kingyun City. What do you think, young lady? Well said, it's yours now. After saying that, he tossed the gold bar in his hand, and the welcoming woman's face lit up with a smile as beautiful as an orchid. It seemed like tears were welling up in her eyes. Young master, I will tell you whatever you want to hear. I am proficient in all kinds of musical instruments and can even play the flute. After saying that, he pulled Zhang Jianjun and walked to the table by the window at the corner. Zhang Jianjun. Just as I was about to sit down, I felt like someone was watching me. This voyeurism is driven by greed and malice. This malicious spying made Zhang Jianjun more vigilant. His spiritual energy surged, preparing to burst forth and trace the source, but the sense of being watched suddenly vanished as if it had never happened, unless his perception had never been wrong. I thought it was just an illusion. So his divine sense began to carefully investigate from the living room downstairs. He smiled and said, "May I ask your name, young lady? This is my first time in Kingyun City, and I am unfamiliar with the place. I would like to inquire which country Kingyun City belongs to." The female greeter raised her eyebrows slightly after hearing this, her eyes sparkling with surprise. "Young master, I have no surname. I only remember that I entered Kingyun Pavilion at the age of 6 and was adopted by the pavilion master. She gave me the name Kai Ellen and I stayed in Kingyun City for more than 10 years. It seems that you are not a local. Kingyun City is not under the jurisdiction of any country. It is directly managed by Lord Sima, the city lord, along with a dozen or so surrounding villages and towns." As the two were talking, a maid in green brought over a pot of fragrant tea and 2 porcelain cups. In Zhang Jianjun's consciousness, there were no strange people in the living room. All the people listening to the music were ordinary mortals, and he could not sense any energy in any of them. Only a few of the customers who had called him a pretty boy glanced at him from time to time, but they didn't show the same malice as before. His jealousy was plain to see. The performer on the stage has changed to a woman in white. Because the window seats were far from the central stage, the music was much quieter, so the nearby tables were empty. In my consciousness, there wasn't a single martial artist among the group of people downstairs. Zhang Jianjun became even more cautious, because the unknown is what makes it more dangerous. At this moment, Kai Ellen rolled up her sleeves to reveal a white bowl, picked up a purple clay teapot to help brew tea, and her foxy eyes occasionally glanced at Zhang Jianjun opposite her. She thought to herself that this short-haired young man was indeed different from others, the kind of man who grew more attractive the more you looked at him. She wondered how he maintained his skin. They all rely on their youth for a living, so naturally they were a little envious of this young man's skin. Thinking of something, her pretty face involuntarily lit up with a smile. Zhang Jianjun withdrew his divine sense and took the teacup. A faint fragrance wafted over, and the few tea leaves floating on the surface were emerald green, like jade. This made him wary, mainly because he had never seen this kind of tea before, and he was also uneasy about being spied on earlier, so he kept a close eye on things. "I've heard that some poisons are colorless and odorless. If you were to fall for one while drinking tea, it would be quite a joke. Although cultivators are generally resistant to common poisons, he hasn't tested them yet." Kai Ellen raised her teacup and said softly with a smile, "Young master, this is our finest tea, Jade Guanyin. Please taste it and see if it suits your taste." Zhang Jianjun pretended to take a small sip of tea, but before the tea even entered his mouth, he used the power of the rules to transfer it into his spatial dimension. She smiled without batting an eye and said, as expected, "It lives up to its name as the Jade Guanyin. The first taste is slightly bitter, but upon closer tasting, it becomes slightly sweet. Its mellow and fragrant flavor makes one's mouth water and leaves an endless aftertaste." Since Miss Kai Ellen has stayed here for 10 years, she should be familiar with the affairs of the city. The Sima family, the city lords, have their own independent fiefdoms. Then the Sima family must be a remarkable family. I enjoy hearing strange and unusual stories as I travel around. If Miss Kai Ellen doesn't mind, you might as well tell me about them. Kai Ellen's eyes darted away after hearing this, as if she was trying to avoid the topic. Just as she was hesitating, she felt a cool breeze from the mountain peak, and a bright yellow brick was stuck in the ravine. This initially shocked her, but then filled her with joy. Without making a sound, he took out a gold brick, put it in his mouth, and even bit it. Seeing the clear teeth marks on it, his heart pounded wildly, and he quickly tightened the purse at his waist. Her alluring eyes carefully scanned left and right, and seeing that no one was paying attention, she patted her bulging breasts, causing them to tremble, and chuckled softly. "Thank you for the reward, young master. I didn't expect you to be such a hidden martial arts master." After Chu Lan finished thanking him, she got up and sat down next to Zhang Jianjun. Zhang Jianjun immediately understood that the Sima family's prestige in Kingyun City was deeply rooted. Chu Lan nestled close to Zhang Jianjun's ear, her breath as sweet as orchids. Like a couple speaking softly, "Young master, you may not know this, but Kingyun City was actually called Yinshan City more than 1,300 years ago. At that time, it was a small border town of the Great Liang Kingdom. As the soft whispers in his ear helped Zhang Jianjun gradually learn about just the tip of the iceberg of this world, it turns out that Qingyun City was attacked by demonic beasts 1,300 years ago, when the Great Liang Kingdom was in constant conflict with the Nine Luminaries Empire on the border. With enemy states eyeing them covetously from the outside and monsters causing chaos from within, they had no time to attend to this small border town. Just as Yinshan City was about to be overwhelmed by demonic beasts, a cultivator stepped forward like a savior. This person was none other than Sima Qingyun, the first city lord from 1,000 years ago. According to the story passed down, Sima Qingyun flew through the sky on his sword, a flying sword appearing in his hand as he weaved back and forth among the monsters. At that time, a sword light more than 10 feet long crisscrossed the sky, instantly annihilating the tide of thousands of invading monsters. Finally, he killed the three-tailed fox, the leader of the demon beasts. It is said that this demon fox had cultivated for 1,000 years and could transform into human form, but Sima Qingyun beheaded it with his sword. The remaining monsters scattered and fled after this battle, which made the Sima family's prestige soar. When the imperial court learned that the Sima family was a family of cultivators, it handed over the jurisdiction of Yinshan City to Sima Qingyun without hesitation. From then on, Yinshan City was named after Sima Qingyun, which is Qingyun City, and the name has been used ever since. The people of Qingyun City are grateful to Sima Qingyun. In the center of the city stands a longevity stele, which records this event. Later, it was said that Sima Qingyun disappeared after 100 years in power. Many people believed that the first city lord had attained immortality, seen through the worldly affairs, and ascended to heaven on a cloud. The family was then taken over by his great-grandchildren. Although it was unknown whether there were any cultivators left in the Sima family, it remained a taboo topic in Qingyun City. After thousands of years of development, Qingyun City has transformed from a small border town into the behemoth it is today through several expansions and renovations. Zhang Jianjun once asked how many countries there were in the world, but Kailan only knew the names of 2 countries. As for how big the world was or how many countries there were, she had no idea. Even the Great Han Empire, which borders Qingyun City, was only something she had heard about from others. The Great Liang Kingdom behind it was Qingyun City's main business partner. Even the imperial examinations and business dealings still follow the rules from 1,000 years ago, meaning that scholars from Qingyun City can go to the Great Liang Kingdom to take the imperial examinations and take up positions. Merchants from the Great Liang Kingdom can also buy, sell, and settle in Qingyun City. According to the martial artists who came to visit, the territory of the Great Liang Kingdom is so vast that it would be difficult to traverse it in one's lifetime, with a distance of tens of thousands of miles from east to west. Other countries are only legends passed down by merchants. No one has ever heard of them before, because the journey is too long and there are strange monsters along the way. Zhang Jianjun then inquired about the strange occurrences. Only then did I learn the general idea. Ever since several bizarre and strange cases occurred 10 years ago, no one in Qingyun City, except for the night watchman, has been wandering around the streets at night. Since 10 years ago, several people who go out at night in the city have mysteriously disappeared. The current city lord has not shown his face for a long time, and his eldest son, Sima Junnan, is in charge. They have recruited warriors to stand guard at night and capture the strange creatures on many occasions. Because martial artists' blood and chi are like a furnace, they are stronger against monsters than ordinary people. At first, they could see some results, and after losing some martial artists, they also killed a few monsters. This made them realize that these strange things were actually mutated ghosts and zombies, or even the corpses kept by some evil cults. So the city lord invited some wandering Taoist priests to help with the nighttime sweep. These wandering Taoist priests all knew some talisman techniques, so they were quite adept at dealing with the strange creatures. But the good times didn't last long. The strange occurrence of repeated attacks seems to have angered an evil cult. 5 years ago, on the moonless night of August 8th, all the martial artists and Taoist priests on night watch were killed. The symptoms are bleeding from all 7 orifices and having one's heart and liver removed. Some say this is a strange phenomenon where the heart and liver are eaten to absorb the body's yang energy. The incident caused widespread panic and chaos throughout the city. Later, the Sima family established the Bureau of Exorcism and invited experts to oversee the situation, which gradually brought the situation under control. From then on, no one dared to open the door at night. Because there were basically no strange disturbances during the day, the taverns, tea houses, and even their brothels in the city were able to open for business from early morning. This also leads to people being afraid to go out at night. The reason for visiting a brothel so early in the morning. Zhang Jianjun began reviewing the situation. According to Chu Yan's description, Sima Qingyun 1,000 years ago could fly on a sword, and without special magical assistance, he was at least at the foundation establishment stage. The fact that the sword light was over 10 zhang long further confirmed this point. At most, it was only at the foundation establishment stage and could not possibly reach the golden core stage. Sima Qingyun disappeared after 100 years in office, so he may have died long ago. He still knows the common knowledge of cultivation, and he has only been at the foundation establishment stage for about 200 years. Without the aid of special elixirs, he would have turned to ashes long ago. The so-called meteoric rise to power is merely a fantasy of ordinary people. 1,000 years later, the need to recruit martial artists to defend against the supernatural forces suggests that the Sima family has fallen. If the lineage of cultivation still exists, the supernatural forces wouldn't be so rampant. The monster siege meant there were large mountain ranges nearby, which made Zhang Jianzhan a little restless. Where there are mountains, there must be exotic flowers and fruits. My own planting space is lacking seeds from other dimensions. If I can find some rare and exotic plants to take back, the trip will be worthwhile. Just as Zhang Jianzhan was reflecting on the situation, he was interrupted by a hoarse, duck-like voice. Xiaolin, you slut, where did you hook up with this pretty boy? Get over here and serve me. 3 young men entered the living room. The leader was short, with a long face and sallow complexion. He walked unsteadily and looked like the kind of person whose body had been drained by alcohol and women. A pair of triangular eyes, filled with ill intent, were fiercely staring at Zhang Jianzhan. He wore a white robe embroidered with white cranes, and held a paper fan in his hand. His short stature made him look quite comical, but the arrogance on his face was undisguised. Even the guests in the hall stopped listening to the music and all lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound. The music on the stage stopped, and the hall became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. 2 burly men with fierce expressions followed behind, dressed in black tight-fitting clothes and carrying long knives at their waists. One of them had a very conspicuous 3-inch scar on his face. At first glance, he looks like a desperate criminal. The 3 people walked towards Zhang Jianzhan and his companion from the entrance hall. Zhang Jianzhan felt Kailan trembling beside him, her beautiful eyes filled with fear and helplessness. The 3 of them walked to Zhang Jianzhan's table and stopped. The horse-faced youth sat down arrogantly in the chair opposite him. The man with the triangular eyes looked at Zhang Jianzhan with a mocking expression. Kid, you have the nerve to seduce my concubine in Qingyun City. Do you know who I am? You look unfamiliar. Are you perhaps a spy for some evil sect? Wearing a black robe, he doesn't look like a good person at all, and his strange short hair fits the image of someone from the evil path. The guests in the hall all wore expressions of schadenfreude. The young man didn't know the rules and dared to have the welcoming girl chat with him. Zhang Jianzhan smiled and said, "Who you are has nothing to do with me, not even half a copper coin. Judging from your haughty manner, are you perhaps the lord of Qingyun City? It's one thing to be ugly, but to make matters worse, you have a foul mouth. Don't you know it's impolite to talk to people without brushing your teeth? You ill-mannered bastard. If I were your dad having sex with your mom back then, I would have pulled out my penis and shot it against the wall to feed the flies, and you would have been born. What the hell is this? Your face is dark and your complexion is sallow. I bet you're in for some bloodshed today. Have you chosen your grave yet?" Zhang Jianzhan finished speaking with a hint of amusement on his face. His divine sense detected that the 2 people following behind this kid were also martial artists, and the energy they exuded carried a murderous aura. He seems to be a ruthless character who has killed people before. Hiss. A collective gasp filled the silent hall. Holy crap, is that guy in black smearing poison on his lips? Does he really have no fear of death? The person in front of me is the city lord's nephew, Li Yunxiao, the second son of the Li family, the second largest family in Qingyun City. That's incredibly sharp. Everyone stared in disbelief, their mouths agape, as if they'd seen a ghost. Li Yunxiao's face began to change colors, whether from choking or from anger. He looked extremely angry. From childhood to adulthood, who wouldn't give the Li family face? His own uncle is Sima Junnan. He never expected to be humiliated like this in front of so many people. How could he not be speechless? Li Yunxiao's mouth trembled violently, and his triangular eyes began to turn bloodshot. It took him about 10 seconds to recover before he gritted his teeth and roared, "Damn you, this is utterly lawless, ah." Before the horse-faced youth could finish speaking, he was sent flying backward, his limbs spread out and nailed to the opposite wall, with a throwing knife stuck in his wrist and ankle. The piercing screams echoed throughout the entire hall. It made everyone's anus tighten and their hair stand on end, because the speed was too fast. By the time they heard the screams, this was the scene that appeared. The 2 burly men narrowed their eyes and immediately drew their 3-foot-long swords. Their muscles and bones made cracking sounds, and their bodies seemed to swell up, with their skin turning red. They were martial artists hired by the Li family to guard their home. It would be unacceptable if the young master were bullied. Given the Li family's arrogant and domineering nature, they would be in deep trouble if they didn't take this person down. Without saying a word, the 2 men raised their knives and charged forward, 2 blood-red blades slashing towards Zhang Jianzhan. Before the knife arrived, the wind came first, and Kaiyu, who was beside her, had already scurried under the table, trembling with fear. Zhang Jianzhan's fingers moved with lightning speed, like butterflies flitting among flowers. His chi-refining perfection-level spiritual energy surged forth, and both knives flew out of his hands at the touch of his fingers. The blade was aimed directly at Li Yunxiao, who was pinned to the wall. With two soft thuds, it pierced straight into his groin, leaving only the hilt of the knife sticking out. Li Yunxiao was already in excruciating pain from the intense pain in his limbs. He suffered another severe blow to his groin, causing his head to loll to the side, and he was left unconscious, his life hanging in the balance. The two burly men's tigers' mouths, where they were gripping the knives, were already dripping with blood. It should be noted that Zhang Jianjun was currently at the great perfection of qi refining, and was about to break through to the next level. With the addition of legendary level spiritual power, the impact force, protected by spiritual energy, has reached over 150 tons. He was only holding back to test the opponent's attack power, otherwise, the steel blade would have been shattered into pieces. This test gave him a general understanding of the situation. The two men's qi and blood strength reached about 1,600 jin, which should be the body training stage for martial artists. Of course, Zhang Jianjun was just speculating. He knew nothing about the cultivation levels of martial artists. After all, no one on earth has ever been known to cultivate the power of qi and blood. Even Chang Yaojin, whom he encountered in the Tang Dynasty world, was no more than that. Even Tyson's punch only weighs a little over 800 pounds, while the strength of his two henchmen exceeds that of the most ruthless person known on earth. This takes only a moment. Before the two men could react, Zhang Jianjun unleashed two mental attacks, leaving the two burly men in a state of brief shock. When I finally came to my senses, my body stiffened and my mind went blank, and I was plunged into boundless darkness. Since you dare to draw your knife and make a move, then be prepared to die. Zhang Jianjun has always been ruthless towards those who want to kill him. The two men's brains were smashed into a paste, and they collapsed and died, bleeding from all 7 orifices. Zhang Jianjun waved his hand and searched the two men, finding a cloth bag and a book inside. He only glanced at it briefly before putting it into his spatial ring. The name, Savage Bull Body Technique, sounded pretty powerful. They ignored the customers in the lobby who were terrified and preparing to leave. A chilling malice suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He peered back and forth in front of Zhang Jianjun. He was enraged, his black robes fluttered even without wind. The entire hall was as if a tornado had swept through, and a suffocating pressure emanated from it. A delicate short sword appeared in his hand. An overwhelming surge of spiritual energy rushed upstairs. Under the influence of Zhang Jianjun's immense divine sense, the source of the malice was finally discovered. In a spacious, secret room in the northwest corner of the 3rd floor, sat a woman in a red palace dress, her emerald green eye showing a hint of surprise and uncertainty. When a divine sense locked onto her, a sinister look appeared on her charming face. With a slap of her fair, jade-like hand at her waist, a small black banner appeared in her palm. The moment the banner appeared, a chilling wind swept through the entire secret chamber, and one could almost hear a mournful howl coming from within it. A black, semi-transparent shield appeared around the woman, attempting to block the divine sense from below. Just as she was about to wave the small banner in her hand, a dark shadow suddenly appeared 3 meters away in the secret room. Zhang Jianjun's hands were covered in lightning that flickered on and off, and a mithril short sword hovered 3 inches above his head, emitting a cold light. With an icy expression, he said, "I didn't want to cause any more trouble, but trouble always seems to be targeting me. Tell me, what's the reason you've been spying on me all this time?" The woman in palace attire narrowed her eyes briefly before regaining her composure. A clear and melodious voice rang out, "I never expected that you, young master, were also a cultivator. It was all a misunderstanding. Originally, I was captivated by your unparalleled beauty and was prepared to offer myself to you for our intimate moments." As he spoke, the green in his eyes turned pink, and he even licked his tempting tongue. Zhang Jianjun felt as if the world before him had turned pink. A stunningly beautiful woman slowly removed her red palace dress, revealing her flawless body, and walked towards him with graceful, delicate steps. The towering mountain peaks trembled up and down with each stride of the 2 long legs. Her figure was exquisitely sculpted, her emotions were shy and timid, her red lips were alluring and charming, and most captivating was her wink and smile, which exuded a myriad of charms. Seeing Zhang Jianjun standing there dumbfounded, the woman in palace attire revealed a smug look on her face and thought to herself that no one could resist her charm. So what if he's a cultivator? He's too young, his cultivation is too shallow, and he doesn't know the dangers of the martial world. Her red lips parted slightly, and her red tongue suddenly lengthened, shooting towards Zhang Jianjun's throat. Just as the tip of his tongue was about to reach his throat, a flash of sword light appeared, and the more than 3-meter-long tongue instantly fell to the ground. As it fell to the ground, its tongue rapidly shrank and hissed, shrinking from 3 meters to 3 inches in an instant, wriggling back and forth on the ground like an earthworm. A piercing scream then rang out. The woman in palace attire had blood streaming from her mouth and her eyes were filled with shock and confusion. Then, her green eyes revealed a venomous look, and with a flick of her small banner, 5 humanoid black mists rushed towards Zhang Jianjun. At the forefront of the black mist, pale, ghostly faces appeared and disappeared, howling menacingly, like demons hunting for food. Zhang Jianjun remained calm, forming a hand seal that instantly created an oval-shaped lightning shield around his body. As soon as the 5 humanoid ghostly figures approached the lightning shield, a crackling sound of electricity rang out, followed by 5 shrill wails, before they instantly turned into wisps of green smoke and disappeared. Zhang Jianjun waved his hand and pointed forward, sending the mithril short sword flying out. A beam of silver light shot straight into the chest of the woman in palace attire, instantly piercing through her black protective shield, followed by another shrill scream. Zhang Jianjun watched as the short sword pierced through the woman's chest, a smile spreading across his face. As expected of mithril, it possessed a built-in magic repelling effect. The black shield on the woman's body was as solid as paper. When the short sword automatically retracted, the secret room was empty in a flash. Zhang Jianjun activated his divine sense to quickly scan, and his spiritual sea emanated from his body, covering an area of several hundred meters. In his divine sense, he discovered a wisp of black smoke drifting out from the rooftop, rapidly heading towards the south of the city. Without hesitation, Zhang Jianjun teleported into the air, and a black wooden sword suddenly appeared beneath his feet. He touched the ground with his toes and stood firmly. It was his thunderclap sword. He put away his lightning shield and chased after the black smoke. Originally, Zhang Jianjun was thinking of giving her a soul piercing, but he was afraid that if he didn't kill her in one go, she would escape. The fact that the mithril sword pierced through her chest and she still didn't die clearly showed that she had some secret technique to save her life. Zhang Jianjun's motto is, "I won't offend others unless they offend me." If someone wants his life, no matter if they are a ghost or an evil cultivator, they must be spared. The woman's seductive technique had only made him pause slightly. Unexpectedly, the first time I encountered a cultivator after transmigrating, I was faced with a mental illusion. A group of people stood downstairs, their mouths agape as they stared at the sky. These were the martial artists from the Li family who had come to their rescue. Upon arriving at King Yun Pavilion, one hears a series of crackling thunderclaps. Looking up, one sees a ball of lightning appearing in the sky, radiating electric light. In the blink of an eye, the lightning dissipated, revealing a young man in black robes. His black robe fluttered wildly in the wind, and he rode a jet-black longsword, a bolt of lightning streaking as he flew into the distance and vanished in an instant. Li Yuanfei, standing in the crowd, looked terrified. He had short hair and wore a black robe. This is exactly what the messengers who ran out of the attic described. He thought of his elder brothers-in-laws, the Sima family. There has always been a taboo surrounding it. Cultivators. These 3 words sent a chill down Li Yuanfei's spine. It was one thing for his damned nephew to be a dissolute playboy, but the Li family was certainly not short of wealth and money. If you offend a cultivator, it could lead to the extermination of your entire clan. The astonishing battle fought by Sima King Yun, the first city lord, demonstrated the power of cultivators in many ways. Li Yuanfei grew increasingly frightened and could no longer remain still. He ordered his warriors and the soldiers from the city lord's mansion who had come to help to rescue his nephew. He rode his horse straight to the Li family's house. Anyway, if his nephew is injured or killed by a cultivator, it can't be blamed on him. No one dared to challenge the dignity of cultivators. But if the Li family is gone, then it's truly gone. Suddenly, another thunderclap echoed in the sky above the city center, startling the people below who looked up at the sky. Then what they saw made them start to question the meaning of life. A bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a teacup, shot into the distance. A chilling scream seemed to come from within, followed by an old woman with a full head of white hair and a withered face suddenly falling from the sky. It turned out that Zhang Jianjun caught up with the black smoke and instantly unleashed a purple sun thunder spear technique. To ensure a swift and fatal blow, he unleashed the strongest single-target lightning spell at the chi refining stage. When the lightning spear pierced through the black smoke, it unexpectedly revealed the true form of the palace beauty, turning her from a young girl into an old woman. This made Zhang Jianjun's heart tremble. If he fell into her trap and, he didn't even dare to think about it. A large hole the size of a bowl appeared in the old woman's chest, and black smoke was still sizzling from the edges of the gruesome wound. A pungent, sour smell of roasted meat wafted in all directions. Even a celestial being couldn't save someone from this injury. Lightning, being of the purest yang nature, perfectly countered the yin and evil forces, and the white-haired old woman was dead beyond any hope of survival. Just as the old woman was about to fall onto the street, Zhang Jianjun waved his hand and disappeared instantly, while a bolt of lightning sped towards the attic. The people on the street all knelt down when they saw this. Everyone kowtowed repeatedly with reverence, indicating that the legend of King Yun City was indeed true. Zhang Jianjun rushed to King Yun Pavilion again, undoubtedly to confiscate its property. Since the secret room is the old woman's stronghold, she must have some good things at her age. In the blink of an eye, the King Yun Pavilion came into view, but there was no one in front of the octagonal pavilion. Zhang Jianjun was surprised that no one came to investigate such a major case that had occurred in the attic. What he didn't know was that his actions had terrified everyone. The martial artists and soldiers brought by the Li family were terrified when they saw him flying away on his sword. They only dared to rush in to save people after he left. Unfortunately, Li Yunxiao was already a cold corpse, his leg artery pierced by a steel knife, which Zhang Jianjun did intentionally. No one dared to linger, they quickly left after taking the body. They don't know. What does it mean to offend a cultivator? When Zhang Jianjun returned to King Yun Pavilion, it was empty. This place seems to have become a forbidden zone, and even the courtesans have all fled. The second son of the Li family, the second largest family in King Yun City, died here, and the mysterious proprietress also suddenly disappeared. Who would dare to stay here and wait for the investigation? Upon entering the secret room, Zhang Jianjun began to explore it with his divine sense. The entire secret room was about 25 square meters, and apart from a mahogany bed, the rest of the furnishings resembled a laboratory. He discovered bottles and jars on the table and shelves, all of varying sizes and made of porcelain. The sights inside these containers, perceived through his divine sense, almost made him vomit, because these containers are filled with the 5 internal organs of the human body. The bottles and jars contain some unknown solution that maintains the activity of various organs, keeping them looking fresh. Zhang Jianjun completely ignored the jars and began scanning the bed and wardrobe. There were 8 porcelain bottles on the shelves in the cabinet, each containing a bright green elixir. He was very curious, and with a wave of his hand, a porcelain bottle flew into his hand. After all, this was the first time he had ever seen something like a pill. The moment the wooden stopper was pulled out, an indescribable fishy stench filled the air. Zhang Jianjun quickly put the stopper back on. He realized he had been too naive. How could someone like a heretic have anything normal? A hidden compartment was found in the cabinet, containing 2 thread-bound books. The first book had an antique cover that read Blood Fiend Refining God Technique, while the second book had a cover that read Eternal Night Elixir Canon. Zhang Jianjun reached out and took the 2 books in his hands. He flipped through the first one and glanced at it. What he saw made his scalp tingle. After gaining a general understanding, it was discovered that the Blood Fiend Refining God Technique was an evil art practiced by those without spiritual roots. According to the above description, one can become a qi refining cultivator by absorbing the yang energy and heart of others, and then using elixirs and mental techniques to open the 2 bridges between heaven and earth. Normal cultivators have spiritual roots and can achieve qi refining by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and drawing it into their bodies. This evil technique, however, does not require spiritual roots. It is a secret method that absorbs the essence of others to refine one's cultivation. In other words, the higher the level, the greater the number of humans required. One can imagine how many people one would have to kill to master this technique. This explains why he targeted me the moment I entered the door. The yang energy of cultivators is naturally incomparable to that of ordinary people, and those martial artists are also the best targets for evil cultivators. Because ordinary people can only be taught the basics of qi cultivation, the amount needed to advance further is far too great. If one were to cultivate this to a high level and become invincible in the city, they would absolutely use the lives of everyone in the city for refinement and absorption. The name Blood Fiend Refining God Technique is quite fitting and not a mistake. The Eternal Night Elixir is even more evil, as it uses an alchemy furnace and a secret medicinal ingredient, along with human organs, to refine demon blood pills. When one's mana is insufficient during battle, one can consume these pills to replenish it. Even without a specific goal, elixirs can be used for cultivation. In other words, the pills in the porcelain bottle were demon blood pills. Demon blood pills also have the special effect of nourishing yin and beautifying the complexion. Long-term use can keep the appearance of evil cultivators unchanged. This explains why a beautiful woman in palace attire, after being beaten to death, transforms into an old woman. Zhang Jianjun felt both disgusted and regretful. If this pill hadn't been made from human organs, it could have been a priceless anti-aging elixir. If women in later generations knew the effects of this elixir, they could let you squander a fortune on a rich woman's wallet. Zhang Jianjun regained his composure and continued his search, unaware that his actions had caused a sensation in King Yun City. First, Li Yuanhao, the head of the Li family, was filled with grief and anger when he learned that his son had been publicly humiliated and nailed to the wall. The teacup in his hand was crushed to pieces. His old face flushed red with shame, and his blood surged, making him roar like a tiger or leopard. Enraged, he mobilized 30 martial artists from the Zhou family, determined to capture the murderer who harmed his precious son, dead or alive. The Li family is a powerful clan in King Yun City. They can shake the city with a single stomp. I never expected that an unknown martial artist would nail my son to the wall. This is outrageous. Doesn't he know that a true man can be killed but not humiliated? While Chiefly was still at home, his hair and beard bristling with rage, his younger brother ran back and whispered something in his ear. The angry expression on his face instantly turned into a kaleidoscope of colors. After confirming it several times, he was so frightened that he slumped into a chair, his anger gone and his face showing fear. At this point, Li Yuanhao no longer cared about being humiliated. Even if a cultivator kills his own son, can he still seek revenge? Isn't that like lighting a lantern in the toilet? It's suicidal? Therefore, all the elite members of the Li family were summoned together for a meeting to discuss how to deal with this uncertain crisis. The study in the city lord's mansion. A young man in his 30s was sitting at the table. He had a handsome face and clear, bright eyes. Even though he was sitting, his tall and slender figure was still evident in the royal blue robe he was wearing. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, and a purple hairpin was inserted horizontally into her bun. This makes the person appear noble, elegant, and dashing. He was none other than Sima Junnan, the acting city lord of Qingyun City, who was carefully reading through a secret report. This was the third time he had read it. Since he was able to become the city lord, he obviously had some connections. One of the basic requirements was to control the intelligence of the entire Qingyun city. The description in the secret report terrified him. A young cultivator in black had suddenly appeared in Qingyun city, and the report described him as being able to fly on a sword and also practicing thunder magic. This is consistent with the description given by the supreme ancestor of the Sima family. Since the ancestor mysteriously left, the Sima family has kept a low profile. Because cultivation itself is going against the heavens, very few people possess spiritual roots. According to the Sima family genealogy, over the past 1,000 years, only 5 people have been able to cultivate the Azure Cloud Sword technique. The ancestral precepts stipulate that sword techniques must not be taken out of the family and must be passed down within the family. This is why the cultivation techniques have never been interrupted. However, even if the descendants of the Sima family have spiritual roots, they are mixed spiritual roots. Since the departure of ancestor King Yun, there hasn't been a single person who has reached the foundation establishment stage, let alone the great perfection of qi refining. This resulted in the 3 foundation establishment pills left by the ancestor being kept in the family's treasury because no one could enjoy them. The old city lord, Sima Feng, possessed 3 spiritual roots. He cultivated until the age of 50, reaching the 5th level of qi refining. Feeling that foundation establishment was a distant dream, he got married, and that's how Sima Junnan came to be. Strange occurrences began to appear in the city 10 years ago, and the old city lord secretly took action to clean it up, only to discover that these strange occurrences seemed to be controlled by humans. In other words, there are definitely evil forces lurking around Qingyun City. Their purpose is clearly to covet Qingyun City's resources, but it is still unknown which aspect they are after. Although the old city lord was a cultivator, he also felt the crisis. 2 years ago, when he was 87 years old, in order to break through the 7th level of qi refining and enter the advanced qi refining stage, he handed over the position of city lord to his eldest son as acting city lord. Only by reaching the advanced stage of qi refining can the Sima family, which has existed for 1,000 years, be more secure. The old city lord has been in seclusion for 2 years and has not yet emerged. Is the appearance of a cultivator at this critical juncture a good thing or a bad thing for Qingyun City? Sima Junnan fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, Zhang Jianjun sighed. Finally, we've made some progress. After searching the entire room, Zhang Jianjun found nothing of value but 2 books and an alchemy furnace. He wasn't interested in the human organs inside those containers. No matter how good the beauty filters are, you can't experiment on organs. This bottom line must never be crossed, otherwise what's the difference between you and evil practitioners? Just as he was about to destroy the 2 books, he remembered something and put the old woman's corpse, along with the pills and the 2 books, into his spatial ring. Although spreading such an evil technique would be a disaster, it might also maximize profits. At this moment, Zhang Jianjun only had an antique ring left in his hand, which was the only trophy he had taken from the old woman in the space. The brass-style ring has no decorative patterns and at first glance looks no different from an ordinary brass ring. When Zhang Jianjun sensed the ring with his divine sense, a space the size of a house appeared inside. This is clearly a spatial ring. Zhang Jianjun's face lit up with joy as he carefully searched the space. Since the ring's owner was already dead, any restrictions on it would have lost their effectiveness. In the corner of the spatial ring was a wooden box. Upon inspection, it was discovered that the box contained 30 white, jade-like stones, each cut into 1-inch pieces and neatly arranged. Next to the blue wood box was a low mahogany table with a book and a small banner on it, which was the very same soul summoning banner that the evil cultivator was holding. With a thought, a milky white stone appeared in Zhang Jianjun's hand. When the square stone touched his palm, a pure and rich spiritual energy surged forth. This made all the cells in his body start to become active. The pure and comfortable feeling was simply heavenly, which made him overjoyed. If he guessed correctly, these stones should be the legendary spirit stones. The fact that a heretical cultivator without spiritual roots could possess spirit stones was a completely unexpected and delightful surprise. Spirit stones are generally the best cultivation resource to aid in breakthroughs. Even if you have spirit stones during your cultivation, it will make your efforts twice as effective. They are similar to players who spend money in games. It is also the currency used for transactions between cultivators. Monks have no interest in worldly gold coins. At the crucial moment of his breakthrough, the supply of spiritual energy was insufficient. As long as he had spirit stones, he wouldn't have to worry about this phenomenon. How could he not be pleasantly surprised? He had finally learned something new. Zhang Jianjun packed the entire wooden box into his own space. It's quite a tragic story for a qi refining grand perfection cultivator to see a spirit stone for the first time. Zhang Jianjun took out the book from the low table again. The cover had 3 big characters, Yin Yang Liang Yi Gong. The name looked very respectable. Zhang Jianjun glanced through it with his divine sense, and 5 minutes later a strange expression appeared on his face. He hadn't expected that this was a dual cultivation technique, similar to the Joyful Zen and the Pure Maiden Heart Sutra. The fact that something between a man and a woman can increase one's cultivation level is a bit improper, but it seems quite good. Wouldn't it be doubly enjoyable if both men and women could do it? That's a good option. A smile curved Zhang Jianjun's lips. He knew he had to study such an orthodox cultivation technique when he got back. Getting spirit stones and a cultivation technique this time made the fight worthwhile. As for the small black banner, since it can collect ghosts, we named it a soul summoning banner. I'll save it for when I get home and study it slowly. Time travel is not easy, so I can't waste time on researching it. Time flew by and it was noon. The Uella restaurant has 3 floors. A young man in a black robe and short hair walked in. 7 or 8 tables on the 3rd floor were already full of guests. Zhang Jianjun's arrival went unnoticed by them, because at least 5 tables of guests all had short hair and black robes, and their faces all wore mysterious and arrogant expressions. This made his lips twitch involuntarily. When he came out of King Yun Pavilion, he found that there were quite a few more young men dressed in short hair and black robes on the street. I didn't expect so many followers to appear in just half a day. This made him both amused and exasperated. He hadn't expected there to be so many foolish young people in this other world. It seemed that many people had witnessed his pursuit of the evil cultivator. Those who could afford to wear robes generally came from wealthy families, but in ancient times, there was a saying, our bodies and hair are given to us by our parents. Shaving your head like that is quite an expense. Zhang Jianjun didn't think too much about it and sat down at a window seat. As soon as he sat down, a waiter dressed in short clothes came to greet him. With a broad smile, he asked, "May I ask how many people are in your party, young master? What would you like to order?" Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, "Just me. I'll bring you 2 of your restaurant's signature dishes, and a pot of your finest wine." After saying that, he flipped his hand and took out 2 taels of silver from his sleeve and handed it over. The waiter's eyes lit up as he took the item with both hands, weighed it in his hands, and smiled. "Young master, our most expensive signature dish, stewed bull's hoof, costs 600 coins, silverfin purple fish soup costs 560 coins, and a pot of drunken immortal wine costs 200 coins, totaling 1,360 coins. Zhang Jianjun asked in confusion, "Do you mean it's too much or too little? Is it not enough?" "Sir, you're joking. What I meant was that you don't need to give so much. You have 2 taels of silver, and I still need to give you 640 coins and change." Zhang Jianjun quickly realized what was going on. That is, 1 tael of silver is equal to 1,000 copper coins. I didn't expect that the purchasing power of silver in this other world would be quite good. He smiled warmly and said, "Young man, consider this your tip. I have a question for you. Where are the mountains near Qingyun City? This is my first time in Qingyun City, so I'm just asking." When the waiter heard that there was a tip of more than 600 coins, his face lit up with a smile and he became even more enthusiastic. First, they sang a proclamation, guests at table number 28 on the 3rd floor, 1 serving each of stewed bull's hoof, silverfin purple fish soup, and a pot of drunken immortal wine. Then he continued with a smile, "Young master, you've come to the right person if you're asking about the nearby mountains. About 50 miles outside the South City, on the left side of the border of the Great Han Empire, there is a deep mountain called the Purple Mist Forest. However, the Purple Mist Forest is quite dangerous. Ordinary people should not go there because there are all kinds of ferocious beasts in the forest. Only martial artists go there to hunt, gather herbs, and only dare to explore the outer areas. No one knows exactly how big this mountain range is. It is said that monsters roam the depths of the forest, so we don't mind if you visit that place." Zhang Jianjun nodded with satisfaction and smiled, "I was just asking. Thank you for clearing up my doubts, sir. You can go back to your work now." The waiter bowed, clutched the silver, and left happily. Zhang Jianjun glanced at the street below and fell into deep thought. Since we're here to explore, that's a must, but communication between cultivators must be given priority. After all, Zhang Jianjun had always been feeling his way across the river, and had never taken a single pill in his cultivation journey. If we are looking for cultivators, the Sima family is currently the most likely candidate. You can't just fly around in the sky and scan everywhere with your divine sense. If you encounter an old monster, you're just asking for trouble. According to the legends of Qingyun City, the first patriarch was only at the foundation establishment stage. It's impolite to visit without permission, but there's nothing we can do about it. Given Zhang Jianzhen's ability to cheat in space, no one in the Foundation establishment stage could possibly keep him alive without a special cultivation technique. If you go to the mountains to find rare and exotic fruits, you can only rely on your senses to find them without any instructions. They don't even know the effects of herbs and spiritual fruits, let alone some things that look like mushrooms, which may be extremely poisonous despite their vibrant appearance. With this in mind, Zhang Jianzhen made a decision. First, let's visit the city lord's mansion. A young man with short hair and dressed in a black robe slowly walked towards the gate of a luxurious mansion. Zhang Jianzhen found out the location of the city lord's mansion at the Yuela restaurant, and after a hearty meal, he headed straight for the city lord's mansion. At the entrance of the city lord's mansion stood a pair of jade unicorns, each as tall as a person, carved so lifelike that they were very eye-catching. On either side stood 4 burly, armored guards. The 4 guards were speechless when they saw the short-haired, black-robed youth walking straight towards them. There were at least dozens of short-haired, black-robed youths passing by today. They had naturally heard about what happened that morning. A cultivator had come to Qingyun City. They all muttered to themselves, these young people think they can cultivate immortality just by wearing a black robe. Aren't they afraid of offending the immortal master and bringing disaster upon their families? They'll have nowhere to cry then. Seeing that the black-robed youth walked straight up to them without turning, the expressions on the faces of the group turned cold and hostile. The guard on the left, with his hand on the hilt of his sword, coldly shouted, "Who do you think you are, young man? Don't you know where you are? Trespassing into the city lord's mansion is a capital offense." Zhang Jianzhen cupped his hand slightly and smiled. "I would like to trouble one of you to inform the city lord that fellow deists from the Tianqian sect of Wuliang Mountain have come to visit." The 4 of them were taken aback at first, then burst into laughter. Wuliang Mountain Tianqian sect? Have you ever heard of that place? This kid's been reading too many storybooks and his brain's gone haywire. Haha, look at this guy's delicate skin, he'd cry for a long time if I slapped him. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? What if you make them cry and then you're going to comfort them? Zhang Jianzhen? Damn it, I came here to visit properly and was made a fool of. Although he didn't know where Wuliang Mountain was, he still needed a reason to come and visit. Zhang Jianzhen changes his hand gestures with a single palm. Lightning crackled and popped in his hands as a purple lightning spear, over a meter long, appeared, its astonishing energy sending chills down one's spine. The laughter of the group stopped abruptly, as if someone had grabbed their throats. The 4 guards stared wide-eyed, trembling with fear. We're doomed. This is meeting the real deal. The guard who had threatened to slap the woman turned deathly pale. Good heavens, what have I just said? Going to spank a cultivator's but is practically suicide. He collapsed to the ground with a thud, his mind blank. Zhang Jianzhen, gripping the lightning-sparkling spear, coldly said, "I won't stoop to your level, you mortals. Otherwise, according to the rules, insulting cultivators today would be your death anniversary. Anyone who can move, go, and inform them immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, the thunder spear in his hand shook and disappeared without a trace. If it weren't for the residual electric arc, one would think it was an illusion. The leading guard didn't dare say another word and dashed through the gate in a flash. The guard, who had been slumped on the ground, finally came to his senses when he saw the cultivator withdraw his supernatural powers. A chill ran down his back, and cold sweat soaked his back, completely erasing his previous arrogance. He scrambled to his feet, knelt on both knees, and said tremblingly, "This lowly one was unaware of the arrival of the immortal master and spoke rudely. This lowly one deserves to die. Thank you, immortal master, for sparing my life." With a flourish, Zhang Jianzhen waved his robe, lifting the kneeling guards off the ground. His face immediately broke into a warm smile. Tolerance is a high realm of life. It is a kind of transcendence and a kind of liberation. There is nothing inherently wrong in the world, it is the mediocre who trouble themselves. Life is neither too long nor too short, filled with unknown uncertainties and unforeseen hardships. Some desires can be suppressed, some disputes can be resolved by giving way, and some troubles can be cast aside. When everything passes by like a fleeting moment, like smoke in the wind, you will always have a sudden, enlightening moment when your thoughts are suddenly awakened. The more you can let go, the more happiness you will have. So how could I blame you given your limited perspective? The world you see is just the tip of the iceberg. Your responsibilities limit your imagination. Have you guys figured it out? 3 people. You look at me, I look at you, and we both look completely bewildered. They could understand the immortal master's words individually, but they couldn't understand them at all when they were put together. As expected of a celestial master, even his casual remarks are incredibly profound. It's a pity that I'm just a blockhead and can't comprehend them. The 3 guards bowed deeply to Zhang Jianzhen again. "Thank you for your teachings, immortal master." Zhang Jianzhen nodded in satisfaction. Sure enough, inspirational quotes were quite effective when spoken in another world. At that moment, a young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes hurriedly led a group of people out of the gate. His royal blue robe made him look exceptionally handsome. It was Sima Junnan, the acting city lord of the Sima family, followed by 5 other high-ranking members of the Sima family. When he heard that the black-robed cultivator had come to visit, he immediately summoned his uncles and the city lord steward to come out and greet him. Sima Junnan was in a state of high anxiety throughout the journey, wondering what purpose this cultivator had in coming here. When he heard the guard report that it came from the Shantian sect of Wuliang Mountain, he was also puzzled and impressed. Could it be some hidden sect? Therefore, he dared not be negligent and decided to come out himself. When Sima Junnan saw Zhang Jianjun, he was first taken aback, not expecting him to be so young. He quickly recovered and greeted him with a smile and a bow. "Welcome to our Qingyun city, senior from the Shantian sect. It is an honor for the Sima family." Several middle-aged and elderly people behind them also bowed in greeting. Zhang Jianjun looked at the refined young man in front of him and was speechless. Was he really that old? A quick scan revealed that 4 of the people he sensed were emanating energy fluctuations, but these were definitely not the energy fluctuations of cultivators. This puzzled him. Could it be that the Sima family had truly declined? He smiled and said, "Lord Sima, I am not even as old as you, how can I presume to be a senior? Please forgive my uninvited visit today." Sima Junnan's lips twitched slightly. "You old man can fly on a sword. I wonder if this old monster who has cultivated for so many years still likes young girls. With successful cultivation, changing one's appearance is an easy matter." He smiled and said, "Senior is joking. Even if you are younger than me, in cultivation, the strong are respected and the accomplished are given priority. It is only right that I address you as senior. Since you have graced my humble abode with your presence, please come in for a chat. On behalf of the people of Qingyun City, I will extend my hospitality." Zhang Jianjun laughed and said, "Lord Sima, you are too kind. I can't accept this. Since that's the case, then I'll take the trouble to bother you." The group then chatted as they walked toward the reception hall of the city lord's mansion. Along the way, Zhang Jianjun quietly observed and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "It's so damn luxurious." The front courtyard of the city lord's mansion is filled with pavilions and waterside terraces, carved railings and painted beams, and a dazzling array of exotic flowers and plants whose names I don't know. The straight-line distance from the front yard to the living room is about 160 meters. The width is obstructed and the extent of the obstruction is unknown, so it's not appropriate to use divine sense to scan it on the first meeting. It would be awkward if there were still some extraordinary old monsters in the household. This also aligns with the arrangements of cultivator families, where mortals manage worldly affairs while cultivators focus on cultivation. 5 minutes later, they arrived at the magnificent living room of the city lord's mansion. Everyone took their seats according to their status as guests and hosts, and Zhang Jianjun was seated at the head of the table on the left. He wasn't being pretentious. He couldn't possibly sit at the lower end of the table with a bunch of ordinary people. A long, antique-style tea table runs down the middle, with 3 people seated on each of the armchairs on either side. After Sima Junnan introduced them one by one, those present included his second uncle Sima Gang, his third uncle Sima Ding, his fourth uncle Sima Xiong, and his head steward Chen Shiren. Several pretty young maids served tea, snacks, and fruit. After some introductions and pleasantries, they officially got down to business. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, "Everyone, since I entered the Tianqian sect, I have been focused on cultivation and have not cared about worldly affairs. This is my first time going down the mountain to experience the secular world. This morning I encountered an evil cultivator at Qingyun Pavilion. I discovered that this evil cultivator actually cultivated by using the blood and qi of the human body. Heaven cherishes life, and we cultivators should naturally slay demons and eliminate evil. So I had a great battle with the evil cultivator. Fortunately, I did not disgrace my sect and killed the evil cultivator in Qingyun City. I have placed the evil cultivator's corpse in my spatial ring. This is evidenced by the demonic blood pills refined from human organs by evil cultivators. Therefore, I would like to meet with the senior cultivators of your Sima family. I wonder if you can grant me this wish." After saying that, a green porcelain bottle appeared in his hand. It drifted down onto the coffee table. The group was shocked after hearing Zhang Jianjun's account. No wonder people always mysteriously disappear at night. It turns out that a cult really has infiltrated Qingyun City. Zhang Jianjun first showed them the demon blood pill and explained its special effects. He noticed that Sima Junnan and his second uncle Sima Gang experienced a fluctuation in their mental state. With a smile on her face, she pretended not to know anything and took out 2 books from the space and waved them around. Zhang Jianjun laughed and said, "This evil technique is called the Blood Fiend Refining God Technique. It can be cultivated even without spiritual roots, which is extremely vicious. This Eternal Night Treasure book, on the other hand, details the process of refining the demon blood pill." The 5 people in the hall were all unsettled. Except for the old butler, who remained relatively calm, the hearts of the Sima family members were pounding wildly. Good heavens, they are all people who cannot cultivate without spiritual roots. If they can cultivate during this strange outbreak, the implications are self-evident. Although the evil cultivation method can certainly be used to punish those who have committed heinous crimes, it should be noted that as long as one enters the chi refining stage, one can live to be 150 years old without dying prematurely. Ordinary people can hardly resist such temptation. Martial arts practitioners consume their own potential during cultivation and need to replenish it with a lot of food. After the age of 50, their chi and blood will gradually decline. Unless one can attain enlightenment through martial arts, which is easier said than done, at least in Qingyan City, it has never been heard of, because the peak period for martial artists is too short, and there is simply not enough time to cultivate to that level. The greed in Sima Junnan's eyes flashed briefly. A smile appeared on his face. Senior, if I may be so bold as to ask, how will you deal with these secret manuals? If such sinister manuals were to be circulated, the consequences would be unimaginable. I wonder if the senior could leave the secret manual to our Sima family. We can learn from others' experiences and have a better chance of dealing with evil cultivators in the future. Just name your terms. For the sake of the people in the city, our Sima family is willing to pay a certain price in exchange. Zhang Jianjun saw Sima Junnan say these words without batting an eye. He couldn't help but slowly associate him with Yi Zonghai and the compound. Damn, everyone likes to talk about morality. For the sake of the people in the city, he almost believed it if he hadn't noticed the bastard's violently beating heartbeat. Sima Xiong, with his white beard standing to the side, smiled and said, Senior, you can rest assured to hand over the 2 secret manuals to our Sima family. Once we find a way to deal with the evil cultivators, we will immediately destroy the secret manual and we will never break our promise. Senior, please feel free to ask for anything you need. As long as the Sima family has it, we will certainly provide it with both hands. This would be a great deed for you. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, Listen to me, everyone. These books aren't because I don't trust you. Everything is about equal exchange. I am more convincing if I am sitting across from someone who shares the same views. After all, only those who cultivate can understand their terrifying power. To put it bluntly, these secret manuals are beyond your grasp. Do you all understand? He picked up his teacup and bowl, smiling without saying a word. He chuckled inwardly, surprised that these people were quite amusing, trying to pull this stunt on him. After all, he came from a traditional courtyard house and had seen all sorts of people. Sima Junnan's expression changed several times. Finally, he gritted his teeth, stood up, and said, Senior, please wait here for a moment. I'll be right back. My father is currently in seclusion. I'll see if I can persuade him to come. After saying his apologies, he hurriedly walked towards the back courtyard. Sima Gang smiled and said, I wonder if you have a deist partner now, Senior. My daughter is only 15 years old this year. If you don't mind, she can be your concubine. Yes, Senior, I also have an unmarried daughter who is only 13 years old this year. Would you like me to call her over so you can take a look? It seems like I also have one that's a little younger, only 10 years old. If I raise it for 2 more years, it will be able to serve its elders. Zhang Jianjun. Damn, it's unbelievable that a 10-year-old can say that. So he looked up and said, Those who cultivate themselves are going against the will of heaven. Those who cultivate truth do not know the passage of time and are single-mindedly devoted to the Dao. How can they let their hearts be disturbed by the affections of their children? I am not interested in any woman, no matter how beautiful she is. In the face of the long river of time, she will eventually become a skeleton in the face of time. Everyone. Senior is indeed a highly accomplished master. May I ask how far the heavenly profound sect is from our Azure Cloud City? Well, it's not that far. It took more than 2 months to get to Qingyan City by flying on a sword and sightseeing along the way. It's only about 100,000 miles away. While Zhang Jianjun was chatting with several old men in the hall, a consciousness swept over from the backyard. Zhang Jianjun's mental energy surged and pierced through his body to scan the source. The consciousness vanished instantly, and an elderly man in his 80s, looking somewhat listless, appeared in the consciousness. Zhang Jianjun sensed spiritual energy fluctuations from him, but it seemed to be circulating rather sluggishly. He was following Sima Junnan toward the living room. When the old man entered the living room, everyone except Zhang Jianjun stood up and bowed respectfully. Master, you have finally emerged from seclusion. Yes, now our Qingyun City can be safe and sound. Big brother, you finally achieved a great breakthrough in your divine skills, haven't you? The old city lord waved his hand and said with a smile, You may all leave now. Since a fellow deist has come to visit, this old man will have a chat with him. Upon hearing this, no one dared to utter a sound, and they all left the living room one by one, leaving only Zhang Jianjun and the old city lord in the entire hall. The old city lord stroked his beard and smiled, I am Sima Feng. I'll take the liberty of calling you young friend. I heard that you helped kill an evil cultivator as soon as you arrived here. On behalf of the Sima family, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to you. While speaking, he subtly observed his surroundings. When his eldest son came to report this matter earlier, he was somewhat skeptical and had used his divine sense to investigate. I never expected the young man in front of me to have such powerful magic. I almost suffered a backlash when I tested him just now. He is obviously a genuine cultivator. Moreover, the person was of a higher rank than him, which greatly surprised Sima Feng. Others might not know, but he knew that the person in front of him was very young. He couldn't help but feel saddened, realizing that he had spent 2 years in the back mountain trying to break through to the 7th level of Qi refining without any progress. The young man in front of them was at least at the advanced stage of Qi refining. His generation was a bit too tragic. He was the only one with spiritual roots, and Qingyun City was being targeted by a cult. When he heard that there was a cultivation method that did not require spiritual roots, he ended his seclusion without hesitation, because he knew what it would mean if such evil practices were to spread. If everyone cultivates this technique, Qingyun City will become a place of evil, and the Sima family's position will likely be in jeopardy. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, "Fellow deist, you are too kind. Before my master left, he said that it is better to travel 10,000 miles than to read 10,000 books. Cultivation emphasizes following the natural way and cannot be forced. I see that your meridians are damaged and your blood and qi are not flowing smoothly. This is probably a drawback of forcibly breaking through. Given the Sima family's 1,000-year tradition, why not use elixirs to assist them?" Sima Feng was shocked. He hadn't expected that the other party could see through his situation with just a glance. This was simply unfathomable. If the other party takes advantage of the situation to attack him, he will have no chance of winning. So he lowered his posture considerably and smiled. "Fellow deist, you may not know this, but although my Sima family has a history of 1,000 years, not a single one of us has the talent for alchemy. If we force ourselves to refine pills, we will not only waste herbs but also delay our cultivation. Furthermore, Qingyun City is not a true place for cultivation, so you must have already sensed that the spiritual energy here is rather thin. True cultivation sects do not appear in the mortal world. It's a pity that the Sima family's ancestor once set a rule that no one is allowed to leave the family until they reach the foundation establishment stage. After 1,000 years, I'm ashamed to say that I no longer have any elixirs left to consume." Zhang Jianzhan's eyes lit up when he heard that one could only go out after reaching the foundation establishment stage, which meant that the Sima family had mastered the method to break through to the foundation establishment stage. So the smile on his face became even gentler. Wealth is a powerful motivator. Zhang Jianzhan laughed and said, "Since you know the method of foundation establishment, how about we make a deal? I'll exchange these 2 books for the method of foundation establishment or foundation establishment pills." Sima Feng's expression changed upon hearing this, but he instantly returned to normal. This subtle change would go unnoticed unless one observed closely. Sima Feng stroked his beard and smiled, "Fellow deist, all cultivators know that the foundation establishment method requires foundation establishment pills. My Sima family has not found a place for cultivation for 1,000 years, so there would be no foundation establishment pills left. Fellow deist, you must have misunderstood something." Zhang Jianzhan naturally noticed that Lord Sima was mentally unstable. He said calmly, "Fellow deist, that's not fair of you. I kindly offered you this secret manual in exchange, but you're so stingy with your own knowledge. Since your Sima family is not sincere, then I have no choice but to make thousands of copies of these 2 manuals and try my luck outside. I think there will always be someone who knows its value." Upon hearing this, Sima Feng could no longer maintain his composure, his face clearly showing shame and anger. This was the first time in 1,000 years that the Sima family had been so openly threatened. "This is an open conspiracy." With an unhappy expression, he said, "Fellow deist, aren't you being a bit unreasonable? My Sima family truly doesn't have any foundation establishment pills. Even if we did, we would save them for future generations to use in their breakthroughs. Aren't you afraid that if these 2 cultivation techniques were to be circulated, it would disgrace your sect? It might also affect your future cultivation. Aren't you afraid of developing inner demons?" Zhang Jianzhan laughed and said, "Fellow deist, I think you've been staying in your clan for too long and haven't been out to see the world. Cultivation is about defying the heavens, and killing and robbing treasures are common occurrences. The fact that I can speak with you calmly here proves that I have no designs on your Sima family. I prefer equal exchanges. If there is no benefit for you here, I will naturally move on to another place." "What? Fellow deist, do you wish to keep me here? Or do you want to spar with me?" Sima Feng's face flushed red, and his breathing became a little difficult. But then he remembered that the cultivator opposite him was a high-level qi refining cultivator, and that he himself had been in seclusion for 2 years without making a breakthrough and was in very poor condition. If they take action, the Sima family will likely be finished. He could only suppress his anger and say, "Fellow deist, please wait a moment, allow me to consider it." Zhang Jianzhan suppressed his overwhelming joy and nodded calmly. Sima Feng frowned as he pondered. Given the increasingly bizarre situation in the city, creating another powerful enemy at this time would only lead to internal and external troubles. Even if others don't lift a finger, simply distributing the secret manual would plunge the Sima family into utter ruin. If they could keep the manual in their own hands, doesn't this mean that the Sima family doesn't have to worry about having no successors even if they don't have spiritual roots? Morality? It's worthless in the face of self-interest. Just as he said, cultivating immortality is going against the will of heaven, so what's the point of talking about morality? Sitting opposite Sima Feng, Zhang Jianzhan watched his expression change constantly, feeling reassured. He wasn't afraid of even if Sima Feng's family still had their ancestor. He could simply teleport away. If he was certain that the Sima family only had this one cultivator left, he would have already made his move. He wouldn't bother wasting words with them. After a long while, the old city lord sighed, all right, since you've come to this point, let's make a deal. 1 foundation establishment pill in exchange for 2 secret manuals. Consider it a good deed for the Sima family to establish a good relationship with you. Zhang Jianzhan was thrilled and laughed heartily. That's right. The manual itself has no distinction between good and evil, it is the person who cultivates it who is evil. Even if you learn a righteous technique and someone uses it to do evil, does that mean you can blame the technique for being bad? I believe the Sima family can handle these secret manuals properly. However, before the transaction, we must follow the rules of the cultivation world, which is to swear an oath with our Dao heart that we will not deceive the other party. Sima Feng's chest heaved wildly after hearing this. Damn it, this kid is inhuman. I swear by my Dao heart that if I break this oath, I will be punished by the heavens, and at the very least, my cultivation will be permanently barred from advancement. Is the reputation of my Sima family really that low? Zhang Jianzhan then laughed and said, Grandpa, you're so old, don't be angry. After all, we might still have a few deals to discuss. Taoist oaths are for the sake of fairness and justice for both parties. It's a win-win situation for everyone, don't you think? Sima Feng could only manage a stiff smile. Besides foundation establishment pills, my Sima family has nothing else of value. I wonder which aspect fellow deist Zhang is referring to. Fellow deist Sima, I heard that the Sima family has a copy of the Azure Cloud Sword Manual. I wonder if we could exchange it. Of course, just give me a rubbing. Sima Feng jumped 3 feet high and said angrily, Fellow deist, you've gone a bit too far. The Azure Cloud Sword technique was created by my ancestor by integrating external cultivation methods and was only passed down to the family bloodline. If you continue to press me, even if I am no match for you, I will fight you to the death. Zhang Jianzhan laughed and said, Fellow deist Sima, please calm down and let me finish. This cultivation technique of mine can be cultivated from the Qi refining stage all the way to the golden core stage. It is one of the thunder-type cultivation techniques that are the treasures of my Tianqian sect, a golden core lightning-based cultivation technique. You must know that lightning-based techniques are extremely powerful in Yang, making them a natural nemesis of strange and unsettling things. With lightning-based techniques, wouldn't all the evil and heretical practices in your Qingyun city be instantly annihilated? Well, fellow deist Zhang, this isn't something that can't be traded. Although it's an ancestral technique, as you said, I think our ancestor would agree to it in order to eradicate the strangeness in Qingyun city. Zhang Jianzhan. He was just acting like he was going to die a moment ago. Damn it, this old guy is way too realistic. Thus, a major deal between the two officially commenced. Since the Qingyun ancestor was only a foundation establishment cultivator, the fused cultivation technique could only be cultivated up to the foundation establishment stage. Zhang Jianzhan used this as a reason to demand some compensation from Sima Feng. An old man and a young man engaged in a heated debate about this issue in the living room, and finally reached a deal by exchanging a spirit-testing stone for a book of spiritual herbs. Zhang Jianzhan was very curious about what kind of spiritual root he had. When he placed his palm on it, 5 pillars lit up. Old man Sima almost collapsed when he saw it. My 3 spiritual roots are already extremely poor, belonging to the mixed spiritual root category. Good heavens, this kid has all 5 spiritual roots. This shocked him so much his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Can you believe that someone with 5 spiritual roots could cultivate to the advanced stage of Qi refining? For most people with 5 spiritual roots, reaching the Qi refining stage would be a sign of advanced age. His spiritual root was so bad it was practically useless. The only explanation was that his sect had spoiled him too much, piling up all sorts of pills to make him good. This made old Sima envious and jealous. Zhang Jianzhan was also very depressed when he learned that he had 5 spiritual roots. I thought I was at least above average, but it turns out I have the worst mixed spiritual root of the 5 elements. It seems my spatial spiritual spring is indeed extraordinary. Thinking about it this way, I feel more at peace. When everyone received what they wanted, the atmosphere in the hall immediately eased considerably. Although the sun was beginning to set, the two seemed to be having a very pleasant conversation in the living room. Zhang Jianzhan laughed and said, Fellow deist, I have some more gadgets here. He then pulled out a bunch of bottles and jars, including basic healing potions, giant potions, and enlargement potions. Basic agility potion, invisibility potion, underwater breathing potion, rage potion, dispel potion. Zhang Jianjun began his eloquent introduction. The duration of each drug's properties. Are there any negative effects? Sima Feng fell into a daze. Old Sima became interested in the medicine that Zhang Jianjun took out. The old man was also amazed by the various strange and unusual medicines, some of which had effects he had never even heard of before. They were particularly impressed with the effects of the healing and invisibility potions. Although these potions did not improve the cultivation level of cultivators, their life-saving properties were simply perfect. Old Sima couldn't wait to summon several guards and have them scratch their skin to conduct an experiment. All 3 guards stabbed themselves in the thigh, leaving Zhang Jianjun speechless. Fortunately, the basic healing potion was applied to the bloody wound, and it healed completely in less than the time it takes to drink half a cup of tea. The old city lord Sima's eyes began to turn green with envy. The results of the invisibility potion experiment were also perfect. Unless you use your divine sense to scan, you wouldn't be able to detect someone who drank the invisibility potion even if they were standing right in front of you. The key point is that even ordinary people can use it. When all the experiments with the medicines were finished, only the 2 of them remained in the living room. Sima Feng laughed heartily and said, "Fellow Deus Zhang, as expected of someone from a prestigious sect, the medicine you brought is truly remarkable and has broadened my horizons. I wonder how fellow Deus Zhang plans to make the exchange." Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, "Fellow Deus Sima, I have been quite interested in alchemy since I came down from the mountain. If you have any alchemy books or some spiritual herbs and fruit seeds, I would like to exchange them. Of course, if fellow Deus Sima offers spirit stones to purchase it, the transaction is also possible." Sima Feng laughed and said, "Fellow Deus Zhang, if we're talking about worldly gold and silver, our Sima family does have quite a lot of assets, but spirit stones are too rare, so we really don't have any. However, we still have some herbs and common seeds in stock. After all, our family has had its own spiritual fields for thousands of years, but they are all low-grade spiritual herbs. Our family has a 3rd-level alchemy book, but unfortunately no one in our Sima family has been able to learn it yet. If fellow Deus Zhang doesn't mind and is interested, I can offer a copy for exchange." Zhang Jianjun was delighted and said with a smile, "Fellow Deus Sima, you are too kind. We cultivators must broaden our thinking, learn from the strengths of others, and find a path that suits us. Every cultivator has their own unique alchemy techniques, and even the most basic pill formulas have their merits." Sima Feng laughed heartily and said, "Fellow Deus Zhang's insight is truly admirable. In that case, what do you suggest as the exchange ratio?" So the 3rd round of negotiations began, and after another round of back and forth, an agreement was finally reached. Zhang Jianjun contributed 5 kilograms of healing potion, 1 kilogram of invisibility potion, 1 kilogram of enlargement potion, 1 kilogram of agility potion, and several other potions. They exchanged for seeds of 28 kinds of low-level spiritual herbs and fruits, including Duanlongan, Qinjinko, Sengyi Suandinko, Zidenshan, Huang Linyi, Shuiyamu, Zigzulingzi, Jiguan Fengguankui, etc. With the addition of the book Essentials of Elixir, the transaction was perfectly completed. As darkness fell after the 2 men had completed 3 rounds of trading, Zhang Jianjun declined Lord Sima's offer to stay and insisted on leaving. The old lord had no choice but to personally escort Comrade Zhang to the gate. After all, having received so many benefits, he was also afraid that things might go wrong if things didn't go well during the drinking session and something went wrong, leaving him with nothing but tears. One should not have the intention to harm others, but one should not be without the intention to guard against them. At the main gate of the city lord's mansion, Zhang Jianjun said with a smile, "I didn't expect to meet such a straightforward person as fellow Deus Sima in Qingyan City. I'm sorry to have bothered you during this visit. I don't know when we will meet again. Fellow Deus Sima, please take good care of yourself." Sima Feng's lips twitched slightly. "Damn it, it's like we have a great relationship." He stroked his long beard and smiled, "Farewell is inevitable after 1,000 miles of travel. Take care on your journey, young friend. If you have time in the future, you are welcome to visit my humble abode again." Zhang Jianjun nodded slightly, leaped into the sky, and a dark longsword appeared beneath his feet. With a slight flash of lightning, it headed straight for Ula restaurant. Sima Feng watched Zhang Jianjun's departing figure until it disappeared, his smile fading as he revealed a thoughtful expression, muttering to himself, "I wonder if this is an opportunity or a disaster for Qingyan City." Just then, a voice came from behind. "Father, is our Sima family incapable of keeping him here?" Sima Feng said without turning his head. "Junior, he is not someone our Sima family can afford to offend. Just look at those strange and unusual potions he brought. Do you know what that means? It means that his sect is extremely mysterious and powerful. Our Sima family may be a top family in Qingyan City, but compared to the real major cultivation sects, we are insignificant. This world is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Furthermore, this person is so young yet has already surpassed my level. Even in my prime, I would not be his match. You should keep your little schemes to yourself to avoid bringing disaster upon yourself. From now on, our family will select some loyal people to begin their cultivation. You will be in charge of this matter. Remember, if this young man comes again, be sure to treat him well." Sima Jundan's face first showed resentment, then joy. He was almost 40, and for ordinary people, living to 70 or 80 was considered a long life. If one could cultivate, who wouldn't want to? How the Sima family distributed the profits will not be discussed for the time being. At this time, Zhang Jianjun had already booked a room in the back room on the second floor of the restaurant. Sure enough, the streets were deserted after it got completely dark. Apart from a handful of guests who stayed at the hotel, even the restaurant closed its doors early. Zhang Jianjun lay in his second-floor guest room, lit a candle, and took out a bag of fresh milk and a piece of bread from his storage space for dinner. While munching on bread, he looked at the prescriptions, which recorded 8 kinds of prescriptions: replenishing pill, yellow dragon pill, true essence pill, returning essence pill, ascending essence pill, nourishing essence pill, returning to essence pill, and increasing essence pill. Replenishing pills are the most common pills for low-level cultivators. As the name suggests, they are used to replenish spiritual energy. They are very good for cultivators in the first to third stages of qi refining. The effect is significantly worse at the intermediate level, and at the advanced level it's barely noticeable. Huang Longdan has a certain effect on unblocking meridians. It belongs to the auxiliary type of medicine. Since the thickness of meridians varies in different people, it can improve the toughness of meridians and widen the tendons. The True Essence pill is a second-level pill used in the intermediate stage of qi refining cultivation. One prescription alone took up 2 pages, detailing the effects, the refining method, and the necessary medicinal herbs to be combined. When Zhang Jianjun saw the Zheng Yuan pill, his eyes lit up. One pill could increase lifespan by 5 to 20 years, and it was effective for ordinary people. Only one pill could be taken in a lifetime. The earlier it is taken, the more effective it will be. For older people, it can only add 5 years to their lifespan. This is a good thing. In fact, the Yuan enhancing pill is quite common in the cultivation world. It is not a rare pill for cultivators, but it is like a divine medicine for ordinary people. Yuan Dan has the effect of strengthening the body's foundation, nourishing the vital energy, and increasing spiritual power. It can be consumed when the body's essence, blood, bone marrow, or other parts are damaged to consolidate the original source. It is effective even during the qi refining stage. It belongs to the category of all-purpose elixirs. It is also one of the essential pills for qi refining stage cultivators. Even if they reach the foundation establishment stage and there are no good pills available, they can only use this one. It belongs to the third-tier pill category. Zhang Jianjun was pleasantly surprised. If he had the help of the qi cultivation pill and spirit stones when he broke through to the foundation establishment stage, wouldn't it be twice as effective? I am becoming increasingly satisfied with what I have gained. So he took out the Azure Cloud Sword manual and started reading it. Nothing more was said that night. The morning sunlight streamed into the guest room through the broken window, and the entire Qingyun city seemed to awaken from its slumber. Various hawking cries came from the street outside. Zhang Jianjun stretched his body. He hadn't slept for half the night and only managed to doze off a little when it was almost dawn. He had expected something strange to happen that night, but nothing happened after he had been reading the manual for most of the night. He did, however, read the Qingyun sword manual 3 times. The qi cultivation method inside follows the path of sword cultivators, emphasizing graceful movements and controlling the sword with qi. There are 16 styles in total, and when practiced to a high level, one can emit streaks of sword light. Unlike his Tei Divine Thunder True Explanation, which is like a mage who relies entirely on spells to fight against enemies, both have their advantages. To put it simply, one is a melee fighter, and the other is a ranged mage. Of course, once you reach the foundation establishment stage, you can fly your sword and kill enemies from 1,000 meters away, and you will also have ranged attack methods. If he could learn this, it would solve his weakness in close combat. Zhang Jianjun became increasingly satisfied with his gains. Everyone dreams of becoming a sword immortal when they are young, and he was no exception. I ate a quick breakfast and appeared in the air in an instant without disturbing the shopkeeper. In order to avoid attracting the attention of the people in the city, Zhang Jianjun drank a bottle of invisibility potion beforehand and completely disappeared. Then a faint flash of lightning shot straight towards the south gate of the city. The 50-mile distance was less than 10 minutes for Zhang Jianjun now. A series of continuous mountain ranges appeared to his left, which was the purple mist forest that he had inquired about from the shopkeeper yesterday. The tall, dense trees stretched as far as the eye could see. Deep in the mountains, a misty fog enveloped the distant peaks that pierced the clouds, and the ancient primeval forest before him was far beyond his imagination. After admiring it for a while, Zhang Jianjun rode his sword and sped into the forest. His divine sense pierced through his body and began to explore the dense forest. The various animals in the lush jungle broadened Zhang Jianzhan's horizons. Smaller creatures, resembling squirrels, leaped back and forth in the trees. A larger one was discovered, a giant bear weighing about a ton, with golden fur and a clearly ferocious energy emanating from its body. It's very similar to the blood energy of martial artists. No wonder the waiter said that only martial artists come to hunt in the purple mist forest. If an ordinary person encountered such a behemoth, they would surely die. Even for martial artists, it would be extremely difficult to hunt it down without a group of people working together. This enormous creature was leaning against a tree that would take 5 people to encircle, its huge paws munching on the limbs of an unknown animal. Zhang Jianzhan hovered 300 meters above the golden giant bear. Looking at this golden, shiny, and smooth fur, one can't help but sigh that it's much more flamboyant than any fur coat. Just as Zhang Jianzhan was observing carefully, the thick layer of fallen leaves in the depths of the forest rustled, and a giant, striped tiger appeared in his mind, rushing toward him. This left Zhang Jianzhan speechless. The Siberian tiger is the largest known tiger on Earth, and this striped tiger is at least 3 times the size of a Siberian tiger. Before the tiger even arrived, a foul gust of wind blew over, and nearby saplings fell to either side. It also possessed a violent energy. A few hundred meters is within reach in just a few jumps. Clearly, the smell of blood from the bear's meal attracted the giant tiger. 2 terrifying roars echoed through the forest. The giant bear, startled from its meal, stood on end with its golden fur bristling and its copper bell-like eyes fixed on the tiger before it. The low growl emanating from the giant tiger's mouth was like an 18-cylinder engine, and the 2 beasts emitted energy fluctuations that caused the surrounding leaves to dance wildly. Zhang Jianzhan realized that if he didn't act now, when would he? He didn't want the 2 big guys to start fighting and have their fur completely destroyed, which would be a huge loss. With a flick of his wrist, 2 throwing knives appeared in his right palm. He locked his mental energy into the eyes of the 2 enormous creatures, and with a shake of his hand, spiritual energy surged forth, sending the 2 throwing knives flying out without any trajectory. With 2 soft thuds, the throwing knives entered the eye sockets of the 2 beasts and exited from the other eye socket. The 2 enormous creatures facing each other froze for a moment and then leaped more than 10 meters into the air. 2 piercing screams followed, as the animal crashed to the ground from a height of over 10 meters, bounced a few times, and then fell silent, proving that even the largest beast would die if its brain was pierced. It can be said that the 2 ferocious beasts were unlucky enough to encounter cultivators, which was a complete dimensional reduction attack. Zhang Jianzhan channeled his spiritual power and threw the 2 enormous corpses into the space. He had no intention of keeping such a ferocious beast as a pet. It would be invincible in the space, and the ecological balance of the space would soon be disrupted. The meat of such ferocious beasts must be highly nutritious, especially tiger penis and bear paws. Adding tiger bones soaked in wine would make it an absolutely wonderful thing. As Zhang Jianzhan turned to leave, he spotted a fruit tree, about the size of a bull, not far from the boulder. The tree was covered with bright red cherries the size of cherries. He quickly recalled the herbal compendium he obtained from the Sima family, and it matched the description of the purple sun fruit. Although the purple sun fruit did not belong to the spiritual fruit category, it was a variety that martial artists particularly liked. It can nourish blood and qi, strengthen the body and spleen after consumption, and is especially effective for people who are weak and sick. Putting aside everything else, its effect of nourishing qi and blood is a great benefit for martial arts practitioners. Even small doses can improve health for ordinary people. Zhang Jianzhan was overjoyed. What was there to hesitate about? With a carrying capacity of 150 tons, he easily sent the tree and fruit into the space. Then he poured himself another bottle of invisibility potion and slowly flew into the depths of the mountains. The divine sense was like a large net, carefully searching every blade of grass and every tree below. As they ventured deeper into the fog, the area gradually expanded, and without the scanning ability of divine sense, they would definitely have gotten lost. During the flight, they encountered several packs of wolves the size of calves, but Zhang Jianzhan did not stop, showing no interest in these foul-smelling beasts. They also harvested several blood spirit ginseng plants, a specialty of the purple mist forest. According to the illustrated guide, this type of ginseng nourishes yin and yang and is especially effective for people who have lost too much blood or are deficient in qi and blood. When a person is dying, you can cut off a slice and hold it in your mouth to prolong their life. Blood spirit ginseng has reached the level of a first-grade spiritual medicine. This gave Zhang Jianzhan even more motivation. This misty forest was far more promising than the Kaobai River mountain area he had visited twice before. The two were incomparable. Zhang Jianzhan basically ignored the ferocious beasts, since his space needed exotic plants and rare animals, unless he kept some adorable little beasts for his own amusement. In the hazy distance, a sheer cliff over 1,000 meters high appeared, with a stream cascading down from it to form a waterfall. Below the waterfall is a deep pool with a diameter of over 150 meters. Zhang Jianzhan stopped flying above the deep pool because he sensed spiritual energy fluctuations beneath it. This was the first time he had sensed fluctuations in spiritual energy since entering the purple mist forest, which piqued his curiosity. His immense spiritual power pierced through the water's surface and probed towards the bottom of the pool. A massive head was discovered more than 300 meters underwater, which startled Zhang Jianjun. A careful scan with his divine sense sent chills down his spine. This is a black snake head, more accurately described as a python head. Putting aside the body, the head alone is about the size of a small car. The fluctuations in spiritual energy originated from this giant python. Although the giant python's spiritual energy fluctuations were not as high as his, the oppressive feeling brought by its enormous head was terrifying. This reminded him of a movie he had seen in his previous life, Anaconda. At this moment, the giant python seemed to sense that it was being watched. With a twitch of his eyelids, he opened his eyes, which were the size of basketballs. Its emerald green vertical pupils gazed at the surface of the deep pool. The surface of the deep pool was like boiling water. A giant python, more than 30 meters long, emerged from the water, its upper body, 10 meters long, standing upright in the air, with its red forked tongue, more than 1 meter long, extending and retracting in its giant mouth. The green vertical pupils scanned left and right before finally fixing on Zhang Jianjun's position. Its thick waist was covered with black, bull-sized scales, creating an overwhelming sense of oppression that sent chills down one's spine. Zhang Jianjun remained motionless more than 150 meters in the air, his eyes twitching as he looked down at the enormous creature below. Good heavens, this was the first time he had ever faced such a massive monster. Without a doubt, the presence of spiritual energy fluctuations on his body indicated that he was undoubtedly a demon beast. Just as he was about to make the first move, a 2-foot-long, teacup-thick icy arrow shot straight toward him. Startled, Zhang Jianjun used a blink spell to teleport 50 meters away. With a whoosh, an ice arrow, accompanied by a terrifying whooshing sound, disappeared into the high-altitude mist. As expected of a demon beast, its perception is too amazing. You know, it also drank an invisibility potion. It's possible that it locked onto me during my mental scan just now. Zhang Jianjun summoned his mental energy, and a mithril short sword appeared in his hand. With a flash of silver light, the short sword flew out of his hand and headed straight for the giant python's head. As if sensing danger, the giant python's head rippled, and a hexagonal ice shield appeared in the air. The mithril short sword paused briefly at the thick ice shield before piercing through it. This gave the black python a chance to catch its breath. It opened its mouth and instantly fired another ice arrow at the short sword. The short sword collided with the solid ice, producing a piercing scraping sound. The collision sent ice shards flying. The short sword, blocked by the ice shield, eventually lost its momentum and was about to fall when Zhang Jianjun retrieved it. Only then did he realize that this might be a water-type monster, otherwise it wouldn't be able to instantly cast an ice arrow, and water-type magic was undoubtedly its home ground by the pool. Taking advantage of the moment when the giant python was about to unleash an ice arrow, Zhang Jianjun fired a soul pierce straight at the python's head. The giant python's head only paused briefly before recovering instantly. This surprised him as well, as he hadn't expected the monster's magic resistance to be so high. However, it was understandable for such a colossal creature to have high magic resistance. Zhang Jianjun continuously flipped his wrists while silently chanting incantations. 3 bolts of lightning, each as thick as a teacup, appeared in the air and crashed down into the deep pool. A human-like fear appeared in the giant python's emerald green vertical pupils. Monsters have an innate fear of lightning. Legend has it that when a monster transforms into human form, it must undergo a lightning tribulation. If it survives, it can become human. If it fails, it will be reduced to ashes. The giant python hissed, and a flash of white light appeared on its body. The enormous tail swung upwards from the bottom of the pool, creating a curtain of water in the air. Before the water curtain could dissipate, the giant mouth opened again, and a burst of mist quickly spread out, turning the water curtain into a huge ice cover. The moment the ice shield took shape, the first bolt of Tai divine lightning struck it, producing a huge explosion. The massive ice shield shook and several cracks appeared on its surface. When the second purple lightning bolt struck it, the entire ice shield spread rapidly in all directions like a spider web, and then with a cracking sound, the huge ice shield shattered into pieces. The third bolt followed closely behind, but the giant python quickly tilted its massive head back to avoid the direct impact of the lightning. The enormous body was struck squarely. In the pool, lightning flashed. 3 meters below the python's neck, a charred hole appeared. The flesh was crackling from the electricity. The smell of roasting meat wafted from the snake's body after it was struck by lightning. Lightning has a brief paralyzing effect, causing the giant python to freeze instantly. Seeing this, Zhang Jianjun seized the opportunity to strike while the python was weakened, launching a mental attack and wielding a mithril dagger simultaneously, aiming for the python's basketball-sized eye. The moment the monster broke free from its stiffness, a sharp pain shot through its head, accompanied by a hissing sound. Then, an even greater pain came from its eyes and brain. Enveloped in boundless darkness, the mithril short sword, as expected of its anti-magic properties, proved indestructible. The immense pain, entering through the left eye and exiting through the right, caused the giant python to struggle wildly, making the surface of the deep pool resemble a tornado. Snowflakes began to fall from the sky above the pool. The huge splash of water was shot into the air and instantly froze, but this was its last struggle. If its head hadn't been so enormous, it would have died long ago from such a penetrating wound to the brain. Zhang Jianjun unleashed several more mental attacks on the giant snake's head. The beast, suffering repeated blows and further injury to its brain, gradually lost consciousness. The upper part, including the head, floated on the surface of the water and stopped struggling. Zhang Jianjun, still not entirely reassured, scanned the area carefully with his divine sense and only breathed a sigh of relief upon discovering the absence of any signs of life. Even a cultivator at the great perfection of chi refining fought against this giant python for a while. For a martial artist to come here would be certain death. The scales on his body, each the size of a bull, are not something an ordinary martial artist can break through. In addition, he also has an ice shield, making him impossible to fight. No wonder the waiter said it's best not to venture too deep into the purple mist forest. During the scan, Zhang Jianjun's divine sense discovered that 10 meters below the giant python's head, inside its abdomen, there was a red, fist-sized sphere that still emitted a strong spiritual energy fluctuation. This piqued his interest, and he used the power of the rules to directly separate the sphere. A red sphere appeared in his hand. The entire sphere was like a translucent piece of amber, with thin red lines resembling blood vessels distributed on it. Touching the ball feels warm and incredibly smooth, while inside it lies a pure and surging spiritual energy. Holding the sphere, Zhang Jianjun recalled the inner elixir described in cultivation novels. Generally, when a monster grows to a certain age and absorbs the essence of the sun and moon, an inner core will eventually form in its belly. The inner alchemy is of great use to cultivators. First, it can be refined into pills to improve cultivation level. Second, it can be used to directly extract mana to increase one's realm. Refiners can use inner cores to improve the quality of magical artifacts, but inner cores are extremely rare and difficult for low-level cultivators to obtain. This giant python is estimated to be at the mid-stage of chi refining. With its massive size and resilience, it would be very difficult for an ordinary chi refining cultivator to fight it alone. There are many people, but there is only one inner core. If things go wrong, it could lead to murder and robbery. Unexpectedly, he got one on his first kill of a demon beast. Zhang Jianjun watched the giant python about to sink into the water, and with a thought, he put it into his spatial storage. If the monster meat wasn't poisonous, it would be a great tonic. Those steel-hard scales on its body might come in handy someday. If a weapon refiner encounters such materials, they might be able to forge a magical artifact such as an inner armor. It should be noted that Zhang Jianjun's Tei Divine Thunder was extremely powerful in Yang, and when it struck the scales, it only created a small hole. In the past, when it bombed the Zhu family compound in Dashilan, a large number of houses collapsed. If it weren't for the paralyzing effect of lightning, he probably would have struggled with the giant python for a while longer. The giant python, which is over 30 meters long and as thick as a water tank, weighs at least 10 tons. Zhang Jianjun poured another bottle of invisibility solution into his mouth. We sat down by the deep pool. Start meditating and resting for a while. Replenish your depleted spiritual energy. Zhang Jianjun rested by the pool for more than half an hour, by which time the sun was already high in the sky. This proved that it was already noon. Just as he was about to get up and continue searching, he remembered that the monster's lair had not yet been cleared. Such a huge monster must have been entrenched in this pool for many years. It wouldn't be unreasonable for it to have some good stuff to collect. Anyway, that's how most cultivation protagonists are written. Zhang Jianjun's divine sense probed down into the emerald green pool, extending his spiritual power to about 400 meters before truly reaching the bottom. A layer of black silt had accumulated at the bottom of the pool, and there were slight ripples on the water to the left front, indicating that there was an underground river at the bottom of this deep pool. But this held no appeal for Zhang Jianjun, who continued to probe deeper into the silt, finally discovering a large pile of bones more than 3 meters below the surface. These unidentified bones, large and small, were already tinged with green phosphorescence, clearly indicating that they came from a passing ferocious beast, which ultimately became food for the giant python. Several of the skull fragments looked familiar, as the half fragments had deeply sunken eye sockets, suggesting that some unfortunate humans had wandered into this place. The bottom of the deep pool was slightly wider than the top, and the thick silt made it quite difficult to explore. It almost exceeded the range of Zhang Jianjun's spiritual control. Just as he was getting a little bored with his exploration, he discovered a 3-foot-long sword on the inner wall of the pool. Next to the sword were a black waist tag and a small animal skin bag. Zhang Jianjun quickly used the power of spatial rules to retrieve the 3 items, which instantly appeared in his hands. The waist token is dark brown in color, as if it were made of the legendary black iron. It is quite heavy in the hand. Both sides are engraved with cloud patterns, and 3 small seal characters are written inside the border, Corpse Refining Sect. Just by looking at Zhang Jianzhen's name, you can tell he's not from any reputable or respectable section. The sword in his hand was over 3 feet long, its blade a deep blue color, the material of which was unknown. The hilt features a majestic dragon design, while the blade is incredibly sharp, as if it could cut through autumn frost. On a whim, Zhang Jianzhen brandished the sword a few times by the pool. The light blue sword shadow was as light as a swimming dragon. With a gentle rotation of his wrist, blue light flashed across the sword. A single hair landed on the blade and was instantly split in two, which gave him a sense of satisfaction. Clearly, this was a flying sword of the spiritual weapon level. I never expected that a sect that resembles a heretical sect would possess such a fine sword. Since it doesn't have a name, let's call it Frost Shadow. He placed the plaque and sword in the space, then looked at the animal skin bag in his hand. Similarly, it doesn't look fancy on the outside, but the moment divine sense makes contact, a space of about 10 cubic meters appears inside. This seems to be a standard space bag or mustard seed bag for low-level cultivators. Inside, there are some bottles and jars piled up, and 2 green-haired zombies lying in the center are particularly conspicuous. In the corner sat a book with a black cover, titled 9 Yin Corpse Refining Technique. You didn't even need to look at the name to know it was a heretical cultivation method. Zhang Jianzhen didn't destroy the secret manual either. Perhaps there's something valuable in it. It might come in handy someday in the future. Using a few zombies to do things that are inconvenient to do will prevent even ghosts from finding out. I'll study the bottles and jars inside when I have time. Zhang Jianzhen regained his composure and, unwilling to give up, scanned the bottom of the pool once more. After searching again and confirming that no other treasures were found, he had no choice but to make a spiritual energy mark at the pool to prevent getting lost and to use a teleportation spell if necessary. He then downed another bottle of invisibility potion and began his exploration. Time flew by, and he began collecting any plants he had never seen before along the way. Zhang Jianzhen stopped in a grove of trees that resembled small-leaf sandalwood. He discovered that these small-leaf sandalwood trees had subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy, as if the trees themselves contained the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This was consistent with the fact that spiritual herbs, spiritual roots, and similar species inherently contain trace amounts of spiritual power. However, he couldn't identify the type of trees in the plant encyclopedia he carried, and it's likely that no one considered these trees to be rare and precious materials. Zhang Jianzhen is different. His space desperately needs these trees that exude spiritual energy. Transplanting so many into his space might improve the concentration of spiritual energy in the space. Looking at the small-leaved sandalwood forest in front of him, which was about 10 acres in size, the largest tree was as big as a person could hug and the smallest was as thick as a teacup. With a flash of sword light, he cut off a branch as thick as a child's arm. The smooth, purplish-red surface of the cut surface bears the natural wood grain, and the delicate sandalwood fragrance gently wafts out, refreshing and invigorating the senses. Zhang Jianzhen was pleasantly surprised. These small-leaf sandalwood pieces were excellent. Even if it doesn't serve any other purpose, having a few sets of furniture made for yourself can save you the cost of paint and leave the whole room smelling fresh. If used to make beads, it would be priceless. It would also be a great gift for your closest loved ones as a bracelet. You could even add a beautifully carved tag to it. No one could resist that, right? There's a saying that people nurture jade, and jade nurtures people in the same way. Top-quality mutton fat jade is a wonderful thing for nourishing blood and tendons. According to scientific explanations, these top-quality jade stones contain various trace elements, which, when worn for a long time, will be absorbed by the body, promoting skin hydration and fading blemishes. Sweat can be absorbed by jade, making it more lustrous. They play a complementary role and are not superstitious, they have a scientific basis. Therefore, the finest jade has been a favorite of emperors and noble families throughout history. The subtle spiritual energy fluctuations of sandalwood have obvious benefits for ordinary people. Zhang Jianzhen's eyes lit up as he looked at the 10-acre grove of trees and began his transplanting project. The sound of trees rising from the ground and shaking echoed continuously. The sight startled an unidentified bird in the distance, which flapped its wings and flew away. To avoid damaging the roots of the large tree that one of the people was embracing, they used the power of spatial rules to open up the ground and begin collecting soil. To prevent any accidents caused by such a commotion, his divine sense kept scanning the area within a radius of 500 meters. As thousands of small-leaf sandalwood trees of all sizes entered the space, the sun began to gradually set in the west. Looking at the pitted and uneven land in front of him, Zhang Jianzhen smiled with satisfaction. I glanced at the sun and the sky again and felt it was time to go back. Never enter the forest at night. That's the first rule of exploration. Especially in such an unknown former forest, you never know what might happen at night. Just then, the vortex on his arm began to move. Zhang Jianzhen was speechless for a moment. There had been no warning signs at all for this return journey. It's like this trip was just to get the foundation establishment pill. Zhang Jianjun could only take one long look at this boundless primeval forest. His figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. When Zhang Jianjun returned to the space, he checked his watch and found that only a few hours had passed. I originally thought I could stay in the alternate dimension for a longer time, but who knew I would only stay for 2 days and 1 night before returning to the space. Each time I traveled through time, the journey took longer than the last, and I even took 2 days off to prevent any accidents. But this is good, I can take a good rest in the next 2 days, since I haven't had a chance to relax in a long time. Being in the mortal world, he naturally couldn't stay out of it, and he didn't want to become a cold and heartless cultivator. If the goal of achieving immortality is to strip people of their emotions and desires, then what is the point of cultivation? Zhang Jianjun plans to take advantage of these 2 days of rest to get himself into the best condition and lay a solid foundation for breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. However, before resting, the 3 giant beasts and various herbs and trees still need to be arranged. Zhang Jianjun closed his eyes and his perception expanded, as if he had used the power of creation, and the size of the entire space appeared in his mind. More than 100 acres of black soil rose up next to the wheat field, forming a small hill about 100 meters high. The entire space shook, and in less than 2 minutes, a small hill took shape. Small-leaf sandalwood trees flew towards the hilltop like targets for rice seedlings. Planting and filling the large pits with soil was done quickly and efficiently. After more than 7,000 small-leaf sandalwood trees had been settled, Zhang Jianjun then sorted and sowed the seeds of 28 kinds of primary medicinal herbs. They reclaimed more than 20 acres of land and designated a separate area, since these medicinal herbs were all varieties that could be used for cultivation. Although the herbs in the Warcraft universe are miraculous, they can only be used commercially. Zhang Jianjun didn't know how dense the planting should be, so he could only plant them relatively sparsely. The more space there was, the more nutrients they could absorb, right? With a thought, the water in the lake appeared in the air and turned into raindrops, which were evenly sprinkled on the hill and the field of medicinal herb seeds. After all the seeds and trees were planted, a violent vibration came from the space, a familiar feeling that had occurred a year earlier. The world before my eyes was like an earthquake, with the entire tectonic plate shifting and expanding, and the small animals in the grove and dense bamboo forest were terrified and running around in all directions. The tremors lasted for 5 minutes before gradually subsiding. Zhang Jianjun used his perception to estimate that the area of the entire space had increased by 2/5, from the original 5 square kilometers to 7 square kilometers. This sudden change confirmed his guess: the space needed to collect high-level plant energy from another world. When seeds and trees imbued with spiritual energy are planted, a dramatic transformation occurs, proving that no energy arises from nothing. 2 square kilometers of land appeared in the space, as if a magical creator was manipulating everything behind the scenes, without any reason whatsoever. When Zhang Jianjun was preparing to collect medicinal herbs, he expanded the planting area again, gradually phasing out ordinary crops and developing towards higher plant species. Only some varieties that are difficult to grow on a large scale are left, such as tomatoes, watermelons, spinach, garland chrysanthemum, chives, and seasonings. If it weren't for the military's continued need, flour production would be halted. The area of wheat production had shrunk from 80 mu to about 10 mu, and he planned to cut off this production line after the new year. Being too close every day is also a problem, since he doesn't plan to go into politics later on. After reaching the foundation establishment stage, he will be free from the mortal realm and his level and realm will be different. Although the space has been expanded considerably, it's a bit of a shame that the ancient well didn't grow along with it this time. Zhang Jianjun carefully sensed the changes in the space with his divine sense and vaguely perceived that the concentration of spiritual energy in the space seemed to have indeed increased a little after several thousand small-leaf sandalwood trees were planted. Perhaps this is a psychological suggestion, and there is no specific breakdown of how much it has increased. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Jianjun summoned a giant tiger to the lakeside. Even without its breath, the enormous creature, weighing around 1,600 pounds, was still a bit creepy. The mithril dagger began to skin and dismember the tiger, and a perfectly intact tiger skin was quickly peeled off. Next, the internal organs were removed and the tiger meat was cut into sections, with all the bones removed from the body. With the skeleton weighing over 400 pounds, we now have the ingredients for making medicinal liquor. The complete tiger skin was over 10 feet long and 7 feet wide. Zhang Jianjun rolled up the whole tiger skin, properly disposed of the tiger meat, and put a tiger whip about 2 feet long into the wooden house. This thing needs to be kept safe. If those 2 little leopard cats find it and chew it up, I'll be devastated. Next, they began processing the bear's fur, using the same methods except without separating the bones, making it much simpler than processing a tiger. With a tiger skin and a bear skin, I can learn the art of leatherworking later, otherwise I don't know what to do with these 2 skins. This thing can't be exposed to the light right now. We'll have to deal with it when we meet a leatherworker in another world. Otherwise, the appearance of such a large tiger skin in this world would definitely cause unnecessary trouble. Next up was the giant python, which was over 30 meters long. Fortunately, the dagger used for skinning it was an indestructible mithril short sword, and it didn't take long to get it out of the space. When the abdomen was cut open, there was a snake gallbladder the size of a goose egg, which left Zhang Jianzhan at a loss as to what to do. It is said that snake gallbladders have the effects of clearing heat and detoxifying, and improving eyesight. But no one can say for sure whether the snake gallbladder from another world is poisonous. The only solution was to find a wine jar, seal it, and then study it. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Jianzhan summoned a wild leopard cat in front of the giant python. After more than a year of development, the number of leopard cats in his space had reached over 100. The captured wild leopard cat was so frightened that it lay on the ground trembling. The little guy was originally living a carefree life in the forest, but who knew that first it would cause an earthquake, and then it would be controlled by the two-legged creature in front of it. The enormous mountain of flesh before them still exuded a terrifying aura. The wretched two-legged creature shoved another piece of meat into its mouth, and although the smell was terrifying, the meat tasted quite good. They could only eat it reluctantly. Zhang Jianzhan captured it to test whether the python was venomous, and the leopard cat became the lucky one. If he doesn't die, he can brag for the rest of his life about being the first cat in this space to eat spirit beast meat. Zhang Jianzhan naturally didn't dare to feed the leopard cat too much, since the meat of a spirit beast has a lot of energy. If it didn't die from poisoning but instead exploded from being overloaded with energy, it would be a waste of an experiment. 10 minutes later, the leopard cat licked its tongue, seemingly still wanting more. Zhang Jianzhan. With a thought, the wild leopard cat vanished instantly and was transported into the forest. It seemed that the giant python's meat was now confirmed to be non-toxic, which made him beam with joy. After removing the internal organs and snake skin, there are still at least 7 or 8 tons left, enough for him to enjoy slowly in the space. The mithril short sword danced up and down on the giant python's body, breaking it down into pieces of snake meat, while the huge python bones were separated out like a long centipede. The bones also showed a slight energy fluctuation. They should be good for making soup. Zhang Jianzhan had no choice but to use one of the oil tanks that he intended to use to store the medicine. The stainless steel he acquired from the Mitsubishi Group in the island nation came in handy. Using the power of spatial rules, he plated the entire interior of the large tank with a 2 cm thick stainless steel liner. Then he stuffed all the snake meat inside. Using the same method, the remaining 4 oil tanks were all coated with a stainless steel liner, which ensured cleanliness and prevented corrosion. As for the fear of the meat spoiling, that's not an issue. He is the master in this space, and by making the entire jar an absolute vacuum, it won't spoil. Since returning, Zhang Jianzhan has been busy for more than 2 hours to tidy up the entire space, planting what needed to be planted and organizing what needed to be organized. The gains this time were substantial, even more so than the last trip to the Warcraft world. The main items acquired this time were herbs and foundation building pills. That's what he considers priceless. Zhang Jianzhan started a barbecue in the space, and a piece of tiger meat weighing about 3 pounds was served as his dinner. Tiger meat was skewered on a steel barbecue grill, brushed with various seasonings, and grilled over charcoal, filling the area with a rich aroma. Zhang Jianzhan resisted the urge to eat and slowly turned the tiger meat over until he used his divine sense to observe that the tiger meat was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside before he stopped. Then I gently turned it over a low flame a few more times and took it off. This rich, meaty aroma is something I've never experienced before. Once the tiger meat had cooled slightly and the oil had stopped dripping, I gently put it to my mouth and took a bite. The tender, delicate, spicy, and various flavors burst together on my tongue. The meat is bursting with juices, giving it a rich and satisfying flavor. As you swallow the meat, you feel a warm and comforting sensation in your stomach. This warmth seemed contagious, spreading throughout his body. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Jianzhan brought out the last jar of liquor. He picked up the jar and took a big gulp. It was incredibly satisfying. Let us drink and sing, for how short is life? Like morning dew, the days gone by are many and bitter. This reminded him of the story of eating meat in large chunks and drinking wine in large bowls. Even the heroes of Liangshan didn't receive this treatment. Although this beast wasn't at the level of a demon beast, it still had energy fluctuations. This led him to indulge in his love of food, a sip of wine and a piece of tiger meat that was life. When all 3 pounds of tiger meat were gone, the warm current flowing through my body became even more pronounced, making all the cells in my body seem to become more active. No wonder martial artists enjoy hunting these ferocious beasts. This was Zhang Jianzhan's most enjoyable meal. He never expected that tiger meat from another world would taste so good. It was a bit of a pity that he was only focused on finding spiritual herbs at the time. However, if you deliberately hunt wild beasts, you might not encounter any small leaf sandalwood. Who can say what the twists and turns of fate may be? After eating and drinking to their heart's content, they arrived at the ancient well and began circulating the 36 small cycles of energy. The spiritual energy within the well was absorbed into their meridians, and then from the meridians into their danshan, where it circulated. That feeling of fullness followed immediately. Zhang Jianzhan didn't stop, he was used to this state. He continued to compress the spiritual energy, and the milky white spiritual energy vortex spun wildly under the rapid compression. It had transformed from a sea of spiritual energy 3 months ago into a lake of spiritual energy, but the spiritual energy in his body had increased rather than decreased, which proved that, just as he had thought, this was a sign of spiritual energy liquefaction. More than an hour later, he got up and finished his practice without being greedy or reckless. He quickly entered the small wooden house in the space, relaxed his mind, and lay on the sofa to recuperate. After staying in the space for a day and a night, Zhang Jianjun took out 30 spirit stones and a foundation establishment pill and walked towards the ancient well on the second night. I took a deep breath and glanced at my watch. It was almost midnight. Zhang Jianjun sat by the ancient well and took out a reddish-brown pill the size of a longan. That's right, this is the famous foundation establishment pill. After holding his breath and entering a state of complete absorption, he swallowed the pill without hesitation. Suddenly, a ball of raging fire exploded in his abdomen, and a large amount of spiritual energy burst forth, frantically impacting all the meridians in his body. A huge vortex of spiritual energy appeared above Zhang Jianjun's head, and spiritual energy from the space, including that from the ancient well, surged in. Zhang Jianjun knew that if he couldn't quickly refine this spiritual energy and let it run rampant in his meridians, the final result would be either severed meridians or death from reversed blood flow. Many cultivators are blocked at the foundation establishment stage. If they cannot break through this stage, they may be stuck at the qi refining stage for the rest of their lives. When the day of death arrives, dust returns to dust. Zhang Jianjun quickly embraced the Yuan Yi, primordial unity, and stabilized his mind, causing the small heavenly circuit to run wildly on its own. The conversion of gas into liquid requires a catalyst, and this catalyst is stored in the foundation pill. If you cannot establish your foundation before the foundation establishment pill is completely digested, it means you have failed. As a massive storm of spiritual energy washed over his danchan again and again, water droplets began to appear in the vortex of spiritual energy, and a small pond appeared at the bottom of his danchan well. It would be more accurate to call it a puddle. Each drop of spiritual energy transformed into liquid and dripped into the puddle, creating ripples. Zhang Jianjun slapped the ground with his right hand, and grasped the 2 spirit stones in his left and right palms respectively. His spiritual platform began to press down, splitting into 2 streams of spiritual power to absorb the spiritual energy from the spirit stones. The 2 streams of pure spiritual energy quickly melted into the spiritual energy storm. The spirit stone in his hand turned grayish-white after a quarter of an hour, and then turned into dust and fell to the ground. Zhang Jianjun persevered, breaking 4, 8, and 16 spirit stones into powder. At that moment, the puddle at the bottom of his danchan began to rotate automatically, just like the swirling vortex of spiritual energy it once was. The last vortex of spiritual energy storm transformed into a large raindrop, falling one after another to nourish the danchan, which was beginning to dry up and become damaged under the frenzied onslaught. Zhang Jianjun almost laughed wildly, but a sudden throbbing pain in his danchan made him quickly regain his focus. The final effects of the foundation building pill haven't been fully utilized yet. It's a long process, like gambling with fate. If you make it through, you'll succeed. If you don't know if you'll have a chance to turn back. I don't know how much time has passed. It felt like a century or a fleeting moment. The entire spiritual pool finally calmed down, turning into a small lake that slowly swirls. Let him enter a state of true selflessness. The seeds in the medicinal field secretly poked their heads out, grew and sprouted, as if curiously observing this unfamiliar space, and time passed in this magical epiphany. When Zhang Jianjun slowly opened his eyes, a brand new world appeared before him. The ethereal specks of light floating in the air, the pulsation of plants sprouting in the soil, and the animals foraging in the forest all seemed to be right before his eyes. The spiritual energy within his body transformed into surging true essence, filling him with a sense of boundless pride. The world is so big, where can't we go? The surging magical energy around him gradually faded, making him less sharp and more reserved, like a boy next door who, though in his prime, had concealed his arrogance. It's like returning to simplicity and authenticity. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Jianjun summoned the Frost Shadow Sword. Without hesitation, he bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The sword trembled and emitted a clear, ringing sound. He could clearly sense Frost Shadow's joy. Obviously, the unknown sword was now aligned with his will. This was the legendary ability to make a spiritual weapon recognize its master upon reaching the foundation establishment stage. With a thought, the short sword rapidly shortened into a sliver of light, flashing into Zhang Jianjun's danchan and hovering above the spiritual liquid lake. This made him overjoyed. It's done! Just as described in the Azure Cloud Sword Manual, the danchan can nurture the spiritual sword, and it will appear in the hand with just a thought when fighting an enemy. When not in use, place it in the danchan for nourishment. After the spirit sword recognizes its master, one can truly control the sword with one's chi and achieve flight on the sword. There is no longer a need to use mental power to activate runes and guide spiritual energy to fly. One can directly control the sword with chi. Zhang Jianjun teleported to the edge of the ancient well and was shocked to find that the water level of the spring in the 170-meter deep well had dropped by more than half, falling to 50 meters. Good heavens, the spiritual energy storm caused by this foundation establishment has directly drained the spiritual spring water level by 120 meters. This shocked Zhang Jianjun, but he was also relieved. Fortunately, he had obtained a batch of spirit stones. Without these spirit stones, he might have been able to drain the spiritual energy from the ancient well. 16 out of the 30 spirit stones were used up, plus the 120-meter deep spirit spring water level. The amount of spiritual energy required for this foundation establishment is terrifying. Is this the drawback of having 5 spiritual roots? People with mixed spiritual roots need a greater amount of spiritual energy to cultivate than those with a single spiritual root. A single spiritual root is also known as a celestial spiritual root. Simply replenishing the spiritual energy of a single spiritual root will naturally lead to incredibly fast cultivation. Fortunately, Zhang Jianjun had such a magical ancient well. Otherwise, achieving foundation establishment in this lifetime would be quite difficult. It's time to go out and see the world. 6 o'clock in the morning. Zhang Jianjun flashed out of the space and walked to the middle courtyard. It was very quiet and deserted. He was taken aback by the fact that there was not a single person in sight. I didn't expect that no one was up at this time. Could it be that I remembered the date wrong? Just as he was about to use his divine sense to investigate, the door of the He family creaked open, and Shazhu, wearing a military overcoat, walked out of the door. Still a little sleepy, he greeted Zhang Jianjun as soon as he saw him. Jianjun, it's Sunday, why are you up so early? It's so cold, are you getting ready for another business trip? Zhang Jianjun was a little dizzy. If he wasn't mistaken, only 3 days had passed, and it should be Tuesday by now. Zhang Jianjun laughed and said, Brother Zhu, I've been traveling for work these past few days and I'm a little confused. What's the date today? Shazhu wrapped his coat tighter around himself and laughed, you really are a busy person now. Today is the 15th, and it's been almost a week and a half since I last saw you. Zhang Jianjun was momentarily dazed after hearing this. Good grief, I went to the other dimension on the night of January 6th, and only stayed there for 2 days and 1 night. After returning, I only rested for 2 days. Could it be that it took me more than a week to break through to the foundation establishment stage? There is probably no other reason besides this. Indeed, breaking through to the foundation establishment stage is a sublimation of the soul level. As the saying goes, those who cultivate immortality know no time. This meditation lasted for 7 days. So he smiled and said, Brother Zhu, my brain is really not working properly. Has anything happened at the steel mill lately? Where are you going, getting up so early? Shazhu laughed and said, the factory has been incredibly busy lately. A couple of days ago, some people from other companies came to visit, and Director Yang called me over to help out at the canteen a few times. I wasn't planning on going out. I was woken up by the urge to pee, and with so many people at home, I have to relieve myself in the toilet. Zhang Jianjun. Okay, you go ahead and do your thing, I'll go back and catch up on some sleep. The two parted ways at the Intermediate People's Court, and Zhang Jianjun returned home. He hadn't expected this breakthrough to take so long. He wasn't too worried about the steel rolling mill. He figured Zhou Xiaobai must be a little angry since she hadn't seen him for so long, and he'd have to go over and coax her later. After returning home and bolting the door, he slipped into the space, intending to spend some time there before going to the Zhou family compound for a free lunch. Zhang Jianjun recalled that he had found a book on the 2 corpses of the 2 martial artists he had killed at the beginning, so he took out the book Savage Bull Body Technique from the ring, wanting to see how the cultivation system of martial artists in this other world differed from the Kung Fu on Earth. After carefully studying the Savage Bull Body Technique for half an hour, Zhang Jianjun was surprised to find that the martial artists in this world actually had their own complete cultivation method. They divided martial artists into 4 realms: body refinement, meridian breakthrough, UN cultivation, and unity. Body refinement realm is based on tempering the physique and cultivating the human body to its optimal state. This is the foundation of martial arts. If one's physique is insufficient, practicing some advanced techniques can easily lead to backlash. Many ingenious moves cannot unleash their full power. Legend has it that when one reaches the highest level of body refinement, one becomes invulnerable to swords and spears, and impervious to water and fire. Breaking the meridian realm is based on condensing true qi and using the true qi in the body to break through various acupoints and widen the meridians. The most direct benefit of breaking through meridians is that it increases the body's internal energy capacity and enhances one's explosive power. The more meridians that are broken through, the more internal energy can be stored. When one reaches a high level of skill, one can unleash internal energy, which they call blood energy. When it is extremely fast, it can even injure people with a powerful gust of wind. The nurturing essence realm, as described in the book, is similar to that of a master of innate cultivation, capable of transforming internal energy into true essence. Very few martial artists reach this realm. If we get close, we can fight to the death with someone in the chi refining stage. As for the return to origin realm, there is no detailed description, and it is only mentioned briefly in the book. Reaching this realm means that one has entered the Dao through martial arts. Later, the two bridges between heaven and earth were opened, which is the legendary golden core of martial arts. By then, their abilities to ascend to heaven and descend to earth will be comparable to those of cultivators. Their level of life will also be greatly enhanced, and living for hundreds of years will no longer be a problem. Unfortunately, a martial artist's vital energy begins to decline around the age of 50. Very few people can reach this level of skill, unless they are geniuses among geniuses. My son, Wang Teng, has the potential to become an emperor, so he can give it a try. They are extremely rare. The cultivation method in this book only goes up to the meridian-breaking realm, and Zhang Jianzhan didn't expect the two henchmen to have any profound secrets. However, if an ordinary person has some talent, they can still reach the breaking meridian realm by following the steps and practicing diligently. Even if he can only cultivate to the mid-stage of body refinement, the humans on Earth will probably find no match for him. If this book is promoted later, won't it be easy to enter the octagon and win the championship? Given that only Chinese people are familiar with meridians and acupoints, and possess the world's most difficult-to-understand written language, this will be a monopolistic secret manual. Perhaps in future generations I can pull off this. Since we have a national fitness campaign, it wouldn't be unreasonable to also have a national martial arts campaign, would it? With a wave of his hand, Zhang Jianzhan sent a sandalwood branch as thick as a child's arm flying over. Making beads is out of the question these days, but making a few pendants to appease a young wife is quite nice. Under the power of spatial rules, Zhang Jianzhan divided the jade plagues into 4 plagues of the same size according to the 461 method. The so-called 461 refers to the size of the most common jade plagues. The dimensions are 4 cm wide, 6 cm high, and 1 cm thick, which is also the standard size for jade-making workshops. It is perfectly close to the golden ratio, and it is also very convenient to carve during the process. Zhang Jianzhan used a semi-openwork cloud pattern technique to create the border, with the 4 characters Guo Taimenen, meaning peace and prosperity for the country, engraved on the front and a lifelike horse on the back. The combined meaning is national prosperity and peace, and the success of the horse path. Even if it is discovered, no one can explain its significance. After the 4 sandalwood plagues were carved, Zhang Jianzhan found a few red ropes, twisted 3 strands together to form a braid shape. The bottom is branched out, turning into rice ears that are inserted into the holes, instantly elevating the process to a higher level. The 4 plagues are identical in the replica, making them very valuable as souvenirs. Zhang Jianzhan stayed in the space until about 10 o'clock, then changed into his woolen school uniform and pinned the limited edition portrait of the great man to his chest. They left the space and headed towards the central courtyard. As noon approached, the entire compound came alive. After all, it was fine to stay in bed and skip a meal in the morning, but no one could stand not eating in such cold weather at noon. At the pool in the middle courtyard, some people were already washing vegetables with water from thermos flasks. Qin Jingru, the 3 ants, and Lu Haizhong were carrying kettles and pouring boiling water onto the taps, creating a misty atmosphere around the pool. Zhang Jianzhan scanned the area with his divine sense and found that all the water pipes were frozen solid. The ones inside the soil were in better condition, but the iron pipes exposed outside the pool had become solid. Zhang Jianzhan used the peeling technique without making a sound, and all the ice pillars blocking the tube were taken into his space. Water gushed out from the 3 faucets, which surprised the 3 of them, but also left them a little puzzled. Lu Haizhong looked up and saw Zhang Jianzhan's face beaming with joy. Qin Jingru glanced at the moon gate, her face flushed red from the cold. I couldn't take my eyes off her alluring, foxy eyes. Well, the cold wave in 1967 arrived earlier than the previous year. Lu Haizhong stepped forward and laughed. Look at this, even the tap water has to give Jianzhan face when he comes over. The 3 of us poured boiling water on him for ages and it still didn't dissolve. It's been about 10 days since I last saw you. You've really been working hard since you became the deputy factory director. You really need to take care of your health. Everyone had to admire Lu Haizhong's skill in getting close to people. The 3 aunties looked at Zhang Jianzhan, wanting to strike up a conversation but not knowing how to start. Zhang Jianzhan has arranged for his daughter-in-law, Yuli, to work in a steel rolling mill. It was supposed to be a joyous occasion. However, recently the couple has been finding fault with each other and they start arguing every few days, which has made their relationship situation less than optimistic. There haven't been any children causing trouble for so many years. Zhang Jianzhan smiled and said, "Second uncle, thank you for your concern. There's a saying that goes, if an official doesn't serve the people, he might as well go home and roast sweet potatoes. As long as the steel rolling mill continues to thrive, what does it matter if I'm a little busy?" Lu Haizhong quickly nodded in agreement. See, that's very meaningful. I need to find a notebook and write it down. Zhang Jianjun said, however, it's best not to pour boiling water on frozen water pipes. Using boiling water might cause leaks. You've heard of thermal expansion and contraction, right? If you don't pour boiling water on them properly, they might crack. Jianjun, aren't you exaggerating a bit? Iron pipes can crack from boiling water? Second uncle, don't disbelieve me. In the past, when it was so cold in northeast China, even the steel rails on the railway tracks would be deformed by the cold, let alone iron pipes. The best way is to take protective measures once and for all. If you have nothing to do this afternoon, find some tattered cotton cloth or straw and wrap all the pipes that are sticking out of the soil several times. This will minimize the risk of freezing. I still have to go to my partner's house today. See you all. Lu Haizhong smiled and said, this is quite an eye-opener. Jianjun, if you have something to do, go ahead and do it. I will ask everyone to do it the way you suggested this afternoon. Zhang Jianjun nodded and turned to walk out of the courtyard. As they watched Zhang Jianjun's departing figure, the group was filled with envy. That woolen school uniform is so respectable, it makes you look incredibly smart, they thought. Outside the courtyard, looking at the gleaming jeep, Zhang Jianjun was in a very good mood. It seemed that someone had taken care of him during the 10 days or so he had been away. If I'm not mistaken, it was either Huzi or the Lu Guangtian brothers who helped. After some effort, Zhang Jianjun started the jeep and sped towards the Zhou family compound. Perhaps because it was too cold, the streets and alleys of Beijing seemed rather deserted, with very few pedestrians on the road. Half an hour later, the car came to a steady stop at the entrance of the compound. As soon as Zhang Jianjun got out of the car, he saw Zhou Xiaobai standing outside the courtyard gate, wrapped up like a rice dumpling, her face filled with resentment, her big, watery eyes glaring at him angrily. Oh, whose chubby little girl is this? She's really pretty. Little girl, were you waiting for me? Zhou Xiaobai blushed, rolled her eyes, and said playfully, great talent, have you been bursting with inspiration lately and staying home in seclusion to create? You've almost forgotten which way the door to this place opens, haven't you? Hee hee, how could that be? Last night the west wind withered the green trees, I gazed to the ends of the earth, my clothes grew looser and looser, yet I had no regrets, for I was wasting away for her, when suddenly I turned around and there she was in the Zhou family compound. Zhou Xiaobai could no longer maintain her composure, revealing two shallow dimples. Then, realizing she had lost her composure, her face flushed red. Da Biao, you've completely altered this poem, and you still have the nerve to show it off. Amidst laughter and conversation, the two walked into the living room together. Zhou Jianese glanced at Zhang Jianjun and seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. He's been on tenterhooks for the past 10 days or so. Good heavens, this kid has vanished without a trace, leaving no clue whatsoever. Even those above him thought he was up to something big again. He's been getting a lot of attention lately. He chuckled and said, where have you been making your fortune lately, kid? Nothing bad has happened to you all these days, has it? Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, uncle, it's like this. A while ago when I was at work, I felt that my ideological awareness still needed to be improved. In order to better serve the people, we must unite among the broad working class. I believe it is very necessary to learn more knowledge and enrich my understanding. Recently, I have been studying the works of Marx, Lenin, and other great men, drawing spiritual inspiration from them, and preparing to become a person who is purely free from vulgar interests. Puffed, Zhou Xiaobai walked into the kitchen, her face flushed red. Zhou Jinyi's lips twitched slightly. I don't believe a word you say anymore. Who taught you to talk like that? You're getting more and more talkative. But it's good for you to stay home and be quiet for a while. You're almost getting married and you still can't make things easy for me. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, Uncle, I was just trying to lighten the mood. I hope things are going well for you at work lately. I know nothing about weddings, so I'll need your help to make the arrangements. What date do you think would be most suitable? What else do I need to prepare? Zhou Jianese, this kid knows how to take advantage of opportunities. The thought of this boy taking away my precious daughter, pot and all, fills me with a pang of sadness. Jianjun, marriage is a serious matter and should not be taken lightly. We need to discuss this with your aunt. As for what to prepare, remember not to be extravagant. I don't lack anything. I'll be content as long as you two can live a good life together. As an elder, what I need is for my children to be stable. As for how to manage you in the future, I don't need to remind you, but it's best to avoid causing trouble in the near future. Quite a few people have noticed you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianjun's heart stirred. If it were before, he might have considered the consequences, but now, since reaching the foundation establishment stage, all those considerations had become irrelevant. As the saying goes, if you're happy, I'm happy, and everyone's happy, it's fine to lend a hand if you have the ability. If someone wants to cause trouble, he doesn't mind making some people disappear. Uncle, thank you for your reminder. There's a saying that a scholar should be looked at with new eyes after 3 days of separation. I'm not the ignorant person I used to be. I came here today for two reasons: first, to visit you, and second, to express my attitude. What I want to say is that as long as the organization still thinks I am useful, then I am useful. I don't want to get involved in this mess anymore. As for the future, I will continue to support you as always, but only in the field of science and technology. Now that people are starting to pay attention, I will no longer supply food after the new year. I hope you will understand, Uncle. Zhou Jianese was startled. Seeing Zhang Jianzhen's serious face, I knew this kid wasn't joking. It seems that the mysterious methods he displayed were just the tip of the iceberg. This actually put his mind at ease. No matter how powerful he is, he's still old Zhou's son-in-law. So he laughed and said, "That's good. I personally agree with your idea. This pond is indeed very deep. You are still young and there is no need for you to venture in. As for the old leader, everything is fine. Just be careful of other people's attention. The organization trusts you quite a bit, so you should have confidence in the organization as well." Zhou Xiaobai came out carrying a bowl of chicken soup. He glanced at Zhang Jianzhen. I blinked. At the dinner table, Zhou's mother glanced at Zhang Jianzhen and felt that her future son-in-law had changed somewhat. He has become much more refined and elegant. On the contrary, he seems even younger than last year. Even though he has become the deputy factory director, he is becoming more and more like a teenager. One has to admire women's keen observation skills when it comes to skin. After Zhang Jianzhen broke through to the foundation establishment stage, he truly seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. Zhou's mother smiled gently and said, "Jianzhen, has the factory been quite busy lately? It's been a while since you've come to visit me." Zhou Xiaobai chuckled and interjected, "Someone just said he's been staying home in seclusion studying Marxism-Leninism to improve his ideological awareness." The elderly couple exchanged a smile after hearing this. Zhang Jianzhen smiled and said, "As long as we don't get stuck in a bad mindset, there are always more solutions than problems. Thanks to everyone's efforts, the steel rolling mill is indeed much more stable than it was a while ago. Director Yang, who is in charge of production, is taking the lead, so I have it a little easier than them." Zhou's mother smiled and nodded, "That's good. It's good to learn and enrich yourself while you're young, but you should also observe how others manage their businesses. Accumulate some management experience and try to remove the deputy title from the deputy factory director's position in a few years." Zhou Jianese then laughed and said, "Yu Jun, how old is he? We can't put too much pressure on the children. A 21-year-old deputy factory director is already quite eye-catching. Have experience and refine your skills before considering promotion." Zhang Jianzhen smiled and said, "Auntie, I haven't really thought about the career advancement path yet. I've only been the deputy factory director for a little over 3 months, and I do need to be tempered a bit more. I was not used to being transferred here from the publicity department, but I have managed to get through these past few months, despite all the ups and downs. Fortunately, we did not let the organization down and solved the problem of our factory's aging machines." Zhou's mother smiled with satisfaction. "I only recently heard that you helped replace the equipment. Last time, when your Uncle Zhou wasn't home, I received a call from the Ministry of Metallurgy and that's when I understood what was going on. This was done very well and it made us look good. They've all come to us." Zhang Jianzhen raised his glass and smiled, "It's all thanks to your guidance that I've gained so much knowledge and experience." Zhou Xiaobai. Zhou Jianese. Zhou's mother was increasingly satisfied and picked up a large chicken leg, placing it in Zhang Jianzhen's bowl. "Jianzhen, even as a factory leader, you need to balance work and rest. Look at you, you seem to have lost a lot of weight." Zhou Xiaobai rolled her eyes, secretly admiring how good her partner was at handling things. Zhang Jianzhen smiled and said, "Thank you for your encouragement, Auntie. I specially prepared a small gift for you this time. It's very effective for skin care and refreshing the mind." After saying that, he pretended to reach into his pocket, and a delicate wooden plaque appeared in his hand. The moment the small, purplish-red sign was taken out, it became the focus of attention, drawing the eyes of the family of 3. The intricate and exquisite patterns, the lifelike horses, and the 4 large characters written in a vigorous and elegant style. This tag makes the product look very elegant and high-end. Zhou's mother put down her chopsticks and her face lit up with a smile. "Hey Jianzhen, I've told you so many times, but you just won't listen. Stop giving gifts and wasting money all the time." "Ha! Is this fragrance coming from this sign?" After Zhou's mother finished speaking, she picked up the price tag, sniffed it, and immediately beamed with joy. Zhang Jianzhen smiled and said, "Auntie has a good eye. This plaque is made of 1,000-year-old small-leaf sandalwood, which has a faint fragrance. After using my secret recipe, it takes 81 days of soaking to take shape. It contains various trace elements needed by the human body, and long-term work can make the skin smoother and more anti-aging. This fragrance also has a refreshing effect, but it's hard to come by, so please don't spread it." As Zhang Jianzhen was giving his boastful presentation, he felt a small hand grab his waist and begin to twist it to the right. Then he continued, however, I made a total of 4 pieces. She withdrew the small hand from her waist, and out of the corner of her eye, she saw Joe Xiaobai staring at her expectantly. His hand began to rummage in his coat pocket again. He took out 2 pieces and handed one to his father-in-law. Joe Jinese took it with great interest, smelled it, and felt that it really looked like the real thing. The fragrance is fresh, delicate, and serene, spreading through the air and instantly making one's mind feel clearer. Finally, Zhang Jianjun handed the sign to Zhou Xiaobai from under the table and even drew a circle in the girl's palm. When Zhou Xiaobai received the sign, her face first lit up with joy, then turned red. This bad guy was really too bold. The whole family stopped at the dinner table, flipping the signs over and over to examine them carefully. The more they looked, the more surprised they became. The most amazing thing was that all 3 signs were exactly the same. They looked like they were made from the same mold. The mother and daughter even swapped them and compared them side by side. Joe Jinese was a little alarmed, though all the women thought he looked good. Regardless of whether this is a 1,000-year-old sandalwood, the carving skill and the fragrance are truly remarkable. Sure enough, the items that came from his son-in-law were no ordinary goods. Then he smiled and said, Jianjun, you've really put your heart into this. This item is absolutely amazing. Joe's mother's smile grew even warmer. Yes, it's simply exquisite and beautiful. Even during the Republic of China era, we never saw such an object. Zhang Jianjun said, Auntie, Uncle, it's just a small trinket and not worth mentioning. But please rest assured, it's not an antique. You too should already be able to see the marks on it. It's best to keep these privately worn and prevent them from falling into other people's hands. I'm afraid they'll cause unnecessary trouble if they get out. I made 4 of these tags in total, and they won't appear again. You'll see their benefits once you wear them for a long time. Mother Joe smiled and said, Jianjun, you're overthinking it. I treasure such a good thing too much to give away. Don't worry, it won't get lost. This little incident made the atmosphere at the dinner table very pleasant and harmonious. The 3 of them admired the sign for a while before carefully putting it away. Zhou Xiaobai asked curiously, Jianjun, where did you learn this carving technique? I've never heard of it before. The couple also listened attentively without making a sound. They actually wanted to ask, but they were too embarrassed to ask the younger generation. They couldn't very well accept the eggs and then ask where they came from. Zhang Jianjun began reminiscing. Back when I was studying at number 5 middle school in Beijing, I had a junior high school classmate whose father used to make seals. When I visited his home, I saw that his father had done some carving. I was immediately impressed by his father's skills, so I became interested and went home to find some wood to try carving myself. You'll get the hang of it eventually. It's nothing special, it's just a matter of practice. The elderly couple listened with skepticism. Zhou Xiaobai's eyes were filled with stars. Time flew by, and lunch ended half an hour later. After dinner, Zhou Xiaobai suggested going for a walk outside. The two hadn't taken a stroll together for over 10 days, and the elderly couple, having received the gifts, didn't object. Jeeps roared on the streets of Beijing. Inside the car, Zhou Xiaobai looked out the window at the deserted street and asked softly, Jianjun, do you think Beijing will prosper again in the future? Xiaobai, yes. How can you be so sure? Because Beijing is the heart of our motherland. We will all be witnesses. Nanlua Guxian, 1:30 p.m. A jeep was parked on the left side of the gate of Hongxing compound. A man and a woman got out of the jeep and heard a noisy argument coming from the front yard. Yan Jiichin, are you even a man? You're lazy and good for nothing all day long. You don't do any work and you even beat women. If you don't want to live together, we're going to the neighborhood office to get a divorce right now. Yuli, don't think I don't know that ever since you started working, you've been flirting and being promiscuous outside. So what if I hit you? Is it illegal for a man to hit his own woman? You've been in my Yin family for so many years and still haven't been able to conceive. I haven't even bothered you, yet you still give me attitude. Just because you have a job doesn't mean you're something special. You're just a temporary worker. What's so great about that? Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you have Zhang Jianjun as your backer. I've known Zhang Jianjun since he was a kid, when he was wearing open-crotch pants. Zhang Jianjun. Damn it, I seem to have gotten shot even though I was lying down. Zhou Xiaobai tugged at Zhang Jianjun's coat sleeve and pointed inside with a puzzled expression. Zhang Jianjun spread his hands, feigning innocence. A crowd of onlookers gathered in the front yard, watching the spectacle in 2s and 3s. Yan Bagui stood at the gate with a very ugly expression, while the third aunt stood next to Yan Jiichin, seemingly to encourage her son. Yuli had a red, swollen mark on her left cheek, clearly from a slap, while Yan Jiichin also had several scratches on his face. It seemed the couple had fought without backing down. As the two argued more and more fiercely, Lu Haizhong, with her pregnant belly, walked out from the crowd. Yan Jiichin, Yuli, what are you two doing? You've been married for so many years, can't you be a little more considerate of each other? Old Yan, what kind of behavior is it for you to just cower in the back and not step in to do anything? Wouldn't it be a laughingstock if the neighboring compound saw this? It would seriously damage the image of our compound's unity. Yan Bagui's face turned bright red, and he hesitated to speak. He had always considered himself a cultured man, but he never expected so many people to laugh at his family today. If Yan Jiichin and Yuli really divorce, their Yan family will suffer a huge loss. Yuli is now working in the finance department of the steel rolling mill. He could be promoted to a permanent position in less than 2 years, but if he gets divorced, he will undoubtedly lose a cash cow. However, like Su Daimao, the two of them have never had children of their own over the years, which makes Yan Bagui feel uneasy. Yan Jifang spoke first. Second uncle, this is my own business, it's not your place to deal with it, is it? Do I need to report to you when I'm disciplining my own woman? The third aunt chimed in, Old Lu, aren't you overreaching? Back when you were beating the kids every day, none of us from the Yan family ever bothered to join in the fun. The sun must have risen in the west today. You should go home and figure out how to bring Guanqi back. The second uncle's face immediately turned ugly. Lu Haizhong had been a team leader for more than half a year, and this was the first time he had been humiliated. Auntie Erda, who was standing nearby, immediately objected to this. Third aunt, what are you saying? My husband, Lao Lu, came here out of kindness to mediate the fight and for the sake of the compound's reputation. It's one thing if your family doesn't appreciate it, but why are you dragging my Guanqi into this? When Jianjun was celebrating the Spring Festival, he told my family that Guanqi had gone to the western region for the country's development and that he would be able to come back in a few years and might even receive a subsidy from the organization. Yan Jiichin said with a disdainful look, Second aunt, you're overthinking it. I grew up with Guanqi, and I know his personality too well. He wouldn't run away unless you pushed him to the limit. Besides, I admit that Zhang Jianjun is somewhat capable, but is everything he says true? He's not Zhang Bangxian who can predict everything. At this moment, the crowd fell silent. Yan Jiichin was still babbling on and on when the sudden silence startled him. He glanced at the gate out of the corner of his eye and saw a familiar figure. The sound stopped abruptly, as if the mouth was stuck. Zhang Jianjun, dressed in his school uniform, walked ahead, followed by Zhou Xiaobai, who was also wearing a military overcoat, with a faint smile on their faces. The second aunt instantly retreated into the crowd, the third aunt opened her mouth and then closed it again, and Yan Bagui glanced at Zhang Jianjun with a very complicated expression. Yuli's eyes lit up and then dimmed again, while Yan Jiichin stood there, still looking like he wanted to say something but couldn't. Zhou Xiaobai almost burst out laughing when she saw this scene from behind. It seems my partner has a high reputation in this compound. Lu Haizhong was angry, but when he saw Zhang Jianjun come in, it was like seeing a savior. They came rushing towards us in a flash. Jianjun, you're back just in time. You be the judge. Is it proper for men in Beijing to beat women? I came up to help break up the fight and got myself into this mess. I really meant well but got no reward. What did I do to deserve this? Zhang Jianjun laughed and said, Second uncle, it's not a big deal, don't be impatient. There's a saying that even an upright official can't settle family disputes. I didn't want to say anything, but some people keep mentioning my name. It's like I'm sleeping at home and people are pointing fingers at me. If they don't say something, they'll think I'm out of touch with the masses. I've helped a few people find jobs, which is good, but I'm not stupid. However, I would feel uneasy if my good intentions backfired. I helped Yuli because she is educated, down-to-earth, and hardworking. Besides, my third uncle was going through a tough time at the time, and since I had the ability to lend a hand, why not? But seeing the situation today makes me a little disheartened. If some people had even a little bit of gratitude, they wouldn't have brought me up. Have I ever accepted a single penny in benefits for your Yan family? Have you ever taken a single cent, or even an egg, to thank me? No, I actually know about your family's situation, and I have never expected you to be grateful. I believe in doing good deeds without expecting anything in return, but what about you? It's one thing to be ungrateful, but it's really not right to talk about me behind my back, Yan Jiichin, don't you think? Yan Jiichin's face flushed red and then turned pale. With a stiff neck, he said, Zhang Jianjun, since you have the ability to help find jobs, why did you arrange jobs for Huzi, Guangtian, Guangfu, and Yuli, but not for me? You're clearly looking down on me first, okay? Why should I be grateful to you? Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. That's an amazing reason. Even Yan Bagui turned his face away, only the third aunt perked up her ears to listen. Yuli's face was flushed red, whether from the slap or from shame and anger, all the way to the roots of her ears. Zhou Xiaobai pouted. Zhang Jianjun chuckled and said, Why should I respect you? Do you want to see a 49-year-old man beating a woman? Do you think you're some lazy, good-for-nothing who just lies in bed all day waiting to die? Don't you know why I won't help you? Huzi was already out looking for odd jobs to help support the family when he was just a teenager. Can you do that? Guangtian and Guangfu, the two brothers, pay a few dollars a month for food, which they earn through odd jobs and their own abilities. And you? All you do is sit at the table and wait to get your share of those few pieces of dried radish? What kind of cause you sow, you will reap the corresponding result. Don't be so shameless and incompetent, yet you complain that others won't help you. Who the hell are you to expect me to help you? As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd's emotions were ignited, and they began whispering and exchanging ideas. Yes, who would help someone who's hopeless? Such a grown man, why is he so impatient? If he's afraid of hardship, he'll complain about others not helping him. You said that the couple has never had children, is it because he's impotent? That is actually quite possible. Su De Mao, I didn't say anything about you, why are you glaring at me? Yan Jiichen's entire face turned a deep liver color. He always had a high opinion of himself. He was a high school graduate, his father was a primary school teacher, and even Yuli had a high school diploma, making them a typical scholarly family. But no one expected that it would be so unbearable in Zhang Jianzhan's eyes. Coupled with the murmurs of the people around him, Yan Jiichen believed that Zhang Jianzhan was deliberately humiliating him. He spoke angrily, veins bulging on his neck. Zhang Jianzhan, you've gone too far. It's none of your business how I am. Why do you look down on me? I haven't eaten your food. Su Demao shook his head in the crowd, knowing perfectly well that Yan Jiichen was too ungrateful and that his future days might be difficult now that he was going against Zhang Jianzhan. If we're talking about being cunning and assessing situations, I'm far inferior to myself. Lu Haizhong was about to step forward to help when Zhang Jianzhan gently nudged him, causing him to retreat. He said calmly, if you were eating at my house, I would have broken your legs long ago. The fact that you can still stand and talk to me shows how tough you are. Others retire at 60, but you're not even 30 yet and you're already living the life of retirement. What? Do you look down on the people who do hard labor? Or do you want to become a landlord? Your thinking is dangerous. Be careful, one day your dad will lose his job and you won't even have a house. I'm not just scaring you. Do you know which compound houses belong to? They were allocated to employees by the steel rolling mill and the neighborhood committee. Your father's workplace is Hongsing Primary School. Do you know what the consequences will be if he loses his job? The steel mill and the sub-district office have the right to take it back. You're asking for trouble. If it weren't for the fact that we live in the same compound, would I think I could easily crush you like a chick? Do you really think you're something special? But someone like you isn't even worth my time. Because just like you said, yes, I despise you from the bottom of my heart. That's all I have to say. Take care of yourself. I really don't have time to watch a piece of trash perform here. You can't wake someone who's pretending to be asleep by peeing. Just a heads up before you leave, don't mention my name all the time. I don't know you well. Everyone gasped upon hearing this. Thinking about it carefully, it really makes sense. The house originally belonged to the steel rolling mill and the street office and was allocated to the employees' families. In addition, Zhang Jianzhan is now the deputy director of the steel rolling mill. If Uncle San is targeted again, and Zhang Jianzhan stabs him in the back, the Yan family might really have to go to the countryside. Everyone understood. Yan Bagui was no fool either. His face turned pale and he could no longer hold back. He stepped forward and slapped Yan Zhifang hard across the face. Dad, why did you hit me? Hit you? How dare you talk to Jianzhan like that, you beast? Someone's helping your wife find a job and you're spouting nonsense. I'll beat you to death. Snap, snap, snap. Then he slapped her 3 more times. Yan Zhifang was stunned. Everyone knew his father was stingy, but he had always been proud and had never hit him in front of outsiders. The 3 women quickly stepped between the two. Old Yan, are you crazy? Why are you hitting your own son? Yan Bagui's heart pounded. You'll be eating cabbage stalks tonight. From now on, you can forget about sitting at the table unless you pay. Then he turned to Zhang Jianzhan and said, Jianzhan, please don't stoop to this beast's level for my sake. If he did anything wrong, I'll apologize to you on his behalf. Zhang Jianzhan took Zhou Xiaobai's hand and walked towards the intermediate people's court. Uncle, you're exaggerating. I really don't have time to argue with him. Just don't mention my name when you talk to me in the future. When everyone saw that Zhang Jianzhan had left, they prepared to disperse. Yuli said calmly, I'm going back to my parents' home. Yan Jiichen, since you like hitting women, why don't you marry someone who likes being hit? Bring your household registration book to the neighborhood committee the day after tomorrow. Without waiting for a reply from the Yan family, he walked out of the front yard. Erhuzi, watching Yuli's figure disappear, quietly retreated, but as he turned around, he seemed to curl the corners of his mouth. The entire Yan family was dumbfounded. I didn't expect Yuli to leave so suddenly, she really meant it. The third uncle panicked. He had finally managed to win over his daughter-in-law with half a pound of fish, and now she was gone just like that. What a disaster. He roared at Yan Jiichen, whose face was ashen, you unfilial son, are you just standing here waiting for the wine? Go after him. Yan Jiichin suddenly realized what was happening. She rushed out the gate in a panic, but the alley was deserted and there was no sign of Yuli. Humiliation, resentment, regret, and anger intertwined. A hint of resentment flashed in his eyes as he recalled the scene of Zhang Jianjun publicly berating him. Everyone in the compound went back to their own homes and mothers, and they had plenty of topics to talk about for 3 to 5 days. It was worth watching this spectacle. Yi Zonghai had been watching from afar, thinking it would be a lively affair for a while, and he even felt a bit of satisfaction when he saw Lu Haizhong get his comeuppance. He secretly felt smug, thinking that he was still a long way from becoming a big shot. As soon as Zhang Jianjun came in, he easily resolved the situation in no time. This guy is truly terrifying. Zhang family old house. Zhang Jianjun sat on a chair with his arm around Zhou Xiaobai. Jianjun, I feel like your compound is really complicated. Why do you help them find jobs, and then they blame you? Xiaobai, there are 2 things in this world that dare not face the sunlight, the eyes and the heart. What you see is not necessarily the truth. Many people say one thing to your face and another behind your back. And the human heart is full of desires. It just depends on whether you can control them. When desires become uncontrollable, greed, selfishness, and arrogance arise. So when I help them, I am also choosing who to help. Like today, I helped his wife, but he showed no gratitude whatsoever, thinking it was his duty. When I didn't help him, he became resentful. This is a good explanation of what selfishness, greed, and arrogance are. Stop touching me. Tell me honestly why you helped his wife. Xiaobai, you don't understand. I helped his wife because I thought he didn't deserve to have a wife. Guess what will happen after I help his wife? Are you up to something? Hee, that's right. I call this a strategic retreat to advance and a move to strike at the heart of the problem. Think about it, what would happen if a self-righteous, arrogant person were surpassed by his wife and lost his so-called sense of superiority, thus disrupting this imbalance? Won't you feel very lost, accompanied by anxiety and insecurity? Plus, having no children all this time, won't this internal conflict suddenly ignite one day? Jianjun, aren't you going a bit too far? Hee, Xiaobai, do you think a woman can be happy with a selfish and self-centered man like that? I'm doing a good deed anonymously. I think a woman like Yuli deserves a better future. Otherwise, the couple will be lonely and miserable if they don't have children. What do you think? Zhou Xiaobai seemed to be deep in thought after listening. Time flies like an arrow. 2 p.m. on January 27, 1967. In the office of the deputy director of the steel rolling mill, Zhang Jianjun has been living a life of going back and forth between 2 points for the past 10 days or so. However, a major event occurred within the compound. Yuli and Yan Jiichin have divorced. Ever since their last fight, Yuli has been insisting on a divorce, and the Yan family has tried everything they can to save the marriage. This was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the Yan family. Yan Jiichin took over the position left by Shazhu and gloriously entered the ranks of bachelors. The Lu family is no pushover either. Whether it was Lu Haizhong or second aunt's behind-the-scenes manipulation, the news that Yan Jiichin of Hongxing compound had driven his wife away spread like wildfire. This made Luogu Lane and the entire surrounding area famous. This also made Yan Jiichin somewhat famous. The 2 families almost came to blows over this. Ironically, I heard that Erhuzi has found a girlfriend. It seems to be Yuli. Although it has not been definitively confirmed, there's no smoke without fire. It is said that Aunt Wang, the matchmaker, came out of Erhuzi's house, but she was so drunk that she let slip the secret, and the news made the whole courtyard lively again. It's all messed up. The gossip spirit of the entire compound was ignited, and Erhuzi also became a celebrity in the process. The story of a young man who has just turned 18 and a 28-year-old divorced woman, a tale of passionate love and intense hate, is so poignant that it brings tears to the eyes and breaks the heart. This topic is just as newsworthy as when Shazhu married Qin Huiru. This is so damn melodramatic. Even Zhang Jianjun had to admit that the entire Red Star compound was full of extraordinary talents. If Jia Xinshi were alive, she would be dumbfounded. Actually, 4 months ago, when the small warehouse was still there, Zhang Jianjun had already noticed that the 2 seemed to have something going on, but as time went by, he forgot about it. Li the cripple was also affected by this, experiencing both joy and sorrow. The good thing is that his family will soon have a daughter-in-law, but the bad thing is that he is only about 10 years older than his daughter-in-law. He already had a slight limp, and these past few days he's been feeling a bit disoriented, as if he's floating when he walks. Yan Jiichin felt as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a dead fly. If Yuli remarries someone far away after her divorce, she won't have to see him or be bothered by him. He would have accepted marrying a capable man, but he chose to marry a kid he'd always looked down on. What will he call her Huza from now on? If that's true, would he still be alive? What kind of mess is this? For the past 10 days or so, Zhang Jianjun has been studying alchemy in his spatial dimension whenever he has a spare moment. The basics of alchemy are not as difficult as he had imagined. After all, even those in the qi refining stage can learn basic alchemy techniques, and he is now a foundation establishment cultivator, making him more adept at controlling fire with his divine sense. With the addition of spatial cheating, the small fire control is quite nimble. Of the 28 kinds of herbs in the space, those with short growth cycles are already ready to be harvested. The chi-boosting pills and yellow dragon pills have increased from 3 pills per batch to 16 pills per batch. However, the herbs used in Pu and Dan are too rare, and the purple ginseng and fire yang forest leaves among them need to be cultivated several times. After mastering alchemy, refining other substances felt too easy. The alchemical crucibles in the space now have been directly replicated 36 times, which was intentional on Zhang Jianzhen's part. 36 contains the number of the heavenly gang, so doing them together makes it look very sophisticated. Today is January 27, 1967, which is a special day in history. Zhang Jianzhen sat in his office and flipped through all the newspapers. A look of doubt appeared on his face. Had the process been slightly altered? If I'm not mistaken about the date, all the newspapers in Beijing should have reprinted this today. Comrade Xiao Zhang's letter proposing that there be no holiday for the Spring Festival should have been published in major newspapers today. Could a sudden clap of thunder in Dashilan have turned the tide? Zhang Jianzhen felt a strange sense of joy. If nothing changes, the Spring Festival, once relegated to the category of feudal superstition, will not be restored until the late 1970s. The Spring Festival, a traditional festival in the hearts of Chinese people, disappeared for more than a decade. If nothing changes. That is, it all started with a letter I received today. Today is the 17th day of the 12th lunar month, and the Lunar New Year should be on the 8th day of the 2nd lunar month. Spring will begin in a few days. While Zhang Jianzhen was reading the newspaper in his office, he heard the sound of Lao Yang's office door opening. Even without consciously using his divine sense, he can hear everything around him. Before long, there was a knock on the office door, and Secretary Zhou walked in and said respectfully, "Deputy Factory Director Zhang, Director Yang requests your presence." Director Kui from the Kyoto Machinery Factory office is also there. Zhang Jianzhen smiled and said, "Secretary Zhou, thank you for your trouble. You go ahead and do your work. I'll be right there after I've tidied up." Secretary Zhou smiled, nodded, and left. Zhang Jianzhen touched his forehead and stretched as usual, indicating that he had come to ask about the machine again. It's been almost 4 months, and these people are acting like spies, with people coming to visit every now and then. Old Yang usually takes the blame for him. Today, Yang Zhenhua came to call him, so this Director Kui must have some influence. Zhang Jianzhen used a cleaning technique, and his clothes were instantly spotless. Director's office. Yang Zhenhua was chatting and laughing with a middle-aged man in his 40s, who was of medium height and about 1.7 meters tall. He had taken off his military overcoat and put it on the sofa. He was wearing a crisp Zhongshan suit with 2 pens clipped to his pocket, and his face was a square face typical of that era. Thick eyebrows and a side-parted hairstyle give him an upright appearance. Zhang Jianzhen glanced around casually before pushing open the office door. When Director Yang saw Zhang Jianzhen enter, he quickly stood up and said with a smile, "Jianzhen, let me introduce you. This is Director Kui Siban from Kyoto Machinery Factory." He then smiled at Director Kui and said, "This is Comrade Zhang Jianzhen, the Deputy Director of our factory." Director Kui stood up slowly and politely, extended his hand and said with a smile, "Deputy Factory Director Zhang, I've heard so much about you. You're very young. The country needs pillars of society like you." Zhang Jianzhen extended his hand, the two shook hands briefly, and then parted with smiles. "I dare not accept such praise. Director Kui braved the freezing cold to visit our steel rolling mill. It is an honor for us to have such a place to call home. Speaking of Kyoto Machinery Factory reminds me of someone. I have an old friend named Li Huade. I heard he was transferred to your Kyoto Machinery Factory. I wonder how he is doing. We are friends despite the age difference." "Oh? I didn't expect that Comrade Zhang and Deputy Director Li are old acquaintances. He is now the Deputy Director of the Revolutionary Committee of our machinery factory, and the seat I am sitting in now is the seat he used to be in." Yang Zhenhua's lips twitched when he heard Zhang Jianzhen's words. It seems this kid was involved in Li Huade's transfer, and the claim that he and Old Li are close friends despite their age difference is just too far-fetched. The three of them sat down on the sofa together, and Secretary Zhou brought over a cup of tea. Zhang Jianzhen took the document and said with a smile, "I wonder if Director Kui is here for research or inspection? What advice do you have for me?" Director Kui smiled and said, "I came here today on behalf of the factory organization to visit and learn from our brother unit. What I have seen here has really broadened my horizons. I have surveyed many large and medium-sized enterprises, and this is the first time I have encountered such advanced equipment as your factory. Although the labels are gone, it is obviously an imported product. Comrade Zhang, you're quite remarkable. I wonder if Comrade Xiao Zhang would be so kind as to share his knowledge and tell me the origin of the goods." Yang Zhenhua, who was standing to the side, changed his expression slightly after hearing this. Jang Jianjun's heart skipped a beat. This sentence sounds a bit awkward. Oh? Since Director Kui has come with a mission, you must have heard a saying in the organization, right? Kui Sibin smiled calmly and said, Deputy Factory Director John, this is just a normal inquiry and exchange. Is there anything you can't reveal? Jang Jianjun chuckled and said, since you don't know, I'll teach you. There's a saying in the organization, don't ask what you shouldn't know. You have already violated the confidentiality regulations by visiting other people's factories and inquiring about the source of their advanced equipment. Don't you think your behavior was somewhat inappropriate? If it's just ordinary equipment, it's not a big deal. But regarding the core equipment data of heavy industry units, only the Ministry of Metallurgical Industry has records. You can go there and inquire. Judging from your calm and collected demeanor, you should be capable of this. Well, I'm quite busy with work, and I don't have time to play games with you unless I have something else to do. How about having a cup of tea to warm up before you go? Yang Zhenhua felt a chill run down his spine. This kid has such a bad temper, he just told us to send the guests away without warning. Kui Sibin's face immediately turned a bit ugly. Although Kyoto Machinery Factory is not as prosperous as before, it was once on par with Shaogang Group. Unexpectedly, the third steel rolling mill directly offered them tea and sent them away. Director Yang, I came to visit your steel rolling mill. This young comrade Zhang has quite the airs of a bureaucrat. Is this how he treats his colleagues from other units? Old Yang looked embarrassed, but he didn't dare offend Zhang Jianjun. Xiao Zhang's performance during this period has proven his strong foundation within the organization. Zhang Jianjun laughed and said, I'm not targeting you personally. You don't even know the most basic confidentiality regulations, yet you come up here asking about the source of the advanced equipment. I'm already being lenient by not having the security department drag you away for inspection. As Zhang Jianjun spoke, he used his divine sense to examine old Kui, and it was as if old Kui's entire body had been subjected to a CT scan. Upon closer inspection, he indeed discovered some strange things, and a brighter smile appeared on his face. Kui Sibin's face darkened as he said, Aren't you afraid I'll go back and report this to my superiors? The source of your steel mill's goods is suspicious, they might be smuggled in. When I visited at noon, I found that the trademarks on all the machines were no longer recognizable, which proves that someone deliberately erased the codes on the machines. Doesn't this prove that the origin of the equipment is unclear? Yang Zhenhua's face also turned cold upon hearing this. Director Kui, what do you mean by this? Comrade Xiao Zhang has obtained approval from the higher UPS and a receipt from the Ministry of Metallurgical Industry. You're making baseless accusations and spreading rumors, aren't you making a mountain out of a molehill? Zhang Jianjun stood up and laughed, since Director Kui doesn't want to leave, then he shouldn't leave today. I didn't expect that these traitors are so ubiquitous these days, even the senior management of the Kyoto Machinery Factory has been infiltrated. The moment the words were spoken, the entire office fell silent. Director Kui, who had been looking humiliated, almost knocked over his teacup when he heard those words. Yang Zhenhua was completely bewildered. Good grief, even if the talks didn't go well, there's no need to slap such a huge label on someone. Is it really okay to bring up enemy agents like this? After regaining his composure, Kui Sibin said in a stern but weak voice, Comrade Zhang Jianjun, do you know what you're saying? Insulting a veteran comrade with over 10 years of party membership will land you in jail. After speaking, his hands seemed to unconsciously reach for the pen. Before he could even touch his shirt pocket, his vision blurred and then his ribs went numb, as if his entire liver had been hit by a sledgehammer. His eyeballs bulged out of their sockets, and his entire body was paralyzed and instantly lost consciousness. Director Kui slumped on the sofa, opening his mouth wide and desperately taking deep breaths to relieve the numbness, but the aftereffects of the liver rupture made it difficult for him to breathe. His entire face began to turn purplish black. Under Yang Zhenhua's horrified gaze, Zhang Jianjun calmly began his search, fumbling in Kui Segang's lower pockets. In no time, a pill the size of a soybean, sealed in wax, appeared in his hand. Then he took his 2 pens out of his shirt pocket. Zhang Jianjun laughed and said, Director Kui, it seems you're quite the seasoned undercover agent. Not simple at all. Potassium cyanide is deadly on contact with blood, 1 bite and you're dead. Enemy agents should definitely have it. But the fact that you didn't mention it today proves that you are full of confidence in this mission. Then he picked up a pen and said, the T100 miniature camera comes from the United States. Features include no flash or sound, large film capacity, and a cylindrical shape, so it can be hidden inside a pen. The pen * pistol model pen pistol, originally made in Germany, was later modified in France to make its performance even more perfect. It has an effective range of 10 meters and a faint gunshot. It is used by professional assassins. I never imagined that you not only wanted to steal secrets, but also had a hidden conspiracy. Yang Zhenhua finally realized what was happening, and even if he was completely clueless, he knew what he should do now. He quickly picked up the landline and called the security office, shaking his hand a few times in the process. "That's terrifying. I was just having a great chat with Director Kui, and damn it, I almost got caught off guard." They were also startled by Zhang Jianjun's speed. He was so fast that he fell down in the blink of an eye, and they didn't know whether he was kicked or punched. Secretary Zhou emerged from the inner office, bewildered, having also heard the commotion from the outer office. "How did one of them end up lying down while we were having a nice chat?" Zhang Jianjun looked at Kui Siban, whose face was ashen and who was still struggling to get up, and used a hypnotic technique to put him into a deep sleep. Secretary Zhou asked softly, "Deputy Factory Director Zhang, what's going on with Director Kui?" "Enemy agents." Zhang Jianjun uttered those two words softly, which startled Xiao Zhou so much that his face turned pale, and he hurriedly picked up his notebook to take notes. At this moment, Yang Zhenhua also made a phone call. The security department was shocked to receive the news. If this caused a major incident at the steel rolling mill, they would also be held responsible for dereliction of duty. The security department immediately dispatched 2 teams to rush over here. Director Yang looked at Kui Siban, who was motionless. Still shaken, he asked, "Xiao Zhang, why isn't this guy moving? Is he dead?" "Don't worry, Uncle Yang, I know what I'm doing. I just fainted." "When the security department arrives, have them stay put and keep watch. I'll make a call to the military headquarters. This is a huge matter, it's beyond what our security department can handle." This time, Uncle Yang has sharp eyes and can tell at a glance that they are enemy agents, which is quite remarkable. "Yang Zhenhua?" Suppressing his excitement, he asked, "Xiao Zhang, what's wrong?" Zhang Jianjun laughed and said, "It was you who gave me the signal that made me realize that Director Kui was an enemy agent. I don't like to take credit for things on my own. Uncle Yang was very kind to me back then, which is why I became the section chief. It would be too modest of you to give me the credit again this time." Yang Zhenhua was overjoyed, then secretly sighed. This way of returning a favor is so subtle and effective. He desperately needs this credit, because the person he was close to has already stepped down. This achievement of identifying enemy agents is truly a timely boon. I watched Zhang Jianjun's departing figure. His eyes showed both relief and gratitude. As the saying goes, a good investment. They really can turn things around when they're at their lowest point. The beginning of spring was on February 4, 1967. There's less than a week until Chinese New Year. Although a week had passed since the last enemy spy incident, its impact had not diminished, because more than 20 heavily armed soldiers had arrived that day. This espionage case involving the infiltration of high-ranking officials in a key unit has drawn great attention from relevant departments, proving that espionage has reached a point where it can infiltrate every corner of the organization. The organization dispatched a disciplinary inspection and supervision team to conduct a week-long anti-enemy spy propaganda campaign at the grassroots level, and a new round of major rectification also began in major factories throughout Beijing. The files of every serving cadre were reviewed again. This major overhaul came on strong and has continued until today, when it is finally coming to an end. Some problematic individuals were indeed discovered during the investigation, and they were all invited in for questioning. As a result, inspection teams were temporarily stationed in major units and directly linked to the security department. Comrade Yang Zhenhua was commended by the higher UPS for uncovering the enemy's plot, which was also inseparable from the cooperation of Comrade Zhang Jianjun. So a headline appeared in that day's newspaper. Director Yang, with his keen eye, skillfully identified enemy agents. The deputy factory director, fearless of death, bravely fought against spies. This caused the story behind it to spread widely throughout Beijing. Even the steel rolling mill received praise from the higher UPS and was awarded the honorary title of Advanced Civilized Steel Unit in Siju City, which made the workers in the factory very proud. A wave of catching enemy spies swept through the steel rolling mill. Everyone actively reported anyone who didn't look like a good person or who was acting suspiciously, which greatly increased the workload of the security department. Of course, this has both advantages and disadvantages. While it was indeed difficult for enemy agents to move an inch, it also meant that innocent bystanders were often arrested, leading to many farcical situations. 10 a.m. Office of Director Yang in the administrative building of the steel rolling mill. Yang Zhenhua sat in his chair, the smile still lingering on his face. He had just seen off the comrades who had come down from above, and the changes in the situation over the past few days had made him feel like he was on a roller coaster. I've also emerged from the anxiety I felt a while ago. Ever since he heard that the big leader had become a sanitation worker, Comrade Yang hasn't had a good night's sleep. The situation is very unfavorable for him. Unexpectedly, things took a turn for the better. I know that one day I will be given a helping hand by Comrade Xiao Zhang. Although the captured enemy agent was kept in the dark due to secrecy, he was still unaware of the outcome of the interrogation. However, judging from the recent continuous rectification campaigns, it can be inferred that this so-called Director Kui has quite a background. After Xiao Zhang made the phone call that day, 5 jeeps from the military arrived directly, each carrying soldiers armed with guns. The tools used by enemy agents are extremely rare, and given their high-ranking status in key units, it is highly likely that uncovering one could lead to the discovery of some major criminals. Thanks to this achievement, Yang Zhenhua was completely out of danger of being dismissed. He admired Comrade Xiao Zhang's methods even more. The fact that the military endorsed him shows that the powerful backer behind Comrade Zhang far exceeded his expectations. Yang Zhenhua was secretly relieved that he had always stood by his side. However, the return for this favor is quite substantial. Even without my help, Zhang Jianzhen's ability to take off was only a matter of time. I cannot accept such a contribution in return, otherwise our relationship will be severed in the future, and it loses its value when the interests are not equal. Comrade Lao Yang understands this basic social etiquette. While Lao Yang was in his office thinking about how to get closer to Zhang Jianzhen was leisurely reading the newspaper. After a week of repeated review, it has been concluded that the process has indeed been slightly modified. The letter was missing because of the missing core member, meaning that we can have a regular Spring Festival holiday this year. If he knew that Lao Yang was racking his brains about how to repay him, he would only smile indifferently. This is the same principle he used to follow when he was in the propaganda department, helping Ma Xiaohua. Zhang Jianzhen needed someone to hold the line, otherwise he, as the deputy factory director, would be overwhelmed with work, and Yang Zhenhua became his natural shield. His abilities are already extraordinary, but he can't just use them to solve problems whenever he doesn't like someone. Ding ding ding, the lunch bell rang. Zhang Jianzhen was considering whether to go to the canteen today. He had been taking qi-boosting pills as his meals at the factory for the past few days, and it turned out that they didn't have much effect on foundation establishment cultivators. But it's like smoking, very refreshing. Each time a weak burst of spiritual energy comes from the pill, it's quite invigorating. At his level, rice no longer holds any appeal for him. As long as a cultivator in the fasting period has spiritual power in his body, he can survive without eating or drinking. I only go there occasionally, just for the sake of satisfying my taste buds. But the small canteen at the steel rolling mill was just so-so. Just then, there was a light knock on the door 3 times, and Yang Zhenhua walked in with a smile. Xiao Zhang, let's go have a meal together. I asked Comrade He Yusha to cook a few dishes for me today. Don't worry, it's all paid for out of my own pocket. Consider it a celebration of the steel rolling mill receiving the advanced honorary title. Zhang Jianzhen stood up and said with a smile, Uncle Yang, since that's the case, I'll gladly accept your offer. I just don't know what to have for lunch anyway. The two chatted and laughed as they walked out of the office together. Zhang Jianzhen would not refuse Shezhu's cooking skills. Along the way, all the officials, both high and low, who saw them all nodded and greeted them. As Zhang Jianzhen descended the stairs, he keenly sensed that Sun Mingzhe was watching him from behind from time to time. A thought struck him, this deputy director's son had always seemed very arrogant since he was transferred here, and recently he seemed to be getting quite close to Zhao Jianxi. This piqued Zhang Jianzhen's curiosity. Instead of currying favor with Yang Zhenhua, he was associating with a scarred-faced man. This deputy director's son was certainly not following the usual path. But why is this old man looking at me with such jealousy and resentment? Although they all lived in the same administration building, they never interacted except when they were in meetings. Zhang Jianzhen was only slightly curious. He didn't really care about the deputy director, who had nothing to do with him. He thought that only mediocre people wouldn't attract jealousy, and as long as the deputy director didn't offend him, everything would be fine. 3 deputy directors have already fallen from grace under his watch, so one more would just be a minor setback. Private rooms on the 2nd floor of the 3rd canteen. Yang Zhenhua and Zhang Jianzhen sat side by side. After He Yusha finished cooking several dishes, old Yang asked him to stay and help pour drinks. On the table are a pheasant stew with mushrooms, pork stew with vermicelli, braised duck, stir-fried shredded potatoes with vinegar, and braised pork trotters. 2 bottles of mutai were placed in front of Shezhu. This liquor has been hard to come by since the wind picked up, and Zifeng liquor is usually used instead when entertaining VIPs. Yang Zhenhua smiled and said, Xiao Zhang, our steel rolling mill was commended by the higher UPS and received the honorary title of advanced unit. You deserve a lot of credit for that. Come on, I have to toast you. Zhang Jianzhen raised his glass and said with a smile, Uncle Yang, you're too kind. It's not proper for an elder to toast a junior. I should be toasting you instead. The steel rolling mill is a collective, and an individual's small contribution is nothing. Shezhu, watching from below, was also taken aback. Goodness, I knew Zhang Jianzhen was quite capable, but I never expected Lao Yang to toast him. Especially the first glass of wine, there's a lot of emphasis on seniority and hierarchy. It's easy to imagine that building an army was no simple task. Yang Zhenhua laughed and said, Xiao Zhang, don't be modest. You have the ability. Although I am older than you, what does it matter if no outsiders toast you at the dinner table? Zhang Jianzhen stopped being coy. Their glasses clinked together. The drinking session lasted for more than half an hour and was gradually coming to an end. Shazhu really enjoyed himself today. Usually, their cooks don't even get to sit at the table. He also knew that he had benefited somewhat from Zhang Jianzhan's influence, since the two lived in the same compound. After drinking half a gin of liquor, Yang Zhenhua started talking more casually. He smiled and said, "Xiao Zhan, what are your thoughts on the future development of the steel rolling mill?" Zhang Jianzhan has also gotten used to this characteristic of the times, and he often asks, "What do you think?" What can he do but stand there and watch? So he smiled and said, "Uncle Yang, this is not a question for me to consider. The development of the steel rolling mill should follow the policies from above. What we need is to steadfastly implement the policies and guidelines issued by the organization. Especially during this period, it's enough to do more and talk less and complete the task well. Being too concerned about personal successes and failures can easily lead to losing your composure. In the face of the wheels of history, the power of an individual is insignificant. Only by staying true to oneself can one achieve lasting success." Shazhu listened from the side, completely confused, but it seemed very impressive. Yang Zhenhua's heart skipped a beat. Comrade Xiao Zhang's words had a hidden meaning. No wonder the organization valued him. Was he telling him to start protecting himself? Zhang Jianzhan was just saying it casually, but he didn't expect Lao Yang to start imagining things. This proves the saying, if you succeed, everything you say makes sense. If you fail, no matter how reasonable your words are, it's as if you said nothing at all. Seeing that Director Yang was deep in thought, Shazhu smiled and said, "Jianzhan, I'd like to toast you too. I was planning to invite you over for a drink when my daughter He Xiao was a month old. But I've always seen you're very busy and rarely home, and I haven't found a suitable opportunity. I'll just borrow your flowers to present to Buddha today." Zhang Jianzhan was in a daze after hearing this. Time had passed too quickly. He seems to have completely forgotten about his child's 1-month celebration. Goodness, he's still not very experienced as a first-time father. "My son, Zhang Xiaolo, was born on September 29th. He's almost 5 months old now, past the 100-day mark. Brother Zhu, you're too particular. These days are tough for everyone, so try not to be extravagant. You're a father now, so you should save some money for your future wife." Stupid pillar? Saving money for his wife when she's only a month old, that's how cultured people think long-term. The two raised their glasses, clinked them together, and drank them down in one gulp. Director Yang finished his imaginary speculation and became a little curious when he heard that Shazhu's child was already a month old. Time flies. I can't believe Xiaohi's baby is already a month old. I remember Qin Huiru was a worker at our factory. Now your family can be considered a dual-income family, and life will be much easier from now on. Shazhu smilingly and said, "Thank you for your concern, Director Yang. I plan to let my wife go back to work in a couple of years, since the child is still young and needs someone to take care of him. Looking at me now, it seems like I have a large family and no one is lacking in care. Jianzhan should know my family situation. My 2 little girls will be going to school after the new year. It's already good enough that Bang Gang can take care of himself now. For the time being, I can only hold on by myself." Yang Zhenhua was also stunned after hearing this. He knew something about the situation at Hongxing compound when he was the factory director. Could things have changed so much in the last 2 years? Xiao He, if I remember correctly, Qin Huiru's family has a mother-in-law, right? Why isn't anyone helping you take care of the child? Zhang Jianzhan's lips twitched slightly. The grass on Jiazinchi's grave has probably turned yellow by now, and it's a little embarrassing to admit that I deserve some credit for it. Shazhu smiled bitterly and said, "Director Yang, Qin Huiru's mother-in-law, Jiazinchi, suffered a stroke the winter before last and passed away last September. And her eldest grandson is a good-for-nothing who messes around outside. He was beaten up and lost a leg and can't take care of himself. I have no choice but to take care of him. I can't just kick him out and let him starve to death. With 2 little girls in school, my life hasn't been as easy as I imagined. Now that I finally have my own son, I have something to look forward to. I will work hard." Yang Zhenhua felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this. Shazhu's words made it sound quite tragic. This family's experiences seemed very difficult. He knew about He Yuzhu's situation. After all, he's almost the same as his personal chef. "My dad ran off with a widow when I was a child, and then married another widow when I was 30. Now, if you include his own children, he's raising 5 kids. However, the fact that Xiao He didn't look down on the 3 children of the Jia family made Yang Zhenhua look at him with new respect. Regardless of how bizarre this guy's decision to marry a widow may be, his sense of responsibility is truly commendable. Yang Zhenhua glanced at Zhang Jianzhan, then said to Shazhu, "Xiao He, how much is your monthly salary now?" Shazhu said honestly, "Director Yang, my monthly salary is still 36 yuan, plus subsidies, it's 37.5 yuan. Well, how about this? It's not easy for a big family like this. You've worked at the steel mill for so many years, and you're always the one who does the best as the head chef whenever someone comes to visit. The comrades who came here also praised your skills, and everyone has witnessed your contributions. Here's what we'll do. Starting next month, which is the start of the new year, your salary will be increased by 1 level, which is 45 yuan per month. Xiao Zhan, do you think this arrangement complies with the rules? Zhang Jianzhan smiled and said, Comrade He Yuju's cooking skills are indeed excellent. We live in the same compound, and our family situation is exactly as he described. Both his seniority and his work attitude are in full compliance with the rules. He Yuju's face lit up with joy after hearing this. He quickly stood up, raised his glass, and said excitedly, Director Yang, Jianzhan, thank you both for your guidance. I'd like to toast you both. Shazhu never expected that drinking today would lead to a raise in his salary. How could he not be happy? Zhang Jianzhan hadn't really considered this aspect. His unintentional change made Shazhu's life somewhat miserable after having a child. Yang Zhenhua's raise of He Yuju's salary was a way of returning a favor, somewhat reminiscent of Zhang Jianzhan's actions. Everyone knew that it was a case of a beautiful sedan chair being carried by many people. The drinking session was quite enjoyable. When it was over, Shazhu was a little tipsy. He drank more than half of the 2 bottles of mutai because of the toasts, which was a good way to satisfy his drinking craving. Since the crackdown began, no one dared to come and visit during this time period. In addition, Yang Zhenhua was very savvy, and Zhang Jianzhan's life began to become leisurely. As the get-off-work bell rings, it signifies the end of the first workday after the start of spring. Shortly after Zhang Jianzhan drove his jeep home, he entered his spatial dimension to prepare for alchemy, and the restrictions outside the door were triggered. Zhang Jianzhan had no choice but to come out of the space and found Erhusa standing outside the door. He smiled as he opened the door, noticing Erhusa's awkward expression. Tiger, is there something you need? It's cold outside, let's go inside first. After Erhusa followed Zhang Jianzhan into the house and sat down, he said with a flushed face, Brother Jianzhan, I've been thinking of getting married this year, but I'm not old enough. According to the standard of 20 years old, I have to wait 2 more years. I wonder if Jianzhan has any ideas. I heard that you can't get a marriage certificate without a certificate from the steel mill. Zhang Jianzhan was speechless for a moment, but his gossip instincts kicked in. Tiger, proving things is easy enough, but who exactly is your partner? It can't really be Yuli, can it? Erhusa's complexion became even rosier. Brother Jianzhan, it really is Sister Yuli. Do you think what I did was right? But I am truly sincere towards her. Zhang Jianzhan. Tiger, when did you and Yuli start dating? Brother Jianzhan, I don't know how to put it. I developed feelings for Sister Li 3 months ago. Looking at Erhusa's dark red face, Zhang Jianzhan didn't ask any further questions. He said with a smile, Tiger, just bear with it at the end of the year. Otherwise, Yan Jiichin might get agitated and fight you to the death. I'll get you a certificate after the new year. As the deputy factory director, I still have the authority to issue a letter of introduction. You'd better not loiter around the Yan family's gate these next few days, or I'm afraid you'll get beaten to death. Zhang Jianzhan laughed after he finished speaking. Li Erhu left with a mixture of embarrassment and joy on his face. Zhang Jianzhan was also at a loss for words, both laughing and crying. I wonder if anything will happen when Erhusa gets married, but so what? It may be morally questionable, but it's legal. The man and woman were both unmarried and their relationship was consensual, but it was a bit too much for the Yan family. Zhang Jianzhan bolted the door and then set up a barrier on the gate. This was a spell he learned after reaching the foundation establishment stage. It was similar to a trap. If someone touched the restriction, it would be reported to the caster's spiritual sense. The simplest and most straightforward explanation of this spell is that it is a monitoring system for cultivators. Anyone who touches the restriction will be immediately locked down. This is to prevent outsiders from causing trouble while you are in the space and not knowing the situation. After entering the space, Zhang Jianzhan began to circulate the great heavenly circuit. That's right, after the foundation establishment, the path of cultivation changed, from the 36 small heavenly circuits to the 360 meridians and acupoints all over the body. This is a process that starts from the upper body and extends to the whole body. The amount of spiritual energy required was incomparable. Zhang Jianzhan first consumed a bottle of chi replenishing pills, whereas others consumed them by the pill, he consumed them by the bottle. Unfortunately, the PA1 pill cannot be mass-produced yet, so we can only make do with the Buki pill. When the spiritual energy is activated, it enters through the Beihui acupoint, then travels through the meridians of the whole body before entering the Danshan, where the lake of spiritual energy rotates automatically. When spiritual energy reaches the lake, it turns into raindrops and falls. Zhang Jianzhan felt as if he were soaking in a hot spring, extremely comfortable and warm, a feeling that was too wonderful for a cultivator. It's no wonder that many cultivators go into seclusion for months at a time. In such a serene and comfortable state, it's easy to forget the existence of time. He discovered through his divine sense that each time the spiritual energy surged into his danshan, it could only turn into a few drops of rain falling into the lake, giving him a feeling of a drop in the ocean. Reaching the golden core stage in cultivation is an unknown time frame. Foundation building is the process of spiritual energy liquefying, golden core is the process of liquid turning into solid, and nascent soul is the process of solid breaking out of its shell and becoming an infant. I'm thinking a bit too far ahead. Time flies by with cultivation. A complete cycle takes 4 hours, and if one becomes engrossed in one of them, one can only complete it 3 times in a day. Zhang Jianjun finished circulating his energy through the great circulation and then stopped. He didn't want to become an ascetic, so he picked up the 9-yin corpse refining technique. Although it was an evil technique, it was indeed very useful. There is a spell called Ghost Control Technique inside. When casting this spell, one can summon ghosts within a radius of 10 miles to serve one's own purposes. This spell is most effective in chaotic graveyards and cold, gloomy places resembling battlefields, which also suits the encampment of evil cultivation sections. Novels often depict evil cultivation sects as sinister, perhaps as a deliberate act for the purpose of practicing their skills. Zhang Jianjun has a trophy called the Soul Summoning Banner, which can collect ghosts and is very suitable for this spell. This means that he can have ghosts fighting him anytime, anywhere. For ordinary people, this is completely unsolvable. Because ghosts are invisible and intangible, assassinations and sneak attacks are impossible to defend against. Zombies are a bit more ferocious than ghosts, but they have a physical form after all. If bullets don't work, there are cannons that can still break them down. It can only be used to create panic. Who knows what interesting things might happen if a few zombies appeared overseas. Zhang Jianjun spent the night learning magic. February 6, 1 p.m. In Luhe Village Commune, Shijingshan District, a jeep is parked outside the brigade commune, where only one vehicle can pass at a time. Wang Dabao, the brigade secretary, was at the commune with Accountant Chen counting work points when he heard a car horn outside. He quickly came out of the brigade headquarters. A number of children around 10 years old had gathered around the jeep, each wearing a gray cotton-padded jacket covered in pudding. Their little faces were flushed with excitement and curiosity. Some children were even shivering from the cold and had snot running down their noses, but it didn't dampen their spirits at all. A young man in a military overcoat stepped out of the car. It was Zhang Jianjun, who had come all this way after finding out from his father-in-law where Li had been assigned. After all, he had promised Li wanting to check on his father's condition. There are only 2 days left until Chinese New Year. If I don't come soon, I won't be able to explain it to Hong Kong next year. In his 50s, Party Secretary Wang's hair was already half white, and his weathered face, with its deep forehead wrinkles, carried a sense of unease and doubt, because Zhang Jianjun's attire clearly indicated that he was no ordinary person. Adding a jeep to the mix gives the impression of someone in charge of an official position. Young man, who are you looking for? Accountant Chen, standing to the side, also looked cautious. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, "Hello, sir. I'm from Beijing. I'm here in the countryside today to visit a distant relative. This is my work ID, please take a look." Party Secretary Wang wiped his rough hands on his cotton-padded coat a few times, carefully took Zhang Jianjun's blue-covered ID card, opened it, and then asked Accountant Chen to take a look. Zhang Jianjun, Deputy Director of the 3rd Steel Plant in Siju City. Accountant Chen read it softly to Party Secretary Wang. "My throat feels dry." The expressions on their faces were priceless, they both seemed a little incredulous. The capital city of Beijing is the heart of the imperial city. Why would a deputy director of a steel company come to their poor, remote village? But the bright red official seal on the bottom of the notebook is so conspicuous that it can't be faked. Accountant Chen was literate and naturally knew what a deputy director of a steel company meant, so his face immediately lit up with a smile. "Welcome Deputy Factory Director Zhang to our Luhe village for inspection." "Secretary Wang, what are you still standing there for? Why don't you invite him in for a drink of water to warm up?" The old party secretary seemed to wake from a dream, and said with a simple and honest smile, "Look at my memory, I've forgotten about this as I get older. I can hardly believe that Deputy Factory Director Zhang is so young. City folks are truly full of hidden talents, young and promising. Come, Deputy Factory Director Zhang, come in and have a seat. My name is Wang Dabao, and I am the village secretary of Luhe Village. You can just call me Lao Wang." Zhang Jianjun smiled and nodded. The group entered the village branch office. Zhang Jianjun glanced at the brigade headquarters casually and could only describe it as extremely rudimentary. The makeshift office desks didn't even have drawers, they were all long, unpainted benches. The brigade headquarters was entirely made of adobe and covered with various slogans. In the center of the so-called office was a portrait of a great man. Because there were no drawers, the desk was covered with newspapers and manuscripts. Zhang Jianjun took the enamel mug handed to him by Accountant Chen and smiled. Secretary Wang, I've come here mainly to visit my uncle, Li Zhendong. He's been sent down to your village for almost a year now, so I came to see him. Oh, it's old Li's family. He lives at the east end of the village. Old Li has an older brother and 2 younger brothers-in-law. They are all very good laborers in our village. When you first came here, you weren't able to do it. Your whole family was just as fair-skinned as you, and it was obvious that you couldn't do heavy work. Now, even if you pick up a 100-pound person, you can walk like the wind. Zhang Jianjun. After saying goodbye to the incessantly talkative old party secretary, we drove along the muddy dirt road to the east end, led by Accountant Chen. Fortunately, the commune had donkey carts for delivering grain, and jeeps could also manage to get in, but on rainy days, they could only rely on their own luck on these makeshift roads. In front of an adobe house, a middle-aged man in his 40s wearing a tattered cotton-padded coat was chopping firewood. He had a square face, a thick beard, and steam rising from his head. Hearing the engine, he leaned on the axe handle and looked in the direction of the sound. Accountant Chen jogged over from the front. Old Li, your relatives from the city have come to visit you. Zhang Jianjun and Li Suo sat facing each other at the old 8-immortal table in the main room. Zhang Jianjun glanced at the 2 mud brick houses, and the main room was partitioned off with wooden planks, which made him feel a sense of emotion. He used to be a police station chief in Beijing, but now he's no different from a farmer. When Li got out of the car, he was stunned for a while when he saw Zhang Jianjun coming over, probably because he was too worried about news of his daughter. She led Zhang Jianjun by the hand all the way into the house. Xiao Zhang, I can't believe it's been almost half a year since we parted ways in Beijing. Is my Ting Ting in Hong Kong now? How is she doing? Seeing Li's excited expression, Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, Uncle Li, Wan Ting has been doing well in Hong Kong since you left. She is now an intern reporter at Mingpao and I estimate that she will be able to become a full-time reporter after the new year. Where are your aunt and the others? Don't Wan Ting's uncle and the others live with you? After listening to Zhang Jianjun's account, Li's tense expression eased and a smile finally appeared on his face. He was overjoyed to hear that his daughter was all right and had even found a job, so he relaxed and said with a smile, My mother-in-law's family lives not far from here. There are about 10 people in their family. My 3 mud brick houses are partitioned off. It's impossible for them to all live together. My mother-in-law has recently caught a cold, and your aunt is worried about her, so she goes to check on her every few days. Zhang Jianjun thought about it and realized that Li Suo's 3 brothers-in-law, along with their wives and children, did indeed have a family of about 10 people. It wasn't realistic for so many people to live together. There weren't houses that big in the countryside at that time. Uncle Li, how are you doing here? Is the atmosphere in the countryside all right? Are there any people as unconventional as those in the city? Li put away his smile and said, Speaking of which, we have to thank the comrades who brought us here. They spoke to us in the commune and gave us some preferential treatment so that we wouldn't be bullied as strangers when we arrived. At the beginning, we suffered a bit. Without work points, we could only eat relief food, sometimes hungry and sometimes full. However, after being informed, the commune took good care of us who were sent down to the countryside. Now I've gotten used to eating cornmeal, and although I've lost weight, I feel more energetic. As for the countryside, there are also some troublemakers, especially some men in their 30s and 40s who are still unmarried. They often run around and cause trouble, but it's much better than in the city. After all, the village is only so big, and no matter how much noise they make, they can't come up with anything interesting. After more than half a year of hard work, my 3 brothers-in-law and I got used to the work, and we got full marks for every job, so they had no complaints. With the 4 of us grown men and my brother-in-law and his brothers, no one dared to provoke us easily. Zhang Jianjun was also deeply moved after hearing this. Li Wanting's uncles were all middle school teachers before, but after a year of hard work, they were able to carry heavy loads on their shoulders. The scholar turned into a strong man. It has to be said that the environment can really change a person. Li glanced at Zhang Jianjun's attire and chuckled, Little Zhang, judging by your outfit, you must have had a pretty good year. How's the situation in Beijing right now? Uncle Li, please excuse my poor appearance. The organization is treating me quite well now, and they've made me the deputy director of the steel rolling mill. As for the situation in Beijing, to be honest, it was quite noisy in the early stages. Since December, it has calmed down a lot. The early disturbances were mainly caused by unemployed people. It is estimated that after the new year, a large wave of people will go to the countryside, and the pressure on public security in the city will be greatly reduced at that time. In addition, the recent incidents involving enemy agents have overshadowed these issues. After hearing this, Li sighed, realizing that everyone's life circumstances are truly different. The boy who was once a little shy around me has now become the deputy director of a key factory. He hadn't heard any news from Beijing for a long time, and could only occasionally see some outdated newspapers in the commune. However, there is almost no information about people's livelihoods mentioned above. Zhang Jianjun stood up and said with a smile, I almost forgot. I prepared some New Year's gifts for you when I came over. I still have them in the car. I'll go get them now. Li Suo quickly stood up and said, Xiao Zhang, you've already helped my family enough, how can we accept your things? As Zhang Jianjun walked out, he said, Uncle Li, since you know I have some skills, you also know that this is nothing to me. Your daughter also sent me this as a token of her affection, she asked me to come and see you. Li Suo originally wanted to refuse, but upon hearing this, his eyes reddened. He realized that his precious daughter still cared about him, so he didn't refuse anymore. They followed Zhang Jianjun to the roadside. Zhang Jianjun took something out of his spatial storage when he parked the car. In the back row were 3 bags of refined flour, about 20 caddies of wild boar meat, and 2 jars of 5-caddy bulk liquor. In addition, there were about 10 pounds of oranges, and some radishes and peanuts. At this time of year in the countryside, nothing beats sending grain. The refined flour in his space comes in bags of 50 kilograms each. Sending him 150 kilograms of flour would be enough to feed his family for a while, at least enough to ensure a peaceful new year. The children who had been gathered around the car watching the spectacle scattered as soon as they saw Zhang Jianjun come out, leaving only the old party secretary standing there with his pipe, smilingly. Zhang Jianjun laughed and said, Secretary Wang, why are you still standing outside in this cold weather? Deputy Factory Director Zhang, I'm worried that these kids might damage your car because they're not very clever, so I'm watching over it for you for a while. What's wrong, Deputy Factory Director Zhang? Are you already planning to leave after just arriving? Old Li, that's not very nice of you. Your distant relatives are coming over and you're not even inviting them to stay for dinner? Zhang Jianjun was a little touched, the country folk were so honest and kind. He smiled and said, Old party secretary, I'm bringing some New Year's goods for my uncle. It's so cold, and I'm sorry to trouble you to watch the car. Please take this bottle of wine home and drink it to warm yourself up. The old party secretary glanced at the liquor in Zhang Jianjun's hand, his eyes lit up, and he quickly waved his hand and laughed. Deputy Factory Director Zhang, this is too much. You've come all this way to our village and you're going to have to spend money. Well, alright, I haven't had a drink in a long time, so I'll just consider it thanks to Old Li. After saying that, he picked up the bottle of liquor that was handed to him and disappeared in a flash. Zhang Jianjun, where did his supposed simplicity and honesty go? It seems this old village chief is also an alcoholic. Zhang Jianjun unloaded 3 bags of flour from the truck. When Li saw the steel mill's flour mark on them, and the standard 50-kilogram bags, he felt a warm glow in his heart. My daughter has met a benefactor. Li stopped being coy, his brother-in-law's family wasn't doing well either. This 300-odd kilograms of flour will be enough for everyone to enjoy some hot dumplings during the Lunar New Year. Li Suo quickly carried a bag into the house, while Zhang Jianjun easily carried a bag in one hand. This move left onlookers both envious and somewhat surprised. I never expected that such a big shot from the city would have so much power. Looking at the white expanse on the bag, you can tell what's inside. Several old bachelors in the distance, upon hearing that a high-ranking official relative had come to Old Li's house, began to feel uneasy. When Lao Li and his accomplices first arrived, they did quite a few dirty tricks when they worked together. When Zhang Jianjun came for the second time, he put the wild boar meat in a flour bag. Because he also knew that people in the countryside were two extremes, kind people were indeed kind and simple, while vicious people were even worse than those in the city. The saying bad people come from poor and remote places is one such origin, hence the saying wearing fine clothes at night. In the past, when I didn't do well, I would be looked down upon when I went home, because he had lived in the countryside in his previous life. It was past 3 p.m. when Zhang Jianjun left. Li watched the jeep drive away, not turning back for a long time. Before leaving, he handed a letter to Zhang Jianjun. As a father, he missed his daughter and wondered when they would meet again. After navigating the muddy dirt road in Luhe village, and with no one around when approaching the road corner, Zhang Jianjun stored the jeep away in his spatial storage. In the Zhang family's old house in the Hongsing compound, a sudden blue light flashed on the marble floor of the living room, and a 6-pointed star array slowly took shape. In less than 3 seconds, a figure appeared in the 6-pointed star array, as if it had always been standing there. Zhang Jianjun didn't want to drive again after he got back. As long as no one left the car outside in the middle of the night, it would be fine. He was too familiar with the coordinates of his home and could easily teleport there. This trip to the countryside gave me some insight into rural life during this period. It seems that life wasn't easy for anyone, and it's truly remarkable that the Li family was able to adapt. However, compared to his experience in Beijing, the countryside is currently his best option. Life returned to normal after I came back, but the last 2 days were incredibly busy with year-end summaries in all the offices. It's nothing to Comrade Zhang. Ever since the last spy case, Comrade Yang has been taking meticulous care of him. 2 more days passed by at a leisurely pace. On the afternoon of the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, the rolling mill stopped roaring. The holiday schedule had been set and would be the same as last year. We would start working again after the third day of the first lunar month. At 9 o'clock on the morning of Lunar New Year's Eve, Zhang Jianjun began to paste the couplets on the gate, and the entire courtyard, except for the Yin family's house, was full of festive spirit. Xiao Dang and Huihua were able to wear the floral cotton-padded jackets as they had wished. Two little girls were running around and laughing in the yard. Su Hainan, the son of the Su family, is also 2.5 years old. He waddles around like a little shadow, following the two little girls and letting out innocent laughter. Su Daimao stood at the door, watching out of concern. Bangang, whom I hadn't seen in a long time, sat on a bench by the door, squinting in the sun with his small eyes, his trouser leg, missing a leg, tugging up to his knee. His small eyes would occasionally glance at the sky, lost in thought. Perhaps he was thinking of his grandmother. Since Yuli left, Yin Bagui has been more depressed than if he had lost his wife. Originally, every year on the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, the third uncle would start writing couplets for others to make a little extra money. This year, I simply don't feel that way anymore. The main fear is seeing the smiling faces of the neighbors. It always feels like everyone is laughing at his family. Even the bicycle hasn't been cleaned for many days now. Especially when he saw Erhuze coming home from get off work every day, old Yan's eyes would start to gleam with greed. I would always mutter to myself, damn, he's not picky about food at all, he's not even human. Whenever Yan Jiichin saw Erhuze, the veins on his neck would throb uncontrollably. But during this period he dared not take action, for a lazy person can easily lose his fighting spirit. As the saying goes, a well-fed man doesn't know the hunger of a starving man. They don't care when they're together every day, but once the woman is gone, it really feels a bit unpleasant. After pasting up the couplets, Zhang Jianjun also performed some cleaning on the two rooms, making the interior of the old house look brand new. A marble floor, when polished with wax, becomes so reflective it can reflect a person's image. After cleaning up, Zhang Jianjun started cooking on the earthen stove. Zhou Xiaobai came to his house at noon, just like last year, and then went to his father-in-law's house in the evening. Northerners like to make dumplings for the new year, but Zhang Jianjun didn't want to go through that trouble, so he stewed tiger meat instead, since nobody knew what that was anyway. Tiger meat should not be used in large quantities, the amount should be controlled. Even though Zhou Xiaobai had been cleansed by the spiritual spring water, he was still afraid that the energy would overwhelm her. So a lot of potatoes were added to the meat. Who else makes stewed tiger meat with potatoes from another world? Eating food alone without sharing feels like something's missing. His stew was surprisingly delicious. Although it's Chinese New Year and every household will have some meat dishes, the rich aroma is irresistible. Even the neighbors' kids are drooling. The neighbors were all speculating about what kind of meat smelled so good. Even the chef Shazhu was a bit confused, so he took a few deep breaths and glanced at the backyard. Shazhu was also amazed. If it weren't for the New Year holiday, he would have wanted to take a look at the backyard. Around 11 o'clock, the bell rang outside the door. Zhang Jianjun walked out with a smile on his face, and Zhou Xiaobai pushed the bicycle to the door. Wearing a new military green cotton-padded jacket and a pair of yellow leather boots, she smiled sweetly at Zhang Jianjun's face, which was red from the cold. Jianjun, I smelled something delicious when I entered the compound. Did you burn it at home? Zhang Jianjun pulled Zhou Xiaobai into the house and said with a smile, Xiaobai, it's New Year's Day today, so of course I have to show off my skills. I've specially prepared some delicious food for you. When Zhou Xiaobai entered the main room, his eyes lit up. The floor was spotless, thanks to Zhang Jianjun's efforts to clean it, and the marble's slight reflection made the room very bright. For bronze stoves were already set up on the table, each with a small iron pot on top, bubbling and gurgling under the heat of the charcoal fire. The aroma filling the room was incredibly enticing. The copper stove and the small iron pot were both made by Zhang Jianjun. All the products replicated in the space were exactly the same. Next to him was a bottle of red wine and a bottle of motai. The red wine was something he brought back from his first trip to the island nation. Although Zhang Jianjun wasn't particularly interested in it, it was still quite nice to serve it to his guests. The 4 small iron pots contained sturgeon, mutton, smoked wild boar, and tiger meat stewed with potatoes. There were also spinach and bok choy on the plate next to it. Zhou Xiaobai was practically drooling. Jianjun, it's a bit wasteful for just the two of us to prepare so much food, but it smells delicious. Zhang Jianjun took out a long string of firecrackers from the inner room and hung them outside the door. Standing at the door, he smiled and said, we should act like it's a holiday. Now I'm a deputy factory director, and I have no family burdens and money to spare. If you're worried that I'll be a spendthrift, you can marry me after the new year and you can manage the money. Zhou Xiaobai. Firecrackers went off outside the door. Zhang Jianjun remembered that he didn't buy firecrackers last year, so he prepared them well in advance this year. The two sat facing each other, exchanged a glance, and smiled. Zhang Jianjun laughed and said, I am unworthy to have won your favor, miss. From now on, my admiration will remain hidden in my heart, concealed by time and youth. Let's have a toast to our upcoming journey together. Zhou Xiaobai blushed. The first part was poetic and picturesque, but the second part was a bit too vulgar. 2 glasses of wine, one white and one red, clinked together. Zhang Jianzhan placed a piece of tiger meat into Zhou Xiaobai's bowl and said smugly, "Xiaobai, try this meat. If you can tell, you can ask for anything." Zhou Xiaobai said with a playful smile, "De Biao, you said it, so don't go back on your word. If I win, I just want to ask you a few questions." Zhang Jianzhan laughed and said, "Hee, I'll give you 3 chances. If you can guess it, I promise I'll answer every question." Zhou Xiaobai picked up some tiger meat with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. He took a small bite, and the aroma of the meat filled his mouth. The indescribable deliciousness filled his taste buds. Because it stewed for a long time, it has a melt-in-your-mouth texture. Zhou Xiaobai was captivated by this delicious taste. Regardless of whether they were guessing or not, they put the rest in their mouths and ate it. As the meat went down their stomachs, it felt like a warm current was flowing through their abdomens. This feeling is wonderful. After eating 2 pieces of meat, Zhou Xiaobai seemed to realize something, wiped his mouth with his hand, and said in a serious tone, "After tasting it, I can confirm it's beef, right?" Zhang Jianzhan shook his head. "I knew the taste was off, it should be donkey meat sandwich." Shake head. "Lamb? No, it doesn't have any muttony smell at all. It can't be wild boar meat, can it? It must be wild boar meat." Zhang Jianzhan laughed and said, "This is the real wild boar meat." "Okay, all 3 answers are wrong." Outside the door. The locust blossoms are searching the ground for unlit firecrackers. I heard laughter coming from inside the house. Peeking out with a curious little head, Zhou Xiaobai saw the small locust flowers outside the door, smiled, and waved. The little girl is doing well now. Her face is like a porcelain doll. After Jia Xinqi left, she was taken care of by Chef He. Little Huihua has grown a lot taller than she did half a year ago. She's no longer the little girl she used to be, the one who could be blown away by a gust of wind. When Huihua saw Zhou Xiaobai waving at her, she hesitated and looked timidly at Zhang Jianzhan. "Zhang Jianzhan, I don't think I look scary." He took out a white rabbit candy from his pocket, smiled, and walked over. Little Locust Flower's eyes lit up when she saw the white rabbit candy, and she took it with both hands. She carefully tucked it into the small pocket of her cotton-padded jacket. He said happily, "Thank you, Uncle Zhang." Then she skipped away, her 2 pigtails swinging back and forth as if they were carrying joy. Zhou Xiaobai smiled and said, "Jianzhan, I found today that living in a tenement is not bad. At least it's lively during the new year. But this little girl looks familiar. Whose child is she?" After sitting down, Zhang Jianzhan smiled and said, "The courtyard is indeed lively, but don't forget that with more people, there will be more trouble. However, the environment is much better than before. This little girl is called Huihua, Qin Huiru's youngest daughter. Of course you've met her before. Oh, that explains why you look so familiar. You've changed so much in just 1 year. You're not as thin as before. I felt so sorry for those 2 little girls back then. Jianzhan, what do you think about me going back to work after the new year? I've been out of school for almost 2 years now. I can't just stay at home doing nothing, can I?" Zhang Jianzhan took a sip of wine, thought for a moment, and said, "Well, I've actually been thinking about this job for a while, but it's not quite ready yet. If you really can't wait, you can come to our steel rolling mill after we get married. At least when the 2 of them are together, they can look out for each other." Zhou Xiaobai was a little shy at first, but when she heard that there was a class, she didn't care anymore. Anyway, they had already come this far, and they should be able to set a wedding date after the new year. "I'm going to work at a steel rolling mill, which doesn't match my major, so it might not be a good idea." "Is that feasible? What's wrong with that? I happen to need a secretary. I've been planning to find one for a while now. With your qualifications, you'll be able to adapt quickly. In another 10 years or so, the policy might be relaxed, and I plan to start my own business. With my experience working in key units, I will be able to handle things more easily." Zhou Xiaobai took a sip of red wine and stared wide-eyed. "Jianzhan, are you serious? Opening your own factory would be capitalism, wouldn't it? You can't say things like that, it would be terrible if others found out." Zhang Jianzhan had long planned this. He was determined to build a company, otherwise the flowers and plants in his space would never see the light of day. In the early stages, you do everything yourself to establish a foothold. Later, you become a behind-the-scenes boss and hand over management to others. At worst, I can go to Europe and America again and bring back some capital. Xiaobai, I'm just letting you know. Don't get excited. I can't tell outsiders this. Policy liberalization is just a matter of time. Think about it carefully, and you'll see that most of what I said before has come true. Zhou Xiaobai carefully recalled the moments they had shared together, remembering their first meeting at the Shishaha ice rink in 1965. I also remember Zhang Jianjun, who once said in the Bajiao Park that the wind would pick up after the new year, and sure enough, a few months after the new year, it really came true as he said. Thinking back on his various mysterious methods, I felt a surge of hope for the future. The meal was so lavish that the two ate very slowly, and by the time lunch was over, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Zhou Xiaobai's belly was round and full. She was very curious about the tiger meat today. After clearing away the dishes, the two sat lazily together, and Xiaobai finally couldn't resist asking a question out of curiosity. Jianjun, what exactly was that meat in the small pot? I feel warm all over since I ate it. Zhang Jianjun said mysteriously, you've heard of the king of beasts, right? Tiger? No way, we just ate tiger meat. Zhou Xiaobai's mouth was slightly open, her face full of surprise. Zhang Jianjun nodded in satisfaction upon seeing this. That's right, this is tiger meat. I went through a lot of trouble to get a little bit for you. How are you going to encourage me? Zhou Xiaobai quickly moved a little, her face flushed, and said, you won't be a pervert during the new year, will you? The afternoon passed by as the two chatted and laughed. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhang Jianjun took 2 lamb legs and a small jar of tiger bone wine and left the house, with Zhou Xiaobai following behind on her bicycle. Every household in the Zhongyuan Courtyard has pasted couplets on their doors. Because Yan Bagui didn't write any this year, several couplets are crooked, but they are still quite festive. Qin Huiru was strolling around the central courtyard with her child in her arms. Sitting down for a month of confinement had made her much fuller. Seeing Zhang Jianjun and Zhou Xiaobai coming from the backyard, he greeted them with a big smile. Jianjun, are you going to your girlfriend's house for New Year's Eve dinner? Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, Happy New Year, Sister Qin. It's not fun for me to spend the new year alone at home. It's more lively to spend the new year at your partner's house. You've gained quite a bit of weight since you had the baby. It seems that Sheza really cares about people. Qin Huiru's lips twitched slightly, and when her charming eyes saw the 2 lamb legs that Zhang Jianjun was carrying, she subconsciously swallowed. Zhou Xiaobai and Qin Huiru simply smiled and nodded. As the two left, Qin Huiru's eyes followed the swaying lamb leg. Yan Jiichin stood at the door of the front yard with a 1-inch-long firecracker in his hand, ready to set it off to drive away the bad luck. He had been feeling really down these past few days. Just then, Zhang Jianjun walked over carrying 2 legs of lamb. The large hand holding the match trembled involuntarily, and the eyes narrowed. He now feels a natural fear of Zhang Jianjun. Zhang Jianjun and Zhou Xiaobai passed by without even glancing at his house, which made Yan Jiichin extremely frustrated. He gritted his teeth and struck a match to light the firecrackers. Because the firecrackers were so short, they had to be thrown out as soon as they lit. I don't know why, but when I threw them, they were sticky to my hand. It was as if the firecrackers were blown by the wind and fell straight into the pocket of my cotton-padded coat. It would be more appropriate to crawl inside. A series of muffled thuds followed, accompanied by exclamations. Zhang Jianjun grinned and opened the jeep door, leaving Zhou Xiaobai watching from the side looking somewhat bewildered. Why is my partner grinning like that for no reason? It even seems a little creepy. Zhang Jianjun secured Zhou Xiaobai's bicycle to the spare tire hook before opening the door. Sitting in the passenger seat, Zhou Xiaobai asked, Jianjun, that young man in the front yard just now must be from the Yin family, right? It seems he still holds a grudge against you for criticizing him last time. You didn't even greet me and you looked rather unhappy. Zhang Jianjun started the car and laughed, it's only mediocre people who don't attract jealousy. Everyone's circle is different, and I can't expect everyone to like me. Maybe one day we'll move. He's just a small fragment in my memory. Isn't this a good arrangement? Why move? Hee, your husband has other properties outside. Zhou Xiaobai. A jeep travels along the streets of Beijing. The roar of the engine carried far and wide. 6 o'clock in the evening. Zhou Jianese held the wine jar and his face broke into a wide smile. When Zhang Jianjun subtly told his father-in-law about the medicinal effects of the wine, old Zhou's eyes lit up with great satisfaction. This jar of tiger bone wine was perfect for him. As expected, anything produced by a son-in-law is extraordinary. Zhou Jianese put down the wine jar and laughed. Jianjun, time flies, another year has passed. Your marriage with Zhou Xiaobai really needs to be settled. Zhang Jianjun was secretly pleased to hear this. The gift hadn't been given in vain, as it was important to cater to the recipient's preferences. I will follow uncle's arrangements in everything. As for the wedding date, please decide when is appropriate. Zhou Jianese laughed and said, Jianjun, you're quite the smooth operator. Actually, your aunt and I have discussed this matter. Since your parents are no longer here, there is no elder to take charge. The 18th day after the 15th of the first lunar month is an auspicious day. Although we no longer believe in feudal superstitions, your aunt said that day was an auspicious day. What do you think? Zhang Jianjun was in a daze after hearing this. After the new year, Liang Tio Yuzhan will be 22 years old, and he will finally have a home soon after transmigrating. In later generations, this can be considered a winner in life. While others marry rich and beautiful women, he married a second-generation military officer. They didn't embarrass the time-traveling army. He smiled and said, "Dad, I don't know much about marriage. You can decide everything. Just give me some pointers on the procedures." Zhou Jinyi's lips twitched slightly upon hearing this, but he also felt a bit sour and amused. A son-in-law is like half a son, which isn't wrong in the way people in Beijing call him. Once the wedding date is set, you can tell others that you're the father-in-law, but you can call him dad or grandpa in person. Zhang Jianjun was even more casual. As a cultivator, he believed in following fate. When he met Zhou Xiaobai, he was still immortal. However, he had a cheat code at that time, which made him feel like he had climbed a high branch. One cannot become arrogant once one reaches the foundation establishment stage. That one word, dad, immediately brought about a subtle shift in the relationship between Zhou Jianyi and the two of them, elevating it to a new level. Zhou Jianyi nodded in satisfaction and smiled. As for procedures, they are not important. We can't make a big fuss at this time. Let's keep things simple and low-key. When you reach a certain position, many people are watching you. Now that you've become the deputy factory director, you should be aware of that. Zhang Jianjun certainly knew what Zhou Jianyi was talking about. The person in front of him was a genuine two-star expert, but he had somewhat overlooked it as his abilities had increased. Zhou's mother was stewing pig's trotters in the kitchen when she saw her daughter picking vegetables by the tap and asked softly, "Xiaobai, you ate at Jianjun's house today. What did you cook for lunch?" Zhou Xiaobai turned around and smiled. "Mom, the food at noon today was delicious. There was one dish that you may not have tried before. It was amazing. After eating it, I felt warm all over." Zhou's mother also became interested and teased, "Xiaobai, you've been eating my food for 18 years. What's wrong? You went to Jianjun's house for a meal and started making fun of your old mother? Your maternal grandfather's family was quite well off before liberation. What kind of food haven't I eaten? And that warm, cozy feeling you feel after eating isn't dog meat, is it?" "Mom, I didn't say you're unsophisticated. I never expected to eat tiger meat today. Jianjun only told me about it afterward." "Have you ever eaten tiger meat?" Zhou's mother's small hand trembled. Her expression grew even more curious. Xiaobai, really? I've never had tiger meat before. What does it taste like?" Zhou Xiaobai proudly raised her little head. "Of course it's true. Jianjun went through a lot of trouble to get some of it. As for the smell, it's so delicious that I can't even describe it. But it was just a little bit less, and by the time I wanted to savor it, it was gone. I really can't describe what it tasted like." After Zhou Xiaobai finished speaking, he clicked his tongue with a hint of regret. Zhou's mother. "You silly girl, you're already grateful to have anything to eat. You're complaining that there's not enough after you've finished. You're just eating too fast." Zhou Xiaobai's face turned awkward as he smiled and said, "How could that be? Your daughter is very well-mannered and always eats slowly and carefully." After hearing this, Zhou's mother couldn't help but laugh. The New Year's Eve dinner officially started at 7 o'clock. Zhou's mother and Zhou Jianyi were both very happy at the table, and the wedding date was set in front of the two children. Zhou Xiaobai's face was flushed, and she would steal glances at Zhang Jianjun from time to time. Seeing that he called his parents so affectionately and naturally, she felt a surge of happiness in her heart. After more than a year of dating, the two finally confirmed their relationship, which is quite rare in this era. Nowadays, as long as a matchmaker introduces you to someone, and the two parties meet and feel things go well, they can set a wedding date and get married in no time. This is the situation in the large courtyard where Zhang Jianjun lives. The more Zhou's mother looked at Zhang Jianjun, the more pleasing he became. She smiled and said, "Jianjun, Xiaobai told me you two had tiger meat for lunch? I've never seen anything like it in all these years in Beijing." Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, "Mom, it's just tiger meat, right? I think I still have more than a pound left. I'll bring it to you tomorrow so you can have a taste." Zhou Xiaobai. Zhou's mother's expression softened even more. "Look at you, child. I was just saying it casually. Tiger meat is a rare commodity. How can you just give it away like that? Is it still fresh?" Zhou Jinyi laughed and said, "Yujun, you know about Jianjun's amazing methods, so the meat must be very fresh, right?" Zhang Jianjun, "Just you two wait and see. The tiger meat delivered tomorrow will be freshly cooked. Besides, the current temperature is perfect for preservation. However, this tiger meat must be stewed into soup to make it even more nourishing. It's best to simmer it over low heat for half a day until it melts in your mouth." Zhang Jianjun looked like he was savoring what he had just said. The whole family laughed when they saw Zhang Jianjun's appearance. Zhou's mother smiled and said, "Jianjun, the plaque you gave me, I've been wearing it for more than 2 weeks and I must say it's really amazing. Now I don't feel sleepy at all when I wake up every morning." Zhou Jinyi, standing to the side, also expressed his strong agreement. Zhang Jianjun took a sip of wine and laughed. "Mom, this brand is rarer than tiger meat. I dare not say that there are only 4 of these in Beijing. To avoid causing unnecessary trouble, these plagues are the kind that are no longer available, and there will never be a 5th one. Wearing it for a long time may prolong life and basically eliminate minor ailments such as headaches and fevers." The family of 3 beamed with joy upon hearing this. Zhou's mother quickly said, "Jianjun is right. We absolutely cannot have a 5th piece. If someone with ulterior motives finds out, it could be very difficult to say what will happen. Xiao Bai, you're not a kid anymore. You can't say anything carelessly when you go out. Keep your mouth shut, okay?" Zhou Xiaobai was speechless for a moment. Why did they suddenly drag her into this? Actually, she knows her mother's habits best. She likes to show off even more than her mother does when she gets something good. The person most likely to leak it is actually his own mother. "Mom, don't worry, I'm not stupid. Besides, you're keeping a close eye on me now. Who am I supposed to talk to? But when you're chatting with the aunties next door, be careful not to let it slip. You have no manners. Is your mother that kind of person?" The New Year's Eve dinner was affected by the wedding date being set. The family seemed to be having a very happy time together. The New Year's Eve dinner lasted until after 9 o'clock. Once the marriage was finalized and they became a family, there were no more taboos, so the family drank a little more that night. This left Zhou Zhenyi somewhat dazed. Holding Zhang Jianjun's hand, she began to tell him stories of fighting the Japanese invaders back then. Seeing her husband like this, Zhou's mother smiled knowingly. He also knew that Lao Zhou had been under a lot of pressure in the past 2 years and rarely talked to people about his past. This was because he really treated Zhang Jianjun like a son. What could Zhang Jianjun do? His father-in-law was in high spirits, so he could only be a loyal listener. He couldn't spoil the fun during the new year. Hearing this surprised Zhang Jianjun. His father-in-law was a graduate of the Whampoa Military Academy, and one interesting point was that he talked about Zhang Hiang's father. Zhang Hiang's father and Zhou Zhenyi had known each other for a long time, and Zhang Hiang's father had served as his father-in-law's chief of staff. This explains why Zhang Hiang was able to thrive both in the military and in civilian life. Even Yuan Zhen's father in the drama is a senior colonel. Although Zhong Yuemen's father was a deputy military officer, he voluntarily transferred to civilian work in Hainan and was not promoted to general, which is quite different from the others. His father-in-law had participated in the Battle of Pingxingguan, where he had faced off against the Japanese forces head-on, which was one of the reasons why he had remained steadfast. This impressed Zhang Jianjun and earned his respect. Generals who actually fought against the Japanese are all worthy of respect. We chatted until after 10 p.m. when my father-in-law started snoring, but a smile remained on his drunken face. Late on the eve of the Lunar New Year in 1967, a jeep slowly drove down a dimly lit street, the roar of its engine carrying far into the quiet night. Although Chinese people have the custom of staying up all night, not many people actually persist at that time. Unlike later generations when every household had a television and would watch the Spring Festival Gala during the New Year's Eve dinner, people would unknowingly stay up until that time. Zhang Jianjun opened the car window, and the cold wind blowing in had no effect on him at all. He drove the jeep slowly toward Luogu Lane, as if he were deliberately feeling the pulse of this era. Because today marks a turning point in our era, many city dwellers will flock to the countryside, where they will stay for 10 years or more, and some will even settle down there. He never came back. Throughout the journey, Zhang Jianjun remained calm and composed, especially when he was alone. This change seemed to be an inexplicable spiritual elevation. Just like how people experience so much in their lives, they used to not understand when they saw others shedding tears, and even thought it was pretentious. But once they get older and understand the hardships of life, they will also have tears in their eyes for an old song or a memory. It was past 11 o'clock when I got back to the compound. Zhang Jianjun parked his car and walked into the courtyard. Only Shezhu's house had its lights on, and the faint sound of a baby crying could be heard. They also heard Qin Huiru complaining. It turned out that Shezhu's son had wet the bed again. Zhang Jianjun thought of his own son, Zhang Xialo. It's time to go see them after the first day of the Lunar New Year. After returning home, I bolted the door and slipped into the space. With a wave of his hand, the small sword in his dantian appeared in his palm, instantly transforming into a 3-foot-long green blade as if it were growing in the wind. Zhang Jianjun began practicing the 16 forms of King Yun. Sword light shone all around him. The 16 forms created by the King Yun ancestor are divided into 3 sections. When spiritual energy flowed into the sword, the entire blade shimmered with white light. With a wave of his hand, he could unleash a spiritual energy slash, like a bolt of lightning. This was much cooler than any battle chi slash. It was like wielding a lightsaber. Moreover, the mana consumption is lower than that of spells. After reaching the 8th form, one can master the sword control style, where the sword in one's hand is controlled by spiritual sense in the air, soaring up and down like a dragon, and can defend against enemies thousands of meters away. Of course, Zhang Jianjun has not yet reached that level. After practicing the King Yin sword technique for over an hour, he leaped onto the flying sword and soared up and down in the air with the help of the sword. This is far superior to mental communication runes. Even their flight speed and altitude are incomparable. Once you reach the foundation establishment stage, as long as you have spiritual energy, you won't experience oxygen deficiency. As long as the protective shield on your body can withstand the strong winds, you can fly at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Its speed is also incomparable to that of the Qi refining stage. After practicing the Azure Cloud Sword technique once, Zhang Jianjun decided not to sleep and immediately began circulating his energy through the great heavenly circuit. Zhang Jianjun woke up in the early morning from a state of blissful tranquility. He hadn't slept all night but felt no fatigue whatsoever. This was one of the benefits of the foundation establishment stage. Meditation can replace sleep. At 8 o'clock, there was a noise at the door of his house. Zhang Jianjun sensed that it was Lu Guangtian and Guangfu, the two brothers. Lu Guangtian walked in first, carrying 2 bottles of wine. "Brother Jianjun, Happy New Year. My brother and I wish you a Happy New Year." After saying that, he smiled and placed 2 bottles of Xifeng liquor on the table. Zhang Jianjun glanced at his uncle and was surprised to find that his second uncle was quite particular, having his 2 sons bring Xifeng liquor to visit him. He stood up and said with a smile, "Guangtian, Guangfu, you two are too kind. Your presence is enough, why bring anything else? We're all just friends of the same generation, so we can just come and have some fun." After saying that, he got up and went into the inner room to take out 2 plates, one containing white rabbit milk candy and the other containing some oranges. Guangfu laughed and said, "Brother Jianjun, my dad said that people should know how to be grateful. This was bought with the wine coupons we saved up before the new year. Without your help, my brother and I might still be doing odd jobs outside." After the 3 of them sat down, Zhang Jianjun asked curiously, "How old are you 2 this year? Hasn't your dad found you any partners yet?" Guangfu blushed and Lu Guangtian said, "I'll be 20 after the new year this year, and Guangfu will just turn 18 this year, so there's no rush." "Brother Jianjun, you've been dating your girlfriend for over a year now, shouldn't you be getting married after the new year?" Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, "I won't hide it from you two, we've already decided to get married on the 18th of the first lunar month." Both of them were filled with envy after hearing this. In just 2 years, Jianjun has gone from a staff member to a deputy factory director, and now he's about to marry a girl from a military compound. How can people be so different? They've been working there for over a year and still haven't been officially hired. Their lack of education is a major weakness in the propaganda department. Seeing the envious looks in their eyes, Zhang Jianjun felt a little smug. "Guangtian, you 2 brothers don't need to worry, the good days are yet to come. Your family isn't bad compared to others in this compound. Think about it, your dad has a job, and you 2 also have jobs, so all 3 of you are working. There are few dual-income families nowadays, let alone the rise of triple-income families is only a matter of time. You need to learn to put yourself in others' shoes. If you think about the Yan family's situation again, you'll be content." My brother thought it made perfect sense. The Yan family is now being overworked by the 3rd uncle alone, and just when his daughter-in-law finally got a job, they got divorced. Thinking of Yu Li and her brother, their eyes lit up with gossip. "Brother Jianjun, do you think it's true that sister Yu Li and her Huzi are involved? I really didn't expect her Huzi, who is such an honest person, to actually hook up with sister Yu Li. There's a 10-year age gap between them, which seems like a generational difference. What do you 2 know? When love comes, no one can stop it. Remember, don't learn from others and talk about them behind their backs. As long as they are in love, why should we care so much? It wouldn't be good if her Huzi overheard us, as he might be on his way. Divorced means single. If the man is unmarried and the woman is unmarried, don't get involved. It will disrupt the harmony of the compound." After listening, Lu Guangtian quickly replied, "Brother Jianjun, what you said makes sense. I was just curious. I can't be bothered with his affairs with the Yan family." As luck would have it, footsteps could be heard outside again. Huzi also came over carrying a bottle of wine. The 2 brothers couldn't help but exchange a glance. Does Brother Jianjun have X-ray vision? Besides the 2 Lu brothers, Su Daimao and Shazhu also came to visit that morning. In the afternoon, Zhang Jianjun went to his father-in-law's house again. He brought over a pound of tiger meat with him. It wasn't that he was stingy with giving more, he was genuinely worried that his father-in-law's family would be overwhelmed by the energy. At 5 a.m., a flash of blue light appeared, and Zhang Jianjun ascended to an altitude of over 3,000 meters, speeding towards Hong Kong. With the help of the invisibility potion, the pitch-black night sky was completely empty except for a ripple in the air. After arriving in Hong Kong, he had an idea to find a location for teleportation, and the key was to hide it so that he wouldn't need to use his sword next time. When the time comes, a teleportation spell will suffice to get to Hong Kong. 6:30 a.m. Zhang Jianjun appeared on the streets of Yunlong riding a bicycle. This was even with him controlling the speed. True sword flight is faster than a jet plane. It happened in the blink of an eye, just as I had intended. At 7 o'clock, Zhang Jianjun rang the doorbell outside the Lu family villa. When the maid, Aunt May, opened the door and saw the visitor, her face immediately lit up with a joyful smile. Lu Bangheng rushed out to greet his son-in-law when he learned that he had arrived. Seeing Zhang Jianjun come in with his backpack, the smile on his face was like a chrysanthemum in full bloom. "My dear son-in-law, I knew you'd be coming over in the next few days. It's been almost half a year since we last met. How have you been in Beijing? Come in and sit down so we can have a chat." Zhang Jianjun looked at Lu Bangheng, who had gained some weight, and said with a smile, "Uncle Lu, thank you for your concern. I'm doing quite well in Beijing. You look like you've gained a lot of weight. It seems like your business is going very well." The two sat down opposite each other on the sofa in the lobby. Lu Bangheng laughed and said, "This is all thanks to my son-in-law's guidance. I have been working in the real estate industry for the past few months, and now I have found that the profits in this industry are indeed considerable. Compared to real estate, the few clothing industry investments I made before were nothing. It's just that the initial investment was large, and I'm so glad that you left behind the capital." Zhang Jianjun laughed and said, "In the real estate industry, you have to be able to endure loneliness. Although I can predict their trends, you are the expert when it comes to actual operation." Lu Bangheng smiled and said after listening, "Jianjun, don't underestimate yourself. Since you can predict it, you can do it. It just depends on whether you want to do it yourself." Then he lowered his voice and said, "My dear son-in-law, the more than 100 billion yen you entrusted to me almost caused a problem. Luckily, I exchanged it out early. The island nation's economy has now collapsed, and the yen has fallen to more than 1 to 600, but the key issue is that no one is exchanging it. Do you remember that business manager Yang from HSBC? I think he was fired by HSBC. Zhang Jianjun. Uncle Lu, I really don't know about this. I could have predicted the economic collapse of the island nation, but I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Has manager Yang come to cause you any trouble?" Lu Bangheng smiled confidently and said, "You don't need to worry about my son-in-law. I heard that he has also switched to the real estate industry. He even borrowed 1 million Hong Kong dollars from me when he was short of funds in the early stages. Manager Yang mortgaged his villa to get a loan, and last month he returned HK$ 1 million to me. He must have made some profits from the dividends. I always do business with the principle of harmony. Even if he doesn't succeed, he won't come looking for trouble with the 1 million I lent him." Zhang Jianjun nodded, glanced around the hall, and asked, "Uncle, where are Aunt and Easy Eye? Your aunt has been spoiling her grandson rotten ever since she had him. She should be playing with the child in Easy Eye's room right now. Jianjun, since you're here, why don't you go see the baby? It's been almost half a year since the baby was born." Zhang Jianjun nodded, got up, and walked towards the back side room. Lu Xiaoyi had just gotten up and was combing her hair in front of the dressing mirror when Mrs. Lu, holding her child, chatted with Lu Xiaoyi. At this moment, there was a knock on the door 3 times before it was gently pushed open. Madame Lu turned her head and her face showed surprise followed by joy. Lu Xiaoyi saw Zhang Jianjun come in and immediately stopped combing her hair, her pretty face beaming with a happy smile. Madame Lu smiled and said, "Da Bao, look who's here. Jianjun, when did you arrive? You haven't had breakfast yet, have you?" After saying that, he handed over the baby with its big, dark eyes. Zhang Jianjun quickly took the child into his arms with a smile, his face full of joy as he looked at the chubby little boy. The child was about to cry as soon as he was in his arms, but seemed to find the stranger's embrace comfortable, so he closed his little mouth and stared curiously at Zhang Jianjun's face. "Auntie, I just arrived a little while ago. I chatted with Uncle outside for a bit. We've already had breakfast. How are you feeling?" Mrs. Lu smiled and said, "I am in very good health now, thanks to your family's secret recipe. Since you're here, stay a few more days and spend time with the children. I'll go out and have the servants prepare some dishes." After Mrs. Lu finished speaking, she glanced back at her daughter, unable to hide her joy, pushed open the door and went out. Zhang Jianjun, holding the child, walked up to Lu Xiaoyi and asked, "Sister Xiaoyi, is the child's nickname Da Bao? Have you missed me since we last met a few months ago?" Lu Xiaoyi blushed slightly and glared at Zhang Jianjun. "I named the child Dabao. What, you don't think it's too tacky? And you have the nerve to say you'll be gone for about half a year. I remember you said you would come to visit often when you left, but your often is a bit too long." Zhang Jianjun gave an awkward smile. "Sister E, you have to understand me. Now I'm the deputy director of the steel rolling mill. I'm not as free as before, and my workload is much heavier. Look, as soon as the New Year holiday was over, I came to visit you. Da Bao, do you think your dad is right?" After saying that, she touched Da Bao's chubby little face with her hand. The child immediately protested, waving his little hands at Lu Xiaoyi with babbling sounds. Just as his little mouth was about to pout, Lu Xiaoyi quickly picked him up. You're a father now and you still don't know how to comfort a child. You haven't even gotten to know him yet and you're already teasing him. Speaking of Beijing, how's it going there? What's the situation at the Red Star compound? After saying that, she sat on the edge of the bed and, without any hesitation, lifted her pajamas and began to breastfeed her child. Zhang Jianzhan's eyelids twitched as he watched, and he sat down as well. He put his arm around Lu Xiaoyi's waist and said, "The compound has really changed a lot. You never asked me before, so I didn't tell you. Shazhu married Qin Huiru and had a son a little over a month ago. Su Daimao married Qin Jingru and has also adopted a son, who seems to be just over 2 years old. Well, the Jiazhang family is quite unlucky. Jiazhang suffered a stroke after falling down the winter before last. I died not long after I returned home from your place last September. That kid Bangang was out there messing around and got beaten up and had his limbs amputated." Lu Xiaoyi's mouth opened wider and wider as she listened. Good heavens, Qin Huiru not only married Shazhu, but also had a son. When he heard that Su Daimao had married Qin Jingru, a complex look flashed across his eyes. Jia Zhenxi's death was completely unexpected, and the fact that Bang Gang had to have his leg amputated was just too tragic for this family. Zhang Jianzhan smiled and said, "Yuli and her Huzi are planning to get married after the Lunar New Year." Lu Xiaoyi. This news caused cracks to appear in her worldview. He twisted his waist, looking dumbfounded, and asked, "Isn't Yuli Yanji Ichen's wife? How could she marry her Huzi? This is too unbelievable." Zhang Jianzhan laughed and said, "That's just how wonderful relationships are. Yuli and Yanji Ichen got divorced after a fight." Lu Xiaoyi was completely numb. These events all felt very unreal to her. Is this still the same compound where she used to live? Before, when I lived there, I only knew that the compound was very chaotic. Now that I'm an outsider, I realize just how bizarre this compound is. Then, thinking back to how I fell in love with a young man, good heavens, no one is normal anymore. Zhang Jianzhan's large hands started to wander again, roaming up and down her back as if electrocuted. The baby had finished feeding and was fast asleep, drifting off to sleep in the stroller. Lu Xiaoyi's face began to flush. How could a woman in her 30s resist such teasing? "Jianzhan, what are you doing in broad daylight?" That's not a good idea. Sister E, isn't the child asleep? Let me give you a massage to help you relax." 11 o'clock. Zhang Jianzhan walked out of the room first, followed by Lu Xiaoyi, who was beaming with health. As the two women emerged from the room, Madame Lu smiled and took the baby from Lu Xiaoyi's arms. Aunt Mei had already placed the food on the table when Zhang Jianzhan took out a small wine jar from his backpack, which made the Lu family's mouths twitch slightly. He carried a wine jar weighing about 5 pounds in his backpack. Indeed, the actions of extraordinary people are beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Zhang Jianzhan laughed and said, "Uncle Lu, don't be fooled by this small wine jar. It's filled with tiger bones. Mutai is hard to come by these days, so we'll have to make do with this for now." Lu Bancheng's eyes lit up after hearing this. Those who have traveled extensively naturally know the effects of tiger bone wine. With a beaming smile, he said, "Jianzhan, tiger bone wine is much more precious than mutai. It's a real gem. I only had it once before liberation." Lu Xiaoyi asked curiously, "Jianzhan, where did you get this tiger bone wine? It sounds quite mysterious. Does it have any effects?" Zhang Jianzhan laughed and said, "Well, the main therapeutic effect is anti-rheumatism. It is especially effective for various types of rheumatic arthritis, strengthens bones and muscles, and also replenishes the body's calcium needs. I've also added a bit of my own secret recipe, which makes it even more effective at slowing down vascular aging." Zhang Jianzhan saw two women on the table, but he was too embarrassed to mention the best effect of the other one. The group's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Zhang Jianzhan patted open the mud seal and laughed, "Everyone should have a taste. Even if we finish drinking it all, we can probably reuse it once more." After saying that, he filled all 3 of their glasses. Lu Bangkong and his family of 3 listened to Zhang Jianzhan's incredible description and curiously took a small bite. Putting aside the strength of the alcohol, after drinking it, perhaps due to preconceived notions, I felt a warm current flowing through my stomach, slowly spreading throughout my body. Lu Bangkong didn't stand on ceremony and drank it down in one gulp, making the wandering sensation even more pronounced. They couldn't help but marvel. He smiled and said, "My dear son-in-law, this tiger bone wine is simply exquisite. After drinking it, you feel warm all over, as if a current of energy is flowing through your body." Both mother and daughter deeply agreed after hearing this. Zhang Jianzhan thought to himself that this was already a miraculous wine for ordinary people, and the feeling of drinking it for the first time was naturally intense. "Uncle, of course, the recipe for this wine is unique, and with the added benefits of tiger bone, you can feel the effects immediately. However, tiger bone wine is too strong, so you can only drink half a gin at most each time, otherwise it will not be absorbed and will have the opposite effect. so it is best to drink it slowly. The family of 3 felt even more grateful after hearing it, so the others followed suit and began to savor it slowly, instantly feeling very sophisticated. Lu Xiaoyi glanced at Zhang Jianzhan's profile from time to time, wondering if the powerful massage he had given was due to his drinking a special formula at home, whether it was the effects of the alcohol or something else. 2 more blushes rose on her pretty face. This meal took more than an hour to eat. Even Lu Bangkong only took small sips of his drink, giving the impression of dining at a French restaurant. In the afternoon, Zhang Jianzhan spent some more time cuddling with Lu Xiaoyi, and under her somewhat resentful gaze, he asked her where Li Wanting lived. This villa was also purchased nearby according to his wishes, just like the second phase of the Huxi Villa area, only a little over a kilometer away from the Lu family. Lu Bangkong even spent money to choose an auspicious number for him, Villa number 8 in Shallow Bay. Seeing Lu Xiaoyi's sour expression, Zhang Jianzhan took out a beautiful purplish-red bracelet from his pocket and gave her a wonderfully detailed description, which made Lu Xiaoyi smile and leave. Villa number 8, Repulse Bay. Li Wanting, dressed in a light blue dress, was chatting at home with a sexy blonde woman. The British female journalist was her close colleague. It was quite normal for large companies in Hong Kong to have foreign white-collar workers at that time. He had been living there and studied Chinese literature at Hong Kong University for 3 years. He lived in a villa area with Li Wanting. Hong Kong had a week-long holiday during the Lunar New Year period. This gave Li Wanting a break from her busy work as a reporter. Once someone gets used to being busy, they feel uncomfortable when they have free time, so she just flipped through the newspaper to pass the time when she met Lisa, who came to visit. Just then, the doorbell rang. Lisa smiled and said, "Beautifully, did I come at a bad time today? Will it affect your date?" Li Wanting rolled her eyes at Lisa and laughed. "Lisa, I'm still in my internship phase, so I don't have time for romantic strolls." After saying that, he got up, walked to the door, and opened it. Upon seeing a face that frequently appeared in her dreams, Li Wanting was momentarily dazed before revealing a look of delight. "Jianzhan, when did you arrive? How are you doing in Beijing?" After saying that, she took Zhang Jianzhan's arm with a happy expression, and the two chatted as they walked into the house. Zhang Jianzhan laughed and said, "I just arrived today. I had lunch at the Lu family's house and then inquired about your accommodation." Who is this?" Zhang Jianzhan was curious when he saw a tall, foreign woman who was about 24 or 25 years old and about 1.76 meters tall. He had to admit that foreigners were well developed. Li Wanting blushed. With Zhang Jianzhan's arrival, she almost forgot that there was a colleague at home. She took her hand and introduced him to Zhang Jianzhan. "Lisa, this is Zhang Jianzhan, a good friend of mine from when I was in mainland China." What are you laughing at?" Then, with a slightly flushed face, she said to Zhang Jianzhan, "This is my colleague Lisa. She's from England." Lisa looked at Zhang Jianzhan, who was dressed in black jeans, with a look of amazement in her eyes. She didn't expect that Chinese people could have such fair skin. She looked very refined and her clothes were very trendy, unlike the tacky Hawaiian shirts that are everywhere. Lisa winked playfully at Li Wanting, then generously extended her hand and smiled. "Zhang, you're very handsome. Nice to meet you." Zhang Jianzhan smiled, reached out, and gently shook hands before parting. She smiled and said, "Thank you for your compliment, my friend from England. Miss Lisa, you are also very beautiful and outstanding." A glint of surprise flashed in Lisa's eyes. She hadn't expected Zhang Jianzhan to be such a gentleman. When she was at the newspaper office, many locals would surround her. These men appeared polite and gentle on the surface, but the light in their eyes seemed to suggest they wanted to devour her. The young man in front of her had clear, bright eyes that showed no sign of lechery. Zhang Jianzhan casually glanced at the villa's layout. Although it didn't have as much furniture as the Lu family's, the villa's layout was basically the same as the Lu family's. Both are 3-story layouts. Sitting on the sofa, he smiled and said, "Wanting, how are you doing? Have you settled in at the newspaper office yet? How many days off did your newspaper have during the spring festival?" Li Wanting smiled and said, "I've been here for over a year now, and I've adapted to the slower pace of life in the mainland. What about you, my great talent?" "Well, I'm not some great talent anymore. I'm busy to death every day working at a steel rolling mill. I'm pretty much the same as when I last came here." Lisa then asked Zhang Jianzhan curiously, "Zhang, you're from the mainland. When I was in England, I read in the newspapers that they exaggerated the mainland into a red wave. I see that you are quite refined and not as terrible as the newspapers say." Zhang Jianzhan, "Miss Lisa, what you saw was just a newspaper, it's just a propaganda tactic. Because of the legacy issues in Hong Kong, your politicians naturally won't say anything good about us. There is no absolute good or bad in this world, each country has different national conditions and naturally different ideas. When there are disagreements, there will naturally be slander. That's normal. The three of them chatted amiably in the living room. Zhang Jianjun, after all, was a time traveler from the future, and some of his ideas were quite novel even to foreign women. At this moment, Li Wanting playfully said with a smile, Jianjun, shouldn't you give me the second half of your novel? The first half is almost finished being serialized. Zhang Jianjun was taken aback. If he wasn't mistaken, the first half of the manuscript for Zhu Xian had reached 720,000 words, which could easily sustain a year of serialization at one chapter per day. Lisa's big blue eyes were filled with curiosity. Wanting, has any of his novels been published in our newspaper? Li Wanting laughed and said, you may have heard of his author's name, I and the Spring Breeze are both passers-by, is quite flamboyant. Lisa felt the name was familiar, and as she recalled it, her big eyes grew brighter and brighter. Zhang Jianjun asked with some curiosity, Wanting, if I remember correctly, the manuscript I gave you was over 720,000 words. If it were published normally, it should last for about a year. It shouldn't be that we're short of manuscripts now. Has something happened? Jianjun, you probably don't know yet, but your novel Zhu Xian has become a hit. The editorial department receives many letters from readers every day, all urging us to continue writing and serializing the novel. Given the intense competition in Hong Kong's newspaper industry, the editor-in-chief, upon hearing that it was a long story, decided to publish 2 chapters a day. You're quite something now. Even Mr. Jin is full of praise for this cultivation setting, and many readers are now strongly requesting that a physical book be published. The editor-in-chief also asked me, you're not in my shoes, and I don't know how you are. We're already struggling to publish 2 chapters a day in the literary supplement. What do you think about the issue of book publishing? At this moment, Lisa, who hadn't spoken for a while, suddenly interrupted, oh, so you're the author who killed Light Dance Flying. Many readers are looking for you now, John, you'd better watch out. After saying that, she chuckled, her large t-shirt billowing with her laughter. Zhang Jianjun's eyelids twitched as he said in a serious tone, the art of writing originates from life but transcends it, things that are too perfect will make readers feel that they are not real. The statue of Veles is a crown jewel in the history of world art precisely because it is missing its arms. Similarly, the novel leaves readers with a sense of unease because of its regrets. Over time, it becomes a delightful memory, and years later, when you think back on it, you smile knowingly. Isn't regret also a kind of beauty? The 2 women's eyes lit up as they listened. They thought of Little Dragon Girl from the Condor trilogy. Perhaps Mr. Jin had the same idea back then. Therefore, the appearance of Dragon Knight made the Condor trilogy more famous than many of Mr. Jin's earlier books. Mr. Jin also received many letters insulting him, and even death threats. Isn't this an artistic sublimation that made the return of the Condor heroes incredibly popular? Zhang Jianjun then said to Li Wanting, now that the book has been handed over to you, it is yours. You are in charge of all the follow-up matters. As for whether it's published or adapted, your decision is my decision. Remember I'll always be there to support you. Li Wanting blushed bright red after hearing this, and at the same time, she was secretly pleased. However, she thought the words were a bit too blunt. Lisa fed the dog a mouthful of dog food from the side. I still feel a little sour inside. This British woman felt she couldn't stay any longer. The man had traveled thousands of miles to meet his lover, and it would be impolite of her to remain. They have a certain level of cultural awareness. So he stood up and said with a smile, Wanting, I have to go out shopping later. John, it was a pleasure to meet you today. I look forward to seeing you again. After saying that, she playfully winked her big blue eyes at the 2 of them. Zhang Jianjun smiled and nodded. Li Wanting's face was still flushed as she got up and escorted Lisa to the front door. Zhang Jianjun took out a string of small-leaf sandalwood beads from his backpack and played with them in his hand. He never expected that his first time would only be a small success, but Zhu Xian would become a hit. It seems that tastes are pretty much the same no matter the era. When fantasy first appeared, people were curious about it, and once they were curious, they had the desire to keep watching. This reminded him of The Legend of Sword and Fairy, which was adapted into a TV series in his previous life and became a huge hit, attracting audiences in Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, and mainland China. Zhang Jianjun thought about it carefully and realized he could copy a few more. It seemed there was still a market for fantasy novels, even though they had appeared many years earlier. After seeing her colleague off, Li Wanting returned to the living room and saw Zhang Jianjun seemingly lost in thought, his purple bracelet standing out prominently and beautifully. He strode over and sat down next to Zhang Jianjun. Zhang Jianjun handed over the purple bracelet. Wanting, this is something I made myself. It was carved from small leaf sandalwood 2 years ago, and then she brought up a passage that Lu Xiaoyi had told her, and Li Wanting became happier and happier as she listened, her charming eyes filled with joy. Wow, after Zhang Jianjun said that, it's amazing that wearing it on your wrist can not only prevent minor illnesses but also improve your complexion. Li Wanting held the bracelet with great affection, turning it over and over to admire it. Jianjun, can it really improve your complexion? It sounds too far-fetched to me. When have I ever lied to you? You should know that this is made using my unique recipe, simmered for 81 days. Can you smell that delicate fragrance? Li Wanting held it to her nose and smelled it. The faint fragrance was refreshing. Just as she was about to ask a question, she felt herself being lifted into the air and sitting in Zhang Jianzhen's lap. Feeling the warm embrace behind her, she stiffened at first but then relaxed and leaned closer, whispering something. Is the situation in Beijing still serious? Zhang Jianzhen smiled and put his arm around Li Wanting. On the contrary, the situation in Beijing is much calmer now than during that crazy period, and there have been far fewer crowds gathering on the streets recently. This is good news. Does it mean the storm is passing? Wanting, I don't think it's gotten to that point yet. On the surface, things seem calm, but there are undercurrents. However, things won't be as unrestrained as before. After listening, Li Wanting didn't say anything. She nestled in Zhang Jianzhen's arms like a lazy kitten, thinking of her father and grandmother. I wonder how things are going for him in the countryside now. But I was afraid of hearing bad news, so I didn't dare to ask, and my heart was filled with complicated feelings. She has been away from Beijing for over a year. At this moment, Zhang Jianzhen seemed to be able to guess what she was thinking. He whispered in her ear, I visited your father before the new year. Uncle Li is in good health now. Although life in the countryside is tough, it's a good place to be away from all the hustle and bustle. Li Wanting turned her face with surprise. Jianzhen, are my dad and my grandma's family having any financial difficulties? Do you have a specific address? Did he say anything to me? Are my mom, uncle, and grandma all in good health? Zhang Jianzhen looked at Li Wanting and rattled off a long string of words like popping beans. He didn't tease her into taking out a letter from her bosom. Your dad asked me to give this to you. Everything is fine at home. Li Wanting read the entire letter. His face was covered in tears. There was joy, longing, and sadness. She learned about her father's family situation from the letter. Although she didn't mention any hardship, she did know something about the situation in the countryside. The words subtly revealed the speaker's longing for her child. Zhang Jianzhen didn't say anything, but simply held Li Wanting in his arms, letting her vent her emotions. Li Wanting read the letter 3 times before carefully folding it and putting it back in the envelope. After calming down, a smile appeared on her face. Receiving her father's letter finally put her mind at ease. Jianzhen, thank you. You're so kind. My dad also mentioned that you sent a lot of food. Zhang Jianzhen smiled and said, it's my duty. I can't take care of everyone, but I will lend a hand to those I encounter. I can't let an old soldier bleed and cry. Given our relationship, I'm sure they won't go hungry. If your dad weren't so stubborn, I would have sent him to Hong Kong long ago. His generation values honor very much. I know he is waiting for an opportunity to be exonerated, and I believe he will wait until that day. So what you need to do now is live a good life. Your father's generation has suffered enough. Don't make them worry about your future. Your safety is what they want to see, and it's their wish. At least you have something to hold onto to keep them strong. As Li Wanting listened to the gentle words of comfort, her reddened eyes filled with hope. She now firmly believes Zhang Jianzhen's words. Ever since witnessing 2 bizarre self-harm incidents, she has had a vague feeling that this man has many secrets. Li Wanting was a smart woman and didn't press him for an answer. She believed that one day he would tell her. Jianzhen, how many years do you think it will take for things to calm down in Beijing? I always have this unreal feeling. I've dreamt several times that I'm working at my old newspaper office. Then I was awakened by the scene from that night. It wasn't until recently that these dreams started happening less frequently. But since you gave me the calming herbal tea, I rarely have nightmares after drinking it. Zhang Jianzhen smiled and said, don't worry, based on the current situation, it will take at most 10 years. I also have a feeling that it might be even shorter. Of course, the policy opening will take a long time. 10 years from now, I will be able to go home and visit my family. During this period, I believe my network of contacts will also be solidified. It'll be easy to help your father and the others. You'll still have the ability to get your dad back to Beijing. Hearing this, Li Wanting felt reassured, and her last worries vanished. Zhang Jianzhen glanced at his wrist and realized it was almost 5 o'clock. She asked softly, you cook at home all the time, right? Do you know how to cook? Li Wanting blushed and said shyly, I've never learned to cook before. I eat at the newspaper office during the day and eat out when I go out for interviews. If I were to cook, I would learn how to make egg noodles. Zhang Jianzhen laughed and said, looks like I'll be the only one who can show off my skills. There shouldn't be any shortages in the kitchen here, right? We do have that, but we only have eggs and vegetables at home. How about we go out for a walk? After saying that, he got up and straightened his clothes, feeling that this bad guy seemed to be behaving himself today. She had been lying in his arms for quite some time, and it was strange that he hadn't made any advances towards her. Could it be that her charm has diminished? This made Li Wanting feel a little insecure. If Zhang Jianzhen knew, he would be both amused and exasperated. This kind of thinking is very strange. If you lay a hand on someone, you're called a hooligan, but if you don't, it's not good. He said with a smile, "Don't worry, I brought some groceries with me. I knew you were such a lazy bones and couldn't do anything right." Lee Wanting's lips twitched. What the heck is it that there are vegetables in a brand new leather backpack? Under Lee Wanting's speechless gaze, Zhang Jianjun first took out a leg of lamb from his backpack, and then pulled out a piece of meat weighing more than a pound. It was wrapped in a plastic bag, and I don't know what kind of meat it was. Finally, he pulled out 4 more bottles of liquor and 2 bottles of red wine. Lee Wanting felt a little numb. This backpack was like a treasure trove. Forgetting all his wild thoughts, he stepped forward and asked curiously, "Jianjun, what's in these 4 bottles?" After speaking, she blinked her charming eyes, looking very expectant. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, "These are all gifts prepared for you, 2 bottles of calming herbal tea and 2 bottles of tonics. You know the effects of calming flower tea once you've tried it. This tonic is extracted from 1,000-year-old ginseng and is especially effective for nourishing the skin, beautifying the complexion, and replenishing blood and qi. Your cosmetics are much better, they also help regulate the thing that comes once a month." Lee Wanting's face turned as red as an apple again. Where did this young man learn to be so knowledgeable about women? But she liked him. The two took the groceries to the kitchen and started preparing dinner. The kitchen in the villa was very nice, with all kinds of pots, pans and utensils. The seasonings weren't all there, but that didn't stop Zhang Jianjun from taking out bottles and jars from his backpack. Lee Wanting was already used to it. After more than 2 hours of cooking, a mutton hot pot and a stewed tiger meat were finally ready. Zhang Jianjun also added some spring water to the pot